roundtable conference has a significance because it was organized in context of climate change conference of people, and which was organized in Dubai. The deliberation started from 30th November and will go on till 12th December. So the deliberations are happening internationally, where people are discussing so many things about climate change. We are facing so many problems because of the change in the climate and environment. Now a lot of floods in Chennai, isn't it? We are all seeing in the news. So likewise, there are many climate disasters happening, which are very, very alarming, increasing day after day, and people are sitting there and discussing internationally. So what CGR has thought is, let us do, like they are discussing internationally, we will discuss at the local level and try to find out, because local problems only we can understand better. So therefore we will have this deliberations. So CGR also has started working on these problems, and it's the continuous third year that they are doing parallel sessions of this COP sessions, which are happening internationally in different venue, and they are trying to spread awareness and trying to bring out what is the best suitable solution for the local, and they have been working relentlessly. And there is a topic on gender and climate change. There is a topic, and they thought that this college is the best place to organize, because our college has been upgraded from college to university level. What else can be the best venue? So this is the platform, and thank you CGR for choosing this platform, and Madam, thank you for permitting the NGO CGR members to come to organize this. And I can see with people from Vasavi College, Vasanta ma'am, welcome you. Benki Narasimha sir, who is an activist in the environment, and he is the key person who actually every day is summing up all the deliberations from in the morning 9 to 10, and he's like so much knowledge into that, so much of efforts into that, and he is making so many people. It's available on the YouTube. By the end of the day, we'll share you the link so that you can go through and listen to what is happening internationally. So a warm welcome to you, and sweetly smiling my HOD ma'am, Dr. Sunila ma'am, thank you for being with me and helping me organize, and my dear students. And this is a warm welcome for us, and let's wait for a fruitful deliberation throughout. And thanks, Madam has travelled all the way from Hyderabad, midnight, reached here. Thank you for all your efforts, ma'am. Welcome both of you for this deliberation. And in my welcome, I must mention about the couple sitting there, Lakshma Reddy garu and Neela Lakshma Reddy garu. I have been volunteering. Why I am associated with this is my student. Proudly I want to say that it is my student. I was working in Nizam College. It was my graduate student, Nazia. She went and did her master's in environmental science, and she came across this wonderful couple who was doing a great job, and in the banner of Council for Green Revolution, and she was motivated, and she came to me and said, Madam, because you have this passion to help volunteer, why don't you just come once? I went once, and till today I'm hooked on to the couple. And see, most of the people, they are like, we are protected about our wealth and properties, isn't it? ఒక పైస ఖర్చు పెట్టాలంటే 10 సార్లు ఆలోచిస్తాం. But this is the couple who are spending their money, not much of CSR support and other funds. They are individually spending lots of amount of funds, and they have received Telangana's prestigious award of Haritaharam, the best NGO award. So to be recognized, it takes lot of effort. The efforts behind is led by one and only lady, Neela Lakshma Reddy garu, and we all call her as Amma. I never call her with name, because Pudami Talli antam kada, Bhumatani Pudami Talli ani antam kada. Alage ma Chettamma antam. We call her Chettamma, and any lakhs of 34 lakhs of saplings Mati kavu with 90% of success rate, because we have the data, and Madam will talk more about that, and all are surviving and trying to help us to reduce some bit of carbon which has been there, and Madam's Sudha Madam is also here. Thank you, Madam. Welcome all of you. So with this note, once again I welcome all of you. Thank you. Harita Vandanam andariki.
కేవలం ఏదో ఒక ఆర్గనైజేషన్, ఒక యూనివర్సిటీ వాళ్ళు ఒక ప్రోగ్రామ్లా కండక్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు అనేది టాపిక్ కాదు ఈరోజు. ఇది మన లైఫ్ అండ్ డెత్ సమస్య. అసలు మనం ఉంటామా, ఈ మన భూగోళం ఉంటుందా ఉండదా? మరి ఇది అందరం ఆలోచించాల్సిన విషయమా, లేదు కొందరు మాత్రమే ఆలోచించాల్సిన విషయమా? మనం ఎవరమైతే ఎర్త్ పైన ఉన్నామో ప్రతి ఒక్కరం కూడా ఈరోజు చాలా సీరియస్గా ఈ ప్రాంతం, ఈ దేశం, ఆ దేశం అని లేదు, ఇక్కడ అందరం ఒక ఎంటైర్ గ్లోబ్కి ఒక పెద్ద సమస్య వచ్చింది. కాబట్టి గ్లోబ్ పైన ప్రతి ఒక్క వ్యక్తి ఆలోచించాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. కేవలం ఆలోచన కాదు. COP28 కాన్ఫరెన్స్ ఆఫ్ పార్టీస్ వాళ్ళు అక్కడ దుబాయ్లో అన్ని కంట్రీస్, ఒక 198 కంట్రీస్ ప్రతినిధులు పెద్దలందరూ వెళ్ళి అక్కడ వాళ్ళు ఆలోచిస్తున్నారు. మరి ఆ ఆలోచనలు ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్ చేయాలి అంటే గ్రౌండ్లో వర్క్ జరగాలి. కేవలం పాలసీస్ పేపర్ పైన ఉంటే మనకి రిజల్ట్ రాదు. వస్తుందా? రాదు కదా. అట్లాగే మరి ఈ వాళ్ళు తీసుకున్న పాలసీస్ ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్కి రావాలి అంటే గ్రౌండ్లో వర్క్ జరగాలి. గ్రౌండ్లో వర్క్ జరగాలి అంటే పీపుల్కి అవేర్నెస్ రావాలి. సో దానికోసం కౌన్సిల్ ఫర్ గ్రీన్ రెవల్యూషన్ గత 3 సంవత్సరాలుగా అక్కడ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ ఆఫ్ పార్టీస్ అయితే ఇక్కడ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్ అని సైమల్టేనియస్గా ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని చేపడుతున్నాం లాస్ట్ 3 years నుంచి. దాంట్లో వాళ్ళు ఏదైతే టాపిక్స్ పైన డిస్కస్ చేస్తున్నారు అంటే డైలీ ఒక టాపిక్, అలా ఇక్కడ కూడా సైమల్టేనియస్గా వాటిపైన చర్చ చేస్తూ రకరకాల ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్, రకరకాల స్టేక్ హోల్డర్స్, స్టూడెంట్స్ ముఖ్యంగా, ఎందుకంటే రాబోయే ఫ్యూచర్ అంతా స్టూడెంట్స్ది. స్టూడెంట్స్ కనుక మోటివేట్ అయితే వాళ్ళు నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్ వరకు కూడా దీన్ని తీసుకెళ్తారు. కాబట్టి ఎక్కువగా స్టూడెంట్స్ని ఫోకస్ చేస్తూ మరి ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్లడం జరుగుతుంది. ఇప్పుడు అర్థమైందా? COP28 అక్కడ కాన్ఫరెన్స్ ఆఫ్ పార్టీస్, ఇక్కడ మన ఇండియాలో మనం ఇప్పుడు జరుపుకుంటుంది కాన్ఫరెన్స్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్. సో మరి పీపుల్కి అవేర్నెస్ వస్తే డెఫినెట్గా గ్రౌండ్లో మనం యాక్షన్కి దిగుతాం. మరి యాక్షన్కి దిగినప్పుడే మనకున్న సమస్యకు ఒక సొల్యూషన్ దొరుకుతుంది. సో దానికోసం ఇక్కడ మనం ఈరోజు మహిళల కోసం ముఖ్యంగా, అందుకే నాకు మాతృభాషలో మాట్లాడుతుంటే చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది. అంటే మనం మదర్, మాతృభూమి, మన అన్నింటినీ కూడా భూమాత, ప్రతిదీ కూడా ఒక మదర్కి లింక్ పెట్టి మనం మన భారతదేశ గొప్పతనం అలా పిలుచుకుంటాం. ఆ పిలుపులోనే మనకి ఎంతో ఒక రిలేషన్ అనేది ఏర్పడుతూ ఉంటుంది. సో ఈరోజు టాపిక్ మనకి అంటే మహిళల పైన, అంటే ఈ క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్, వాతావరణ మార్పులు జరిగినప్పుడు మహిళలకు వచ్చే సమస్యలు ఏంటి, అంటే వాళ్ళు ఎలాంటి ఒత్తిడికి గురవుతారు, మరి ఎలాంటి ఆరోగ్యపరంగా ఎలాంటి ఛాలెంజెస్ ఉంటాయి, ఆర్థికంగా ఎలాంటి ఛాలెంజెస్ ఉంటాయి అనేటువంటి ఒక డిఫరెంట్ అంశాలపైన ఈరోజు మనకు మాట్లాడడానికి డిఫరెంట్ వారి యొక్క సబ్జెక్ట్లో నిష్ణాతులైన అందరూ వచ్చారు. వాళ్ళకున్నటువంటి నాలెడ్జ్ అంతా కూడా మీకు షేర్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. కేవలం ప్రాబ్లం గురించి చర్చించుకోవడం అందరం చేస్తాం, కానీ వాట్ ఈస్ ద సొల్యూషన్, దాన్ని ఎట్లా మనం చేయాలి, మరి మన రోల్ ఏంటి, ఇండివిజువల్గా మనం ఒక యాజ్ ఇండివిజువల్ పర్సన్ మనం ఏం చేయగలం అనేటువంటి ఒక సొల్యూషన్తో ఈరోజు మీరు అందరూ ఇక్కడి నుంచి వెళ్ళాలని నేను కోరుకుంటూ ఉన్నాను. మరి ఈ కాప్ మన November 30th రోజున స్టార్ట్ అయింది. December 12th వరకు ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ జరుగుతుంది. ఈ డేస్లలో మేము ఎవ్రీడే, అంటే దీనికంటే బిఫోర్ 18th రోజున సెస్లో ఒక ప్రోగ్రామ్ పెట్టాము, కెపాసిటీ బిల్డింగ్. అంటే డిఫరెంట్ కాలేజెస్కి రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్గా వెళ్ళే వాళ్ళందరికీ ఒక కెపాసిటీ బిల్డింగ్ కోసం ఒక ట్రైనింగ్ సెషన్, డే లాంగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అక్కడ జరిగింది. దాని తర్వాత 25th నవంబర్ మేము ఇక్కడ ఇస్కి ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టాఫ్ కాలేజ్లో కర్టన్ రైజర్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ జరిగింది. దాని తర్వాత సెకండ్ ఎలక్షన్స్ ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి 38th రోజు, ఫస్ట్ రోజు మేము చేయలేకపోయాము. సెకండ్ రోజున కౌన్సిల్ ఫర్ గ్రీన్ రెవల్యూషన్కి సంబంధించినటువంటి ఒక ట్రైనింగ్ సెంటర్ ఉంది. నేను మేడంకి రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను, మీ స్టూడెంట్స్తో పాటుగా మీరు కూడా మేడం ఒకసారి తప్పనిసరిగా విజిట్ చేయండి. దాని పేరు ఎర్త్ సెంటర్. హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి 60 కిలోమీటర్స్ అవే ఉంటుంది. ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ రూట్లో, ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ నుంచి 25 మినిట్స్ జర్నీ. ఫారెస్ట్ కానుకొని ఒక ప్లేస్ ఉంది అక్కడ. మన అక్కడ కెపాసిటీ బిల్డింగ్, పిల్లలకి బాటనీ, జువాలజీ, అందరి పిల్లలకి చాలా అక్కడ మనకి బయోడైవర్సిటీ చాలా రిచ్గా ఉంటుంది. ప్రియా మేడం మరి ఇక్కడ నుంచి పిల్లల్ని థీసిస్ కోసం తీసుకొచ్చారు. వాళ్ళకి అద్భుతమైన ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్, వండర్ఫుల్ థీసిస్ సబ్మిట్ చేశారు వాళ్ళు. మరి అలాంటి ఒక ప్లేస్ని మీరు అందరూ యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకోవాలా. కాబట్టి మీరు అందరూ అక్కడికి రండి. ఒక 1 డే స్పెండ్ చేస్తే ఇంకా చాలా బాగుంటుంది. సో ఆ ప్లేస్లో మన 2nd డిసెంబర్ రోజున అక్కడ ప్రోగ్రామ్ జరిగింది, ఇనాగ్రల్ సెషన్. దానికి చాలా మంది పిల్లలు వచ్చారు. దాదాపుగా 180 స్టూడెంట్స్ డిఫరెంట్ కాలేజెస్, డిఫరెంట్ యూనివర్సిటీస్ నుంచి అక్కడికి వచ్చారు. అగ్రికల్చర్ యూనివర్సిటీ, ఫారెస్ట్ కాలేజ్, లోకల్ అక్కడ రూరల్లో ఉండే కాలేజ్, అక్కడ నుంచి మన సిటీ కాలేజ్ వాళ్ళు, ఇట్లా డిఫరెంట్ కాలేజెస్ నుంచి దాదాపుగా ఒక 180 స్టూడెంట్స్ అండ్ అదర్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్స్ కూడా దాంట్లో పార్టిసిపేట్ చేశారు. ఒక డే లాంగ్ సెషన్ జరిగింది. చాలా అద్భుతమైనటువంటి డిస్కషన్స్ అక్కడ జరిగాయి. సో మరి దాని తర్వాత మళ్ళీ మేము 4th ఈపీటీఆర్ఐ, మీకు అందరికీ స్టూడెంట్స్కి ఐడియా ఉంటుంది. ఈపీటీఆర్ఐలో మేము అందరం ఒక రోజు మళ్ళీ అక్కడ ఒక డే లాంగ్ సెషన్ పెట్టాము. చాలా మంచి ప్రెజెంటేషన్స్ ఆ రోజు కూడా, క్లైమేట్ ఫైనాన్స్, క్లైమేట్ జస్టిస్, ఇట్లా డిఫరెంట్ బయోడైవర్సిటీ హాట్స్పాట్స్ గురించి ఇట్లా చాలా మంచి సబ్జెక్ట్ ఉన్నటువంటి వాళ్ళు వచ్చారు. మరి వీలుంటే వాళ్ళ ఎవరికైనా మీరు సెషన్స్ పెట్టించుకొని వాళ్ళ అద్భుతమైనటువంటి నాలెడ్జ్ని మీరు స్టూడెంట్స్ తీసుకోవాలని నేను రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను. అలాగే ప్రియా మేడం, మీ మేడం కూడా నేను ఇన్ఫార్మ్ చేస్తున్నాను. అలాంటి గొప్ప రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్ ఒక సంపద మన CGRలో ఉంది. మరి వాళ్ళందరి నాలెడ్జ్ మీరు అందరూ ఉపయోగించుకోవాలని కోరుకుంటున్నాను. అట్లాగే మళ్ళీ 6th రోజున ఒక ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఉంది. ఈరోజు 8th, నేను ఒకరోజు లేకుండే, ఈరోజు 8th రోజు 2 ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ జరుగుతున్నాయి. ఒకటి వికారాబాద్లో కాలేజ్లో జరుగుతుంది, ఒకటి ఇక్కడ జరుగుతుంది. రేపు మళ్ళీ అనంతపూర్లో సెంట్రల్ యూనివర్సిటీలో ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఉంది. నరసింహారెడ్డి సార్, ప్రొఫెసర్ పురుషోత్తం రెడ్డి సార్ అక్కడికి వెళ్తూ ఉన్నారు. అలాగే ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ గుత్తిలో ఒక ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఉంది. 10th రోజున రూరల్ చిల్డ్రన్, కేవలం పెద్దవాళ్ళే కాదు పిల్లలకు కూడా దీని నాలెడ్జ్ మనం ఇస్తే వాళ్ళ డైలీ లైఫ్లో చేంజెస్ వచ్చినప్పుడు ఈ క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ మీద ఇంపాక్ట్ ఉంటుందనే ఉద్దేశంతో అక్కడ దాదాపుగా ఒక 2000 చిన్న పిల్లలందరూ చాలా అద్భుతంగా మనం ఏం చెప్తే చేస్తారు వాళ్ళు. సో అలాంటి పిల్లలకి మోటివేషన్ కోసం సార్ వాళ్ళు వెళ్తున్నారు. 2 days అక్కడ ఉండి వాళ్ళు వస్తారు. మరి అలాగే టిస్ వాళ్ళు కూడా 11th రోజున ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేస్తున్నారు. మహాత్మా గాంధీ యూనివర్సిటీలో కూడా 11th రోజు ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఉంది. అలాగే తెలంగాణ యూనివర్సిటీలో 12th రోజున ఉంది. సో ఇట్లా ఈ COP28 ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ డిఫరెంట్ కాలేజెస్లో జరుగుతూ ఉన్నాయి. మరి ఇందాక ప్రియా మేడం చెప్పినట్టుగా సారు డైలీ అనాలిసిస్ ఎంత బ్యూటిఫుల్గా ఉందంటే, మీరు స్టూడెంట్స్ ప్లీజ్ ఎవరూ మిస్ కావద్దు. మన దగ్గర లింక్ ఉంటుంది, మా CGR మెంబర్స్ని అడిగితే మీకు ఇస్తారు. మీరు ఖచ్చితంగా వినండి. డైలీ 1 hour 9 to 10 మీకు ఆ టైంలో కాలేజ్ వస్తారు, ట్రావెలింగ్లో ఉంటారు, పాసిబిలిటీ ఉండకపోవచ్చు. బట్ దాన్ని మీరు యూట్యూబ్లో చూసి దాంట్లో మీకు చాలా విషయాలు తెలుస్తాయి. అసలు COP ఏంటి, అసలు ఏం చర్చలు జరుగుతున్నాయి, ఏ కంట్రీ కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఏముంది, అలాంటి చాలా నాలెడ్జ్. అంటే మనకి ఇట్లా పెద్దలు చెప్తారు కదా, అరటి పండు వలసి పెట్టినట్టుగా, జస్ట్ అంత పెద్ద గ్లోబల్ సబ్జెక్ట్ని ఒక 1 hourలో కుదించి చెప్పడం అంటే అది చాలా మేధస్సుతో కూడిన పని. మరి వారు మనకి అంత చక్కగా అందిస్తున్నప్పుడు మరి స్టూడెంట్స్ ముఖ్యంగా మీరు దాన్ని యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకోవాలని మీ అందరికీ నేను రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను. వీలు ఉంటే రేపు మార్నింగ్ 9 to 10 వినండి, మీరు వినడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేయండి. లింక్ షేర్ చేస్తారు, మీకు COP పైన రివ్యూ ఉంటుంది. ఒక 10 minutes తెలుగులో ఉంటుంది, మిగతా టైం ఇంగ్లీష్లో చెప్తారు. ఓకే, సో ఇది మన COPకి సంబంధించినటువంటి ప్రోగ్రామ్. CGR గత 3 yearsగా ఇది 3rd series. ప్రొఫెసర్ సారు మాకు ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేస్తే బాగుంటుంది క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ పైన అని వారి సూచన మేరకు ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని మేము కంటిన్యూగా చేస్తున్నాం. ఇంకా ఫ్యూచర్లో కూడా ఇది ఇలాగే కంటిన్యూ అవుతుంది. సో ఇది మన ఈ కాప్ ప్రోగ్రామ్కి సంబంధించి. మరి సీజర్ సంస్థ గురించి ఒక 2 minutes చెప్పి నేను ముగిస్తాను. కౌన్సిల్ ఫర్ గ్రీన్ రెవల్యూషన్ అనేది ఒక ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ కోసం స్టార్ట్ చేసినటువంటి ఆర్గనైజేషన్. ఫస్ట్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ అంటే అదొక చాలా పెద్ద సబ్జెక్ట్, అదొక ఓషన్ లాగా ఉంటుంది. ఎక్కడ మొదలు పెట్టాలి, ఎక్కడ ఎండ్ చేయాలి, అది చాలా కష్టం. అందుకే మనందరం ఏమనుకుంటాము అంటే అబ్బా ఇంత పెద్ద సబ్జెక్ట్ నేనేం చేయగలను అనేసి మనం దాన్ని వదిలేస్తాం. కానీ మీరు దాన్ని కొంచెం ట్విస్ట్ చేసి నేను ఎందుకు చేయలేను అని ఒక్కసారి మీరు అనుకుంటే మీ డైలీ లైఫ్లో, ఇప్పుడు మన ప్రధానమంత్రి గారు కూడా లైఫ్ స్టైల్ అనేది ఒక టాపిక్ పెట్టారు. అంటే డైలీ చిన్న చిన్న ప్రాక్టీసెస్, అంటే చిన్నదాంతో మొదలు పెడితేనే మనం పెద్దదాని వరకు రీచ్ కాగలుగుతాం. కాబట్టి మన డైలీ లైఫ్లో మనం ఎలాంటి చేంజెస్ చేసుకోగలము అనేటువంటి ఒక ప్రయత్నం కోసం మరి లైఫ్ అనే చిన్న టాపిక్స్ పాయింట్స్ ఇచ్చారు వాళ్ళు, దాన్ని కూడా మీరు చూడొచ్చు. సో మరి ఇలాంటి ఒక ప్రాక్టీసెస్ ద్వారానే మనకి రిజల్ట్ వస్తుంది అనేది ఒకటి. సో మేము సీజర్ స్టార్ట్ చేసినప్పుడు ప్లాంటేషన్తో స్టార్ట్ చేసాం. మరి ఎక్కడో ఒక దగ్గర స్టార్ట్ చేయాలి కాబట్టి ప్లాంటేషన్తో స్టార్ట్ చేసాము. స్కూల్ చిల్డ్రన్ ఇన్వాల్వ్ చేస్తూ 3.4 million అంటే 34 lakhs మొక్కలు మేము పిల్లల ద్వారా నాటించాం. మరి పిల్లలు అంటే స్కూల్ ప్రెమిసెస్లో అనుకోవద్దు, అది వాళ్ళ ఇంటి దగ్గర కానీ పొలం దగ్గర కానీ ఎక్కడ ప్లేస్ ఉంటే అక్కడ పెట్టాలి. దానికి రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ ఆ పిల్లలు. అంటే వాళ్ళకి బిఫోర్ ప్లాంటేషన్ వాళ్ళకి మంచిగా మోటివేషన్ చేసి మొక్క ఎలా నాటాలి, ఎట్లా పెంచాలి, దానికి ఏదైనా డిసీజ్ వస్తే ఏం చేయాలి, ఇట్లా వాళ్ళకి మోటివేషన్ చేస్తూ అసలు ఎందుకు పెట్టాలి మొక్క, మొదలు ఎందుకు పెట్టాలో తెలియనప్పుడు పెట్టమని మనం ఇస్తే వాళ్ళు ఎందుకు పెడతారు, అంటే తెలియాలి కదా మనం చేసే పనికి రిజల్ట్ ఏముంటుంది అన్నప్పుడు మనకి అది 100% రిజల్ట్తో చేయగలుగుతాం. సో అట్లా మేము పిల్లలకి మోటివేషన్ చేసి చాలా మొత్తం అప్పుడు కంబైన్ స్టేట్ ఉండే మొత్తం ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ మొత్తంగా మేము ఈ కార్యక్రమాలను చేశాము. మరి గవర్నమెంట్ ఏర్పడిన తర్వాత తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ హరితహారం కార్యక్రమం ఒకటి చేశారు. దాంట్లో కూడా మేము ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయ్యాము. బంగారు తెలంగాణకి బాలల హరితహారం అనేటువంటి ఒక ప్రోగ్రాం ద్వారా చిన్నపిల్లలతో ఎంటైర్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ మేము ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేసాము. మేము చేసిన దాంట్లో ఇంకొక హైలైట్ ఏంటంటే మెదక్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్లో 1 day 1 million ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేసాం. ఒక 2 లక్షల మంది స్టూడెంట్స్ 1 million ప్లాంటేషన్ ఒకటే రోజులో చేశారు. కలెక్టర్ గారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో వారు చాలా సపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చారు మాకు. అదొక మేము చేయనటువంటి ఒక మైలురాయి. దాని తర్వాత గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ 2 times మనకు అవార్డ్స్ ఇచ్చారు. అది వేరే విషయం. పిల్లల్ని మనకి అంటే ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్కి కనెక్ట్ చేయడానికి ఒక చిన్న ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్స్ సింపుల్వి. ఒకటి, పిల్లలు మొక్క నాటిన తర్వాత ఆఫ్టర్ 1 year మొక్కకి బర్త్డే సెలబ్రేషన్ చేయాలి. బర్త్డే రోజు మొక్క పెట్టడం కాదు, వారు నాటిన మొక్కకి బర్త్డే సెలబ్రేషన్. దాంతో వాళ్ళు నా మొక్కకి నేను బర్త్డే చేయాలి అనేసి 1 year చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా కాపాడేవాళ్ళు పిల్లలు. వాళ్ళ మదర్స్కి వాళ్ళ నాయనమ్మలకి ఇంటి దగ్గర వాళ్ళు కాషన్ చేసేది, మేము వచ్చేసరికి చెట్టు చనిపోతే చూడండి అని వాళ్ళు వార్నింగ్ ఇచ్చి మరీ వచ్చేవాళ్ళు స్కూల్కి. సో అట్లా 1 year మొక్క పెరిగిన తర్వాత దానికి ఎలాంటి ప్రాబ్లం ఉండదు అనేసి అదొక చిన్న ప్రయోగం చేస్తాము. అలాగే రాఖీ పండుగ రోజున, రక్షాబంధన్ రోజున వృక్షబంధం చేయడం, మొక్కలకి రాఖీలు కట్టి పిల్లలకు ఒక రిలేషన్షిప్, నేచర్తో ఒక రిలేషన్షిప్ ఏర్పడడానికి చిన్న చిన్న ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్ చేశాము. 5th class టెక్స్ట్ బుక్లో, గవర్నమెంట్ టెక్స్ట్ బుక్లో CGRది లెసన్గా 2012 నుంచి ఉంది, ఇప్పటికీ కూడా ఉంది. సో ఇలా మేము ఈ ప్లాంటేషన్లో రిజల్ట్స్ సాధిస్తూ ఉన్నప్పుడు పెద్దలందరూ కూర్చొని మరి మన ఓన్లీ ప్లాంటేషన్తో ఇప్పుడున్న పరిస్థితులకు సరిపోదు, మనం కన్జర్వేషన్ పైన పని చేయాలి అన్నప్పుడు మేము ఈస్టర్న్ ఘాట్స్ అనే టాపిక్ తీసుకొని ఈస్టర్న్ ఘాట్స్ స్ట్రెచ్లో ఉన్న అన్ని యూనివర్సిటీస్లో సెమినార్స్ కండక్ట్ చేయడం. 5 జిల్లాలకి 5 స్టేట్స్కి అది స్ప్రెడ్ అయి ఉంది. సో చెన్నై, వైజాగ్, ఒరిస్సా, వెస్ట్ బెంగాల్ వరకు, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, తెలంగాణ అన్నిట్లో మేము యూనివర్సిటీస్లో సెమినార్స్ పెట్టాము. దాని తర్వాత ఇందాక మేడం చెప్పినట్టు ఒక వరల్డ్ క్లాస్ బుక్ తయారు చేస్తాం మేము. దాంట్లో మీకు మన లైబ్రరీలో ఉంది ఆ బుక్, మీరు ఎవరైనా పిల్లలు కావాలంటే దాన్ని బాటనీ, జువాలజీ స్టూడెంట్స్ రెఫరెన్స్ బుక్ వాడుకోవచ్చు. సో ఇదంతా చేస్తూ ఉంటే మళ్ళీ ఒక థాట్ పెద్దలకి, మరి మనం ప్లాంటేషన్ అయింది, కన్జర్వేషన్ అయింది, బట్ నెక్స్ట్ ఒక జనరేషన్ తయారు చేయకపోతే మరి ఇది ఎట్లా అవుతుంది అనేసి ఈ ఎర్త్ లీడర్షిప్ మీద సస్టైనబిలిటీ ఉండాలి, మనం చేసే ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కంటిన్యూ కావాలి అన్నప్పుడు నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్ తయారు కావాలి. కాబట్టి మనం ఒక ఎర్త్ లీడర్షిప్ ట్రైనింగ్ మీద ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేద్దామని ఎర్త్ సెంటర్ అనే ప్లేస్ని తయారు చేశాము. ఇప్పుడు గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ మాకు ఒక అవకాశం ఇచ్చారు. 6 డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్లో ప్రతి డిస్ట్రిక్ట్లో ఒక 10 స్కూల్స్, 60 స్కూళ్ళల్లో మేము ఒక పైలట్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ కింద ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేస్తున్నాం ఎర్త్ లీడర్షిప్ మీద. ఎర్త్ లీడర్స్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అనేది ఆ ప్రోగ్రామ్ పేరు. అప్పుడు మాధవ్ మేడం అట్లనే కనెక్ట్ అయ్యారు. పాలమాకుల స్కూల్లో రీసెంట్గా అక్కడ కిచెన్ గార్డెన్, మెడిసినల్ ప్లాంటేషన్, ఒక సోలార్ ల్యాంప్, అంటే పిల్లలకి ఏవైతే చేయగలుగుతారో ఎనర్జీ కన్జర్వేషన్ ఇలాంటివన్నీ కూడా లైవ్గా అక్కడ చూపించడానికి మేము ఒక ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాం. వాటర్ హార్వెస్టింగ్, వేస్ట్ మేనేజ్మెంట్. సో ఇట్లా మిగతా డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్ అన్ని స్కూల్స్లో చేసి గవర్నమెంట్కి ఒక పైలట్ ప్రాజెక్టుగా మోడల్ ఇవ్వాలనేది మా ప్రయత్నం. సో చిన్న ఏజ్లో నుంచి వాళ్ళకి ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ మెడిసినల్ ప్లాంట్స్, మన సీడ్స్, మన అగ్రికల్చర్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా వాళ్ళకు దాని వాల్యూస్ తెలియజేయకపోతే ఫ్యూచర్లో ఉండే జనరేషన్ చాలా ప్రాబ్లం ఫేస్ చేస్తుందనే ఉద్దేశంతో మేము ఈ రకంగా ప్రయత్నాలు చేస్తున్నాం. మరి ఇలా ఈ క్రమంలో ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి ఇక్కడ మాకు అవకాశం ఇచ్చినటువంటి విజయలత మేడంకి, అలాగే కోటి విమెన్స్ యూనివర్సిటీకి అందరికీ కూడా నేను కౌన్సిల్ ఫర్ గ్రీన్ రెవల్యూషన్ తరఫున ధన్యవాదాలు. మరీ ముఖ్యంగా ప్రియా మేడం, శైలు మేడం, వినీత పాండే మేడం వీళ్ళందరికీ కూడా ప్రత్యేకంగా నేను ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. మరి సిజిఆర్ సంస్థ వాళ్ళు ఈ ప్రోగ్రాం కోసం నిరంతరం కృషి చేస్తున్నారు. వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా నేను ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. మరి మీరందరూ ఈరోజు ఏదో వచ్చామా, ప్రోగ్రామ్ అటెండ్ అయ్యామా, వెళ్ళిపోయామా, సర్టిఫికేట్ వచ్చిందా? మన సర్టిఫికేట్ పేపర్ కాదు, మీ సర్టిఫికేట్ మీ లోపల మీరు తీసుకెళ్లేటువంటి నాలెడ్జ్, దాన్ని ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్లోకి తీసుకురావడానికి మీరు చేసే ప్రయత్నం, అది రియల్ సర్టిఫికేట్. అప్పుడే మనం అబ్దుల్ కలాం గారు చెప్పినట్టు ఈ ప్లానెట్ లివబుల్ ప్లానెట్గా నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్కి ఇచ్చి వెళ్ళగలుగుతాం. నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్ కాదు, ఇప్పుడు మనకి క్వశ్చన్ మార్క్ ఉంది అసలు మన జనరేషన్ ఉంటామా పోతామా అని. ఎందుకంటే రిపోర్ట్స్ అంత భయంకరంగా ఉన్నాయి. అదేదో ఊరికే టైంపాస్కి ఇచ్చిన రిపోర్ట్స్ కావు, అవన్నీ కూడా సైంటిస్టులు ఎంతో రీసెర్చ్ చేసి ఇచ్చినటువంటి రిపోర్ట్స్. కాబట్టి ముఖ్యంగా మీరు యంగ్స్టర్స్ అందరూ ఈ విషయంలో మీరు ముందు ఉండాలని రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తూ, మరి దీన్ని చాలా సీరియస్గా మీరు అందరూ వినాలి, అర్థం చేసుకొని ఒక ఆలోచనతో వెళ్ళాలని కోరుకుంటూ మరి నాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
సమస్య చాలా గంభీరంగా ఉంది. ఇప్పుడు తప్పితే ఎప్పుడు మనం ఈ సమస్యను అటెండ్ కావాలి, ఇంకా టైం లేదు ఇక్కడ. అందుకే మాకు అందరికీ మన పెద్దలు నరసింహారెడ్డి గారు దాని తీవ్రత, పురుషోత్తం రెడ్డి గారు వాటి వివరాలు మాకు చెప్పడంతో దాంట్లో ఈ COP28 సందర్భంగా ఇక్కడ మహిళా ఉమెన్స్ కాలేజీలో పెట్టడం జరిగింది. ఏ కార్యక్రమమైనా ఒక కుటుంబం బాగుండాలన్నా, ఒక ఊరు బాగుండాలన్నా, ఒక దేశం బాగుండాలన్నా, ప్రపంచం బాగుండాలన్నా మొదలు మహిళ, ఆ ఇంటి మహిళను చూస్తే ఆ ఇంటి సంగతి తెలిసిపోద్ది అన్నట్టుగా మొదలు మీ మీద నమ్మకం పెట్టుకొని ఈ బాధ్యతలను మిమ్మల్ని భాగస్వామ్యం చేసేందుకు మేము మీ దగ్గరికి రావటం జరిగింది. సమస్యను తీవ్రతను ఆలోచన చేసి ఇటీవలనే ఎన్నికలైనవి, అన్నిటికీ నాయకులు ఉన్నారు, అన్ని పార్టీలకు ఉన్నారు, మున్సిపాలిటీలలో ఉన్నారు, అసెంబ్లీకి ఉన్నారు, పార్లమెంటుకు ఉన్నారు. ఢిల్లీలో తీవ్రత, గాలి కాలుష్యం 60-70 ఉండవలసింది 400 ఉన్నది. ఏం చేయలేకపోతున్నాం. కానీ మనం ఎంతసేపు ఆ విషయం మీద తీవ్రత మేనిఫెస్టోలో రావటం లేదు. వస్తుందా? ఇంతకంటే గాలి, పంచభూతాలు, గాలి, నీరు, భూమి, వీటికంటే ఇంత సమస్య ఏముంటుంది చెప్పండి? ఈ సమస్య తీవ్రత వాళ్ళు గ్రహించటం లేదంటే నాయకులు వాళ్ళు తప్పు పట్టడం లేదు. వాళ్ళకు ఉండే సమస్యలలో ఇది చాలా చిన్నగా కనిపిస్తుంది. ఇది చిన్నది కాదు, మా భవిష్యత్ ఇది, రేపు మాకు పుట్టబోయే పిల్లల భవిష్యత్తు ఇద్దని మీరు ప్రశ్నించాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. మేము చేయవలసిన డ్యామేజ్ అంతా చేసేసినాం. ఇప్పుడు మీరు మేల్కొనకపోతే మీరు రేపు మీకు పెట్టబోయే పిల్లలకు కూడా మీరు అన్యాయం చేసిన వాళ్ళు అవుతారు. దానికి గాను మీరేమి ఇప్పుడు ఇంతకుముందు మనకు స్వతంత్రం కొరకు ప్రాణాలు ఇచ్చిండ్రు, మీరేం ప్రాణాలు ఇవ్వాల్సిన పని లేదు, ఆత్మాహుతి చేసుకోవాల్సిన పని లేదు. ఎన్నో బలిదానాలు ఇచ్చిండు, ఎన్నో మన లక్షల మంది బలిదానం ఇస్తే ఈరోజు మనం శ్వాస పీల్చుకుంటున్నాం, ఫ్రీడమ్గా ఉండగలుగుతున్నాం. ఈ పర్యావరణం కొరకు మీరు చిన్న పని చేయలేరా? మీరు విద్యార్థులు, మహిళలు, దీనికి ఇక్కడ ఉమెన్స్ కాలేజ్ నుంచే నాంది పలకండి. ప్రతి క్లాస్కు ఒక ఇద్దరు మీరే నాయకులు కాండి. ఎవరైతారు? గాంధీ మహాత్ముడు వెళ్ళినప్పుడు మొదలు ఒక్కడే వెళ్ళాడు, వెనకాల అందరూ వచ్చారు. మీరే మొదలు పెట్టండి. ఇక్కడి నుంచి పంచభూతాలు గాలి నీరు మంచి వాటిని చేసేటప్పుడు మీరే నడుం కట్టండి. ఇక్కడి నుంచి మీ వెనకాల మేము ఉంటాం. గల్లీ లీడర్ ఉంటారు, ఢిల్లీ లీడర్ ఉంటారు, అన్ని పార్టీలకు లీడర్ ఉంటారు. పర్యావరణానికి మీరెందుకు లీడర్లు కాకూడదు? పర్యావరణ సమస్య మన ఒక్కరిది కాదు, ఒక పార్టీలది కాదు, ఒక మతాంది కాదు, ఒక కులాంది కాదు. ఇది అందరి సమస్య. ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా వ్యాపిస్తున్న పెద్ద గంభీరమైన, ఇంతకంటే ప్రమాదమైన ఇంకో సమస్య లేదు. కానీ దాని తీవ్రతను అది పక్కకు పెట్టి మిగతా అన్ని విషయాల మీద చర్చించుకుంటున్నాము. దీని మీద జరగవలసిన చర్చ జరుగుతలేదు. చర్చ జరిగినా గ్రౌండ్కి వెళ్ళటం లేదు. మన నరసింహారెడ్డి గారు, ప్రొఫెసర్ గారు చెప్తుంటారు, మనం ఎంతసేపు మాట్లాడే వాళ్ళు చాలా మంది ఉన్నారు, మనం గ్రౌండ్కి వెళ్ళాలంటాడు. ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళినా ఏదన్నా విషయం ఉంటే గ్రామానికి వెళ్దాం మాట్లాడదాం, లేదంటే ఏదైనా కాలేజీకి వెళ్ళి మాట్లాడదాం. మనం మాట్లాడుకుంటూ వెళ్ళాము అందరు కూర్చొని ఇక్కడ అనే ఉద్దేశంతో మీ దగ్గరికి రావడం జరిగింది. మీ దగ్గర ఎంతో మీ మీద నమ్మకం పెట్టుకొని ఇక్కడికి వచ్చాము మేము. మీరు ఎంతమంది మీరే వాలంటీర్గా లీడ్ తీసుకొని ఒక్కొక్క క్లాస్ నుంచి ఇద్దరు ముగ్గురు రాండి, మీరే నాయకులు కాండి. మీ వెనకాల మేముంటాం. మా ఎంబడి ఎంతోమంది నైపుణ్యం ఉన్న వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు, మీకు అందరూ గైడ్ చేస్తారు. నేను ఇంత చెప్పి ముగిస్తున్నాను.
దిస్ ఈజ్ వన్ ఆఫ్ ది important topics which we are supposed to talk every day and every minute because of its great disaster which it is causing to our mother earth. And one of the important things is when we talk about this COP and which is happening in Dubai, and we are thankful to Council for Green Revolution as well as Earth Leadership and Sustainability for conducting such a wonderful conference in our university as a round table conference where you will be discussing many aspects, especially women in climate. And when we talk about women in climate, there are a lot of issues which women are facing today because of these disasters, or let us say as environmental changes which are happening. Many gynec problems are prevailing in youngsters. See any of the youngster, there will be a problem with them. And married women, if we talk about, there are still more problems. If they give birth to a baby also, there are a lot of deformities. What are these due to? These are due to the climate changes whatever are happening, and because of the pollution which is seen. And this pollution is not only because you are just seeing it, but you are also consuming it. And because of the consumption of such kind of polluted food products, then there are lot of genetic changes which are happening inside the body. And these genetic changes are causing lot of problems in women especially. Men also are facing, but drastically it is seen in women because they will be the mothers in future, and you are responsible for that. When we talk about climate change, we are saying that reaching net zero carbon dioxide emission is one of the important tasks to halt global warming, and this is the key milestone on the pathway for safer earth. But how do we go about for this net zero carbon dioxide emission? Zero emission commitment is one of the important aspects which we can think of, where we are only talking about the surface energy balance. and how this is done and how this is impacting the environment and the climate change is one of the important things. We have impacted the environment through centuries and millennia, and we as humans are the greatest disaster causing people, not others. If you are not there on the earth also, that earth will prevail. There is no doubt about it. The plants will grow, the animals will grow. Our importance is nowhere when we talk about ourselves, but we are causing this like climate changes, and that we have to take into consideration. If you see, these human activities have caused deep ocean warming and sea level rising and glacier fed river systems, and all these are causing lot of global warming. And food system is one of the important aspects when we talk about 30% of emissions are generated through our food system. Meat is one of the things. If you can stop eating meat, non-veg, everybody likes it, it is very tasty, but that is causing 30% of carbon emission. Reduce it. If you are taking it thrice a week, make it once a week. That reduction also will help in reducing the change. Okay, and this tackling of the crisis which we are talking about, this is a societal challenge, and it will take centuries together to get back this to normalcy. And we cannot say that once you get this global warming not there in our system, still the earth system components cannot stabilize that very easily. At the same time, they will not stabilize. They will take some time, maybe years or centuries. So you have to be vigilant as to what you are doing. And there are a lot of aspects which we can talk about when we talk about this global warming and halting of global warming. If we say there are environmental regulations which we have to take into consideration, controlling the carbon emission, carbon footprint, and discharges from industries, if they can reduce, how the discharges are just flown through the water, and because of that what is happening? Water pollution is happening, and some way or the other these chemicals will enter into our food system, food cycle, and we are consuming it. And not only that, agriculture, pesticides. Now when we talk about agriculture, if you want a good product to come out, what we are doing is we are adding lot of pesticides to the farming land, and because of that there are a lot of problems again. So we have to reduce those and get the technology where if we can reduce these, how we can get a good product or a good crop, that we have to understand. And promoting sustainable practices like cleaner technologies. What kind of technologies? As students, you should come up with new technologies as good researchers. What technologies should be given to the farmers or to the industry so that there will be a cleaning happening, and how you can sustain the earth is what is one of the important aspects. Another thing is what the awareness programs. These are one of the public awareness and educating the students to know about this aspect of changing in climate, how it is causing, what is the effects of it, that you will be learning today. Please pay patience and also vigilantly listen to the speakers, what they are trying to tell you, and also take this to the other students and to your family and surroundings,
and help them to understand what is the impact of this and how we are having this problem together. These are all globally we are talking about. Individually also we have to take the responsibility. What are the individual responsibilities? Is you have to reduce the energy consumption. When we talk about energy consumption, what do we mean? Energy efficiency. Energy efficient appliances if you can use, then that is one of the important things which you can do. Plastic reduction, reusing the things, recycle the things. Whatever you are using, if you can recycle, that is another aspect where you will be helping. So we see lot of plastic in our campus also. As students, you should feel responsible that you should not use plastic. First thing, you should not throw it. We have lot of other animals staying here. We have numerous peacocks available in our campus. And if you throw such plastic things and if they start eating it, then unknowingly they are at a problem. That also you should take into consideration. If somebody is using plastic, ask them to stop use plastic. You can see the files which they have given. They are not plastic. So individually if you can do that, I will not use plastic from today on. Make a promise that you will not use plastic from now on. Then that is one small step will go to a greater leap. That is very, very important. Not only that, transportation is another aspect. Every individual person has a personal car. Instead of that, use public transport or pooling of the transport, or you can go by walk. If there is a smaller distance which you have to cover, go by walk, or use cycles. Nowadays we are not seeing cycles. It is very difficult in this traffic to go on a cycle, but if possible, if you are going to a smaller distance, please use cycles, and public transport is another thing. And minimize the waste generation. That's what is reuse and recycle, which I have talked about. And spread the awareness about this program. Whatever you are learning today, please spread that to other students and your younger generation, your siblings and the people around you, and make a promise today itself that you will be the ambassadors for this COP. Whatever deliberations you are having today, you will carry forward this to the others. Make a promise that. And one more promise, no plastic. Okay? Thank you very much.
I just wanted to have a 1 minute interaction with you all. As our beloved Vice Chancellor Madam rightly pointed out, using of the plastics, at least in our campus we should ban this, because here we are using the plastic bottles and sending the message through the photos and videos that this is the best water, the sealed water is the best water that we are using. But recently I went to a party of our IMA, she called us, and we all went, and she gave these water bottles. So we asked why these sealed water bottles. We could have the same earthen pot and steel glasses were much better. But you all, whenever there is a workshop or seminar, we all feel that this bottle is much very dignified way of giving the water. But here we have to practice, because here think globally and act locally. So this is the first action that we are taking today. We are taking oath that we are not going to use these plastic water bottle or any of the plastics from today. We just want to say no to it, and no more we will be the brand ambassador for these bottles. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And I'd at the onset like to thank the Vice Chancellor. I'd like to thank the university, and I'd like to thank CGR for providing me with this opportunity to make a presentation. My presentation is going to be giving a comprehensive overview and like an introduction to the Conference of Parties, which is what is actually providing the backdrop for today's roundtable conference. So it's essentially going to trace the trajectory in relation to the Conference of Parties, relation to climate change, because there are other conference of parties also that are held, but particularly the climate change COPs, Conference of Parties. First slide. Yeah. So before I go to the Climate Change Conference of Parties, so the presentation is divided into two parts. The first part is going to give the context which actually has led to the emergence of global thinking on climate change, countries coming together and having various agreements and conventions. So the first part is going to give that kind of background, and then I will move to the second part, which is going to specifically talk of the Climate Change Conference of Parties. Now, as far as the world is concerned, the changes related to environment actually started coming into limelight in the decade of 1970s, and then late 1960s there were several reports that had come up, and in 1970s the first conference related to environment was held, which was the Ramsar Convention in 1971. Can we just tap? The Ramsar Convention in 1971, which was on wetlands, and the very important convention on environment and development, which is the Stockholm Conference, was held. So each of these conferences are named after the place or the location where they are held. So the Stockholm Conference in 1972 was the first global environment international conference that was held. And it was also as a result of the Stockholm Conference that the United Nations Environment Programme, which is a body or agency under the umbrella of the United Nations, which looks specifically into environment-related aspects. So the UNEP, or the United Nations Environment Programme, was formed. Now, in 1980s, the depletion of the ozone layer above Antarctica also came to light. There was an article which was published in the Nature magazine, and then that's when the world just came together, decided to pull up their socks that this is something that needs to be addressed. Now, the Vienna Convention was held in Vienna, Austria, and this is where attention was drawn to the ozone layer depletion. And when countries came together, deliberated, thought, they decided that very clear action needs to be taken to address this. And as a result of this convention, the Montreal Protocol, which means coming together, an agreement, what are we going to do? So you'll hear a lot of terms like protocols, agreements, mandates, which essentially refers to a kind of agreement. This is what we are going to do, a direction or a guideline, a document, and also points of action. So these are some of the common terms that are used in international conventions. And convention, we mean coming together, of different nations and countries. So the Montreal Protocol was signed. I'll talk of each of these specifically, but if we can move further. And moving further, in 1992, the Rio, or the Earth Summit, which is a very important, significant milestone summit, was held. And it was from here on that we see a change in the trajectory. So far we are broadly talking about environment at the global level. It was at the Rio Summit that then we get into specific issues of the environment. So you have biodiversity, you have climate change, and you have desertification. So from here on, different conventions or different bodies have been formed for each of these, and each of these then have conference of parties periodically. And so you have the Convention on Biological Diversity, which has a conference of parties every 2 years. You have the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which organizes its COPs every year. And then you also have the Convention to Combat Desertification, which is roughly 1 to 2 years. So what we are going to talk about today is the UNFCCC COPs. Can we move on? So if you see the trajectory, go back. If you see actually the trajectory, there are these dotted lines. So 1970s is when the awareness broadly on environmental concerns took limelight on the global stage. And then we see specific, actions. 1980s laid the background, and then 1990s specifically, we see a change in the trajectory. So as far as climate change is concerned, these are the significant events. You have the Stockholm Conference, you have the Vienna Convention, and in 1980s, you also have the formation and establishment of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Some of us may have heard of this, which I'll talk about a little more, and then of course the 1992 Earth Summit. Now, the Stockholm Conference was actually the first major conference of the United Nations to address environmental issues, and it was held in Stockholm in Sweden in '72. It came out with the Declaration on Human Environment, which is that there is a need to have a common outlook and adopt common principles to preserve environment and also to enhance. So there is a dual role, not just preserve and conserve, but also to enhance human environment. And like I already mentioned, the United Nations Environment Program was set up after this. The Vienna Convention came together to address the specific issue of the ozone layer depletion and how that the ozone layer needs to be protected. So it was actually interesting because this was the first time that a convention was held and the world decided to take action before realizing the impacts of the change. So a very successful convention, and the result of it, because it also led to the Montreal Protocol, which essentially outlined which are the substances which need to be banned, which need to be stopped in order to address this ozone layer depletion. So it was a very successful global act. Next. Yeah. So if we look at this graph, here we see that because of adopting the Montreal Protocol and the action being taken on that, there is a stark reduction in the ozone depleting substances, the production of that. So if you look at 1990 to 2007, so you see the graph actually going down. So this is a significant achievement. Next. Now, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change was formed in 1988. It is a body of scientists. So there are thousands of scientists who are of this panel, and what it basically does is it reviews and puts together the latest research on climate change, and it comes up with reports. So its most key report is the assessment report, and there have been different assessment reports since the formation of the IPCC, and of course there are other studies that it puts together. So essentially what the IPCC does is evaluate the risks that climate change poses to us based on research. Thank you. Next. So I've already talked of the Rio Summit, so I'll skip this and move on now. Next, please. Yeah, so this is the broad trajectory that I traced, and from the Earth Summit, you have, different trajectory for each, and this is what we are now going to talk about. So the UNFCCC was essentially formed to stabilize concentration of greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. Now, why this specific role? No, and also to address global warming, to limit increase in average global temperature. Now, do you know the role of greenhouse gases? They keep the earth warm. If it wasn't for the greenhouse gases, then the earth would be a very cold place and we probably would find it very difficult to live, or maybe not live at all. But if there is more number of greenhouse gases, then the warmth will increase, the heat on the earth will increase, right? So this is what we call as global warming. Yeah? Now what happens when there is global warming? It also leads to changes in climatic patterns. This is what we are calling climate change, right? So this is the key mandate of the UNFCCC, which is to limit GHG emission into the atmosphere and keep global average temperature to a certain limit so that we don't realize the impacts or effects of it, and particularly, due to the changing climate patterns. So we all already see the changes, due to climate patterns. So the recent floods in Chennai that happened, what had happened? What was the event? There was a cyclone called Michaung, right? So one of the effects of climate change is increase in frequency and intensity of cyclones. And of course, also the kind of urban infrastructure that we have, we are not very prepared to face disasters like floods. Now, the UNFCCC works very closely with the IPCC, which I just talked about. So they work very closely together. So IPCC will provide, the research and the reports, and the UNFCCC will actually take those reports, the evidence, the scientific research into cognizance, and then set out, the mandate for the different conference of parties, and then the nations have to accordingly take action. So if you look at this map, you see different shades here. So, and these are all the countries or nations which have signed up for the UNFCCC. So you have the Annex 1 countries, you have the Annex 2 countries, and the non-Annex countries. So Annex 1 countries are the ones here, which is former USSR, and also the ones in green. So mostly these are countries which have historically contributed a lot to greenhouse gas emissions because of the economic development or the kind of industrialization that they've had. So Annex 1 countries refers to those who have historically contributed more to GHG emissions. Annex 2 parties are those which are the industrialized economies and which are held accountable to support, particularly in terms of finance, the effects or the impacts in developing nations. So the Annex 2 countries are those. So Annex 1 also includes some of the economies in transition, like, after the breakdown of USSR, there are nations in Eastern Europe which come under economies in transition. So, but Annex 2 specifically refers to industrialized nations. So, the ones in green, if you see all of this, excluding this. And the non-Annex parties are the developing countries. So there are 198 nations which are actually parties to the UNFCCC. Of course, to each of the COPs and the treaties that come out from the COPs, there's a different set of parties or non-parties. Now, when we say that, there are 198 parties to the UNFCCC or to, let's say, a protocol, when I said Montreal Protocol, what does it mean? It simply means that when a nation, there is a representative of every country who's there at these conventions, he will just sign, at if the country agrees to the convention, then they will just make a representative signature. But then once you go back to the nation, whichever is the decision-making body, that has to clear this representation. So in the case of India, for instance, it would be the parliament. So once that is done, then you become party to that convention or agreement. And usually there is a time period that is given to actually become a signatory to the agreement, about a year or so. Now, moving on, so that is the background or context which I wanted to lay down. Moving now to the Climate Change Conference of Parties. So now we've understood what the UNFCCC is and what its role is. So it's a body. Now, what this UNFCCC does is, in order to limit emissions of GHG, it brings together the 198 parties that I just talked about, brings them together every year in what is called the Conference of Parties. So now you understand why it's called Conference of Parties, parties being the 198 parties which are part of the UNFCCC. They all come together for a conference to deliberate, debate, negotiate on aspects, concerns which are being put forward by a scientific body based on evidence, which is the IPCC, right? So UNFCCC is working very closely with the IPCC and therefore setting the global direction as to how we need to move forward to address global warming and climate change. So today there is COP28 being held. So from the time it started, so it's the 28th Conference of Parties. So, which means if every year, so many, from the beginning, so many conference of parties have been held. Now, I'm not going to be talking of all the 28 COPs, I'm going to spare you that, but I'm going to talk about a few of the important milestone conference of parties, particularly the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement, and in between just a handful of them which actually set the way for these two important conferences. Now, this is the journey that I would like to take you through. So the first conference of parties was held in Berlin in the year 1995, and what was discussed here is the Annex 1 countries, which are the Annex 1 countries, and so that mandate was set out in Berlin. Now, this actually opened the way for the Kyoto Protocol, because the Kyoto Protocol gives a very specific role to Annex 1 countries in terms of liability. So the Kyoto Protocol, again named after where it was held, Kyoto in Japan, was held in 1997. The Kyoto COP was held in 1997 in Japan, and as a result of this, the Kyoto Protocol was adopted later. So what the Kyoto Protocol actually set out was that the Annex 1 countries have the responsibility, because historically they have contributed more greenhouse gas emissions. They are the ones who have the liability to reduce the emission. And there were specific targets, quantified targets which were given to these nations. So overall, they had to aim to reduce by 5%, about 5% to the 1990 levels. So whatever they were emitting in 1990, reduce by 5% of that. And this has to be done in a certain time frame, which is 2008 to 2012. Now, the Kyoto Protocol actually came into effect in 2005. So, a long time after, it was set out. So, 1997 to 2005 is a huge gap. So, 2005 is when it came into effect, because countries went back, to their nations, and then, the signing up and becoming parties takes time. And the target was to reduce these 6 greenhouse gases: carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, hydrofluorocarbons, and others. So very clear-cut, very specific targets there. And it also provided with different mechanisms in which the countries can actually reduce their GHG emissions. So one is emissions trading, which is between the Annex 1 countries, they can be trading. The second was joint implementation, that you can implement projects together, developed nations. And the third was clean development mechanism, wherein you can actually support projects in the developing countries, and you can take the the quantum of that to show that you have reduced this much GHG emission. So there were flexible mechanisms that were given to countries. So there were 192 parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and some of the industrialized nations committed to reduce, and this of course was later extended to a second commitment period. Now, moving on from Kyoto, in 2007 in the Bali Convention, so discussions started about, there needs to be rethinking on the differentiation that we have between Annex 1 countries and non-Annex countries. Should and non-Annex countries also be held accountable? And also the 1990 reference base period, we need to relook and rethink about that. And very importantly, it also started discussion on what we are talking about today, which is we have to have a cap on average global temperature increase. So the discussions on that actually started during Bali Convention. And then of course, as a result of this convention, there was an action plan that was put together, and there were specific aspects which the countries were encouraged to take up, which is related to mitigation, have specific national mitigation actions, have adaptation actions, and it also put forward the concept of RED, which is reducing emissions from deforestation and degradation. So these were some of the aspects that came up in Bali, but importantly, this is what I wanted to put forward, the rethinking that started in Bali. Now, in Copenhagen in 2009, importantly was this aspect, which was, we can trace it back to Bali, which is the limiting of global temperature increase. This proposition was put forward that we should look at 2 degrees Celsius. So we can think how in the Paris Agreement, when we come to it, when the discussions actually began here. And 2 degrees Celsius above what? Above the pre-industrial level. So we are not talking of 1990, which we spoke of in the earlier conventions. And it was also here that $100 billion of funding was to be raised by 2020 to help developing countries cope with climate change impacts. And lastly, there was also talk of setting up a green climate fund. So all of this is also showing up in today's COP28, which is why I wanted to put this forward. So after Copenhagen, in Cancun, when 1 year later, when the Green Climate Fund was actually set up, and also, there was further, a more in-depth talking of reducing the distribution of emission reduction targets between different countries. So if we were to keep the global average temperature increase to 2 degrees Celsius, base reference to pre-industrial, then how do we distribute the target? So this kind of discussion actually started in Cancun. In Durban, in South Africa, in 2011, there was further discussion on the same, and they started proposing that we also need to now look beyond Annex 1 countries. No? So we are also including non-Annex. So that kind of thinking has got deeper. In Doha, they decided to extend the Kyoto Protocol. So the first commitment period was from 2008 to 2012. In Doha, they decided that it can be now extended from 2013 to 2020. And moving further to the next COP, which was in Warsaw, the discussion started around INDCs, or the intended nationally determined contributions, which is what directs climate change talks now. So this discussion started, which are pledges that need to be made by individual countries. Why I'm talking about INDCs? Because this is what is the center of the Paris Agreement. Moving on to the next key milestone agreement, which is the Paris which came as a result of the Paris COP in 2015, which is the COP28. It actually saw participation of almost every nation and country, and the Paris Agreement was signed, and once this was signed, the Kyoto Protocol became ineffective. So remember, the second commitment period of Kyoto Protocol was 2013 to 20. So after this agreement came into effect, the Kyoto Protocol became ineffective. Now, what is this Paris Agreement? So the Paris Agreement key is that we are going to keep global temperature increase, limit it to above 2 degrees Celsius with reference to pre-industrial levels. But not just stop at that, actually make more effort and see if we can keep it within 1.5 degrees Celsius. So become a little more ambitious. And each of the countries now has to make a pledge. This pledge is what is called the nationally determined contribution. So we are no longer talking of only Annex 1 countries. We are talking of all parties. So each party has to make a pledge or a NDC, which is going to determine how it is going to contribute to what target? To limit global average temperature increase. So the action on mitigation, adaptation. Now, countries will of course make a pledge, but how do you ensure whether they are doing it or not? So there has to be a review mechanism, and the Paris Agreement said that after every 5 years we will take a stock. How far have we reached? Where else? What more do we have to do? And in order to reach our objectives. So it also set up a review mechanism. So from Kyoto to Paris, the key distinction that we see is that in the Kyoto Protocol, it was a top-down approach. So, quantified targets were given to Annex 1 countries. Whereas in the Paris Agreement, the nations had to decide based on their capability, based on their historical contribution. They can decide as to how they can contribute to emissions, to keeping global average temperature limited. So this was a bottom-up approach. Now, the last point that I mentioned in the Paris Agreement was setting up of a review mechanism. Now, this review mechanism is what is called the global stocktake, and the present COP28 in Dubai is very important because here the first global stocktake is being presented to the parties. And what the global stocktake does is basically give us evidence as to where we are, and therefore help us determine the future action and also relook at the pledges that we have made, make more ambitious pledges. So by the end of the present COP, we will know how countries, parties have actually made use of the findings of this global stocktake in order to relook at their pledges. and the outcome will be published at the end of the COP. So very briefly, the key findings that have come up from this global stocktake. So this review mechanism is also fairly, tedious process. You actually have hundreds and thousands of documents which are reviewed, which are analyzed, they are put together, and then it is presented to the parties at the COP, who then have negotiations based on it. So one important finding of the stocktake is that there is a huge emissions gap. If we are to achieve 2 degrees Celsius, that target, or even go further more to 1.5, we see that there is a huge gap, and it also puts forward the need to talk of phasing out of fossil fuels and the importance of making use of renewable energy. It also draws attention to finance for developing countries who have to cope with the loss and damage that is caused due to climate change, and also the not just the financial support but also the technology support that can be given to developing countries. If you look at this graph, now what we have here is the reference, the base reference level. Now what we have decided is 2 degrees Celsius, which is the one in orange, and if we are to reach more ambitious target of 1.5, then this is the graph. Now where the world is currently is this. So you see the huge gap. Yeah, and also the target is towards the end of the century, that is 2100. So very quickly, I think I'll just conclude in a couple of minutes. So at the present COP, what are the kind of issues that have come up and which have been put forth is one, the setting up of a $30 billion fund for addressing global climate solutions, and also to raise $700 million for loss and damage to help low-income countries. Also look at emissions from farming and agriculture. The talks have also thrown up that renewable energy capacity has to be increased 3 times, and also we need to look into how to double up energy efficiency. It is also proposed methane. I think ma'am also talked about the methane emissions and how we can look at having near zero methane emissions. And of course there has been a lot of talk around phasing out of fossil fuels, and there are several countries which have proposed this. Interestingly, India has been taking a back seat on this, though India was the one in the G20 meet that happened here. This was all kind of shaping up there. So far, these are the quick updates on the COP that is happening in Dubai. So, by the end of the COP, we'll know whether it becomes the third or another significant milestone COP in this entire trajectory of climate change COPs, after Kyoto, Paris, and will Dubai actually hold the same place or not? So the idea of actually showing this entire trajectory is that there is a long drawn process and procedure to arrive at a single COP, what comes out and what is deliberated. And there is a link with the previous COP discussion. So, there is a cumulative building that happens. So if you see that in the first COP, they identified the Annex 1 countries, which actually then provided the base for the Kyoto COP and the Kyoto Protocol. And after Kyoto Protocol, they started discussions on, having a cap on global average average temperature decrease, and also rethinking about this distinction between annex and non-annex countries. This further moved into the other COPs where funding was also called for, and then if you see, and this, redistribution of targets into other COPs, and how that formed the basis for the Paris Agreement, which is what is, the dominant framework today. And what remains to be seen is how it actually becomes a significant base for the Dubai COP. So with that, I will end my presentation. But before I end, I think I just would like to say, so this is what is happening at the global level, the COP, that is the Conference of Parties, right? But we are also at a COP today, which is the Conference of People, no? So the Conference of Parties is addressing climate change at a global level, seeing it as a global responsibility, and there's a global relationship with climate change. But I think we are all sitting here today at the Conference of People because climate change is the individual responsibilities there, like Vice Chancellor Ma'am had given out very specific action points that everyone can do. So it is not just a global responsibility, it is an individual responsibility as well. And why? Because each of us has an individual relationship with climate change. So Leela Ma'am actually, mentioned that how children are being encouraged in school to have their own individual relationship with environment. So each of us also has a relationship with climate change. Climate change affects all of us collectively, but also individually, because therefore, this, I think, Conference of People is also to make us recognize that we have an individual responsibility, an individual role and relationship, to climate change. So that is all that I have. So I think more than that Conference of Parties at the global level, this Conference of People is very, very important. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Zones. Imagine fetching even a pot of water is a huge challenge for them. And if you quickly go back to Chipko movement, okay, and if you get that images that why it were women who were holding the trees, why men were not holding the trees. So definitely there is a very, very strong connection between women and climate and earth. Of course that తెలుగులో కూడా చెప్తారు, హిందీలో కూడా చెప్తారు, పురుష ప్రకృతి. సో women is a symbolic of prakriti, whether it is feminine nature, whether it is your environmental nature. So Sirisha Madam has done a huge job by presenting the trajectory. I don't think it would have been easy for any one of us to do that. So friends, we all are aware that COP28 is happening. From one onwards, different speakers were speaking about it. Now, why it is important for us to discuss, now COP, Conference of Parties, is happening in Dubai, Conference of People has to be held at a local level. So we all are aware that COP28 is a kind of a regulatory monitoring mechanism and to take a stock of situation that what is happening at global level. So when we try to understand at local level, at the national level, we definitely see that rising temperature, sea levels. In fact, the latest IPCC report, if you have gone through Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change report, it says that almost 12 cities in Indian coastal areas, they will be 3 feet underwater. So probably sitting in Pramada Devi seminar hall, you might not actually understand the seriousness of the problem, but if we just give a thought to the people who are living in those coastal areas, the problem will be very, very severe and serious. So vulnerable groups are most hit. Even if I don't feel that women are vulnerable and are second to none, but at a social level we have to accept, because most of the women, our resources are dependent on natural resources. So that is why that vulnerability increases, and that is why women also bear the burden of adaptation and climate change. So climate change threats, most of us we are aware, friends, it would be leading to more of food security issues and also energy resources. Though Government of India is making massive efforts through Ujjwala Yojana to provide gas cylinders and all, but today also there is a significant chunk of women population especially who will be cutting down their trees and trying to have some fuel so that they can take care of the cooking part. So energy resources is also a very important challenge, and the burden is again on women. Then in terms of impact on livelihoods and water resources, as I just told you, that even if India has been very successful in sending its mission to Mars, and we are on Sun also, close to Sun, but it is also a reality that there are women, at least 30 to 40% of women, who have to walk 10 to 20 miles to get a pot of pure drinking water for their family. So water resources, water challenges are going to multiply because of the impact of climate change, and there is burden of care giving and also severe hardships due to the environmental degradation. And ultimately the takeaway from this particular slide is women bear disproportionate burden of climate change. Now, why this is happening like this? Why are we only talking about women? Is it not that men are not facing the burden? They are equally facing, but our social structure is such. So that is why we have to understand that in terms of social structure, women are affected differently when compared to men, because women are also the primary caregivers, and there is lot of underrepresentation in decision making. Whether it is decision making at COP local level or whether it is decision making at conference of parties, there though United Nations makes it women leaders are there, but there also we are seeing some element of underrepresentation. Gender biases are there, and a very, very important factor here which you can see is women, though they predominate the food production all over the world, but they own less than 10% of the land. So when we do not have that kind of economic resources, but lot of social burden, then imagine the situation. And natural resources, women dependence on natural resources for livelihood is very, very high. And if you can see that in northeastern India, almost 50% of workforce, agricultural workforce is from agriculture, and during extreme weather conditions, the challenges further multiply. Now, when we try to understand vulnerability of women, see, various factors, socially, culturally, women are vulnerable, and in that the climate change further adds to lot of stress for women existence also. So it also includes, let's say, in terms of disaster, whether it is a natural disaster or man-made disaster, women migration is relatively very less when compared to men migration, because women are also the family caregivers for that matter. And apart from the climate changes, if you place yourself, don't think globally, place yourself at a family level, at a society level, at a community level, I'm sure our thoughts will definitely go to different levels of inequalities which we face at a day-to-day level. Apart from that, there are issues connected with human rights, issues connected with political and economic status. To what extent are we economically empowered? To what extent are we politically empowered? And then exposure to violence, education and health. And during conflict seasons, now you might wonder that we are talking about environment, then why am I bringing the concept of conflict? Friends, if you just close your eyes for a moment, two major wars are there in front of our eyes, Russia-Ukraine war and Palestine and Israel war. So don't you think the worst hit are women there? So women are socially, politically, culturally vulnerable, and to that the challenges of climate change further intensifies the problem. And I'm sure you all might have heard about Mahila, 2018 woman who got the Nobel Peace Prize. She was the lady who was arrested, who was kidnapped by the ISIS terrorist. She was in captivation for 6 months, constantly sexually violated, raped, and she was the victim because one of the major sources of funding of ISIS is human trafficking, especially women trafficking. Somehow this girl could run away from that, and she had that courage to tell her story of exploitation, and for that she received the Nobel Prize. Though this example is not connected with climate change, what I'm really trying to impress upon all my young friends here is women. But her ecosystem is very, very complex, highly multidimensional, and to that, the climate change further adds lot of stress. Now, the last point, though personally we may not agree with it, but definitely women are less able to confront climate change. It is because I'm talking from political point of view. And in the next slide, I'm trying to be a little more optimistic because I don't believe that women are less for that matter. So here, now this is the call we have to from, like Madam said that from Mahila Vishvavidyalayam, even Sir mentioned that we should be the torch bearers. So whether we want to be victims or whether we want to be climate entrepreneurs. Definitely women, and let us not find only our thinking to Indian context. Let us reach out to what is the condition in Saharan countries, African countries, where women are not only facing the social political conflict, but no food to eat, immense starvation, and on that they are definitely victims, but how they are taking up their day-to-day fights. So definitely we have, despite the vulnerability, I started my presentation saying that we are vulnerable, but definitely we can be the change makers because it is the woman who is the founder of the family, and founder of the family, founder of the community. If not leader, but still we have a great way to go to adapt to climate changes. This is something very interesting. I want all my friends to pay attention here. I know it is difficult to be a good listener from morning 10 o'clock onwards. It's not so easy. But this is a point I want to all. I'm sure you all are aware of dandelion. Okay, if you have botany friends here. Now, this picture is of very powerful woman, not because she was the former president of Ireland, but because she was the one who started a very interesting movement which was called as the Elders Group of Eminent Leaders, whereby she brought in a lot of women entrepreneurs to bring about climate change. So she thought that dandelion should be the symbol of that particular movement because it is the dandelion which is the only flower weed that grows in all the 7 continents, and it is very resilient. So we are looking at a lot of climate resilience, right? So that is why she appropriately felt that it can be a symbolic of the movement. Something which is little disturbing in the second part of the slide, if you can see, that less than 2% of total climate investment in 2021, just 2 years back, was gender responsive. Friends, you talk about COP28 or let us talk about COP at local level. The bottom line of anything and everything apart from our willpower is also the finances. Because no matter how strong is our willpower, until and unless we have financial resources to address these kind of challenges, things will not move much, whether at a grassroots level or whether it is at a global level. And this is something, a disturbing trend, and I am sure COP28 in one of its discussions, because in COP28 there is also one day dedicated to what you call as Gender Day, this point has been discussed and debated. And let us be hopeful that next time, the next COP, our gender responsive budgeting increases. Now I would like to highlight few points connected with COP28 and how gender comes into picture here is, COP28 is focusing, COP28 means the discussions at Dubai level, it is focusing on gender mainstreaming. That means how do we bring women into mainstream decision making, because it is believed, and even research has proven that. I'm not saying this just because I'm a woman and we are in Women University. Research also has proven that women leadership definitely makes a much larger difference. So gender mainstreaming is being focused to a great extent, and gender disaggregated data. So here if you are able to have a strong data with regard to how gender and climate change is getting affected. So COP28 is focusing a lot on better quality of data, because we all understand here that good data is the base of a strong policy. So if a lot of focus on data is taking place, then gender responsive financing. So I will also talk in next slide. And gender responsive just transition, launching a joint commitment to support advance gender equality through just transitions. Friends, if you all can recall, even in sustainable development goal number 5, we are talking about gender equality. So we have to bring together all these aspects into one framework. So if we are talking about gender equality, that is not going to happen without political will and without financing. So probably COP28 is doing a good job there. Now everyone, this is not a spelling mistake. Don't think local is a spelling mistake. It is a term which is combination of thinking global and local. So local is a sociology term we basically use, and in most of the discussions which surrounds climate change and gender, we talk about 3 strategies, which is adaptation, mitigation and engagement. This is spoken in almost all the COPs, and more so in COP28 also we are talking about this. So even if we try to understand at local level that how should we adapt to the climate changes, which includes our natural resource management, as well as how do we address the different kinds of risks and vulnerabilities, and when it comes to mitigation, how are we going to address this? So we are talking about energy efficiency, which our Honorable VC Madam already addressed in her gathering, in her speech, that how energy efficiency is one of the most important ways. That is what India is doing wonderful with regard to solar power. Solar energy, I think India is making very good efforts to further strengthen that also, and how we are going to bring about changes with regard to clean development management, which basically talks about our waste management and engagement. Today is the best example of engagement. Most of us, we have become like, with the help of presentation of Sirisha Madam, we got an idea of what is the trajectory. So definitely we are at a better capacity of understanding things. So this is one of the best examples of capacity development, engaging with community. And I think CGR is doing a wonderful job by connecting with young children, young students, and that is where you are able to develop the capacity and also focus on participation. And when you talk about financing, so gender and climate financing, we need to integrate this, and for that this financing is really required to reduce emissions and advance gender equality and women's enjoyment in their human rights, because you only talk about political empowerment and you don't make her economically empowered, then all those claims of political empowerment are null and void. So I think we have a long way to go there, my dear friends. We have definitely come a long way, but still a long way to go. That is why, in Hindi they say, थोड़ा है, थोड़े की ज़रूरत है. तो थोड़ा हम आगे हैं और थोड़ा और चलना बाकी है हमको. And here digital literacy can play a very, very important role. So greater usage of technology, we need to bring in digital literacy, and I'm so glad, and I'm sure you all are aware, I think there is no Indian family without Amul butter or Amul products, right? So Amul Milk Union Limited is one of those women-run cooperative societies. So see, women have got tremendous ability and capacity. It's only a matter of providing her the right kind of platform. So digital literacy can be very, very instrumental in bringing about gender and climate change and empowering women further to be strong environment leaders as well. And here there are in fact lot of documentation is taking place in different parts of the world. Women's self-help groups are being trained to be our climate entrepreneurs, whereby even they might not be highly educated technically or they might not have PhDs, but if we are able to train the women in self-help groups, I think they are the best responders to the climate change. First-hand climate responders can be women's self-help groups. Our Anganwadi workers, our ASHA workers can be a very, very good examples in this regard. I'm not going to go so much into detail, even the slide doesn't look very, very clear. I'm just trying to tell you that gender responsive climate finance is just out of government. Being critical of government is our favorite time pass. If there are floods, we blame the government. If there is a drought, we blame the government. If there is some case, we blame the government. But I think as a student of sociology, I would believe in talking about what is my role as a citizen, what is my role as a person in the community. So just to give you a feel that it is just not the government, there are industry stakeholders, multinational companies through CSR funds. They are doing a great job in this regard. We have development agencies, we have support organizations like CGR who are in the forefront for that matter. And ecofeminism is also a concept, my dear friends. So in ecofeminism, lot of focus should also be on how are you going to make sure that information technology reaches to them. How are we going to involve women more into decision making, whether it is at national level, whether it is at a global level. And we need to bring more of gender related planning at both local planning as well as national planning. So Madam was talking about what solutions should be given. So in my personal view, what should be our road ahead, especially as common people. I'm not an environmental expert, I'm just a simple student of sociology. So as a student of sociology, what I think can be done at the local level, at our community level. And I feel that फंडिंग इज वेरी वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट. खाली बोलने से काम नहीं चलेगा कि औरतों को आगे जाना है, औरतों को ये करना है. औरतों को करने के लिए थोड़ा सा द्रव्य दक्षिणा भी चाहिए. Some financial support is required and mentorship, upskilling and mentorship. So today we are seeing the example of such kind of mentoring. Otherwise I think we all would have been busy with our classes. So CGR coming here and talking is a very good example of mentorship. We in turn are expected to be mentors to others. Policy advocacy very, very important, because all our efforts, if they are not institutionalized, those efforts will go in vain. And research is required. More and more of research is required. We need to create more and more evidences to communicate very clearly that gender equality is possible with more and more of green innovation. So green technology has to be the order of the day. And I would just like to quickly quote this quote. I found very, very powerful, because this is by United Nations Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed. Let us not read the whole one because it is time consuming. I would just like you to concentrate. There is a very simple and effective solution for all the problems connected with climate and gender. There is a very simple and effective solution. Put women and girls in the lead. So you make them leaders, and rest all will be taken care. I think this is one strong message which she is trying to communicate. And women should be included not only because they are most vulnerable, but also because they have different perspective and expertise. And I would like to conclude by quoting very well-known UNICEF advocate Aishka Najib, who says that nothing about us without us. So if you want to make policies for women without including women, it is null and void. And one very, very important thing, friends, life is a new concept. I'm sure my other friends will be talking. LIFE, life, living, life for environment. So I think here women have most important role to play as mothers, as caretakers of the family. So this is what I have from my side, and I just wanted, it's a great honor for me to make my presentation in front of Leela Madam and Lakshma sir and BMR sir, whom I've always held with utmost respect, and this is what all my little learning from all of your efforts, ma'am. And I'm also very glad to share with you that almost 80 students of social sciences, especially sociology, we have a collaboration with Oyster. They have already visited the Earth Center, 80 students from Telangana Mahila Vishvavidyalayam, and from the time they have come back, they don't stop speaking about it. So I think you have done a great effort, and Sai Bhaskar sir has done an immense effort there. So big thank you to all of you. Because of efforts of people like you, we are able to get some little amount of fresh oxygen to breathe. So more power to all of you. And I would definitely like to thank my friend Dr. Priya for giving me this honor to make this, share my views and stand in front of such highly learned and august gathering. Thank you all so much.
So how many of you heard about climate change and when? How many years back you heard about climate change? Is it the first time that you are hearing? No, no, the students I am asking. I am asking the students, not the elders. You heard about climate change? You read any literature on that? Any of you read any article on that? Even popular article? So what is your perception of climate change? How serious it is? How serious it is, or it can be overcome easily? Some small huh? How worse it is? You have any idea of the seriousness? What kind of a threat it is? I don't know. It is an existential threat that is not being reflected anywhere. The governments have spent 28 meetings, international meetings, and come out with really nothing. They have not come out with any solutions to it. Because science demands. తెలుగులో మాట్లాడొచ్చా? అందరికీ తెలుగు వస్తుందా? రాదా? The slides are in English. I can speak in Telugu. పర్వాలేదంటే మాట్లాడతాను, లేదంటే ఇంగ్లీష్లోనే. I will speak in English. No problem, I can speak in English. Okay. So the problem is that it is such a serious problem. It is an emergency situation, but there is no concern. No concern anywhere at the national levels. They are continuously denying. Actually, we have known about climate change. The humanity has known about it more than 100 years ago. When Fourier first came out with the greenhouse effect, then Tyndall identified the greenhouse gases. Then Arrhenius actually calculated how much it will, the temperature of the surface of the planet will increase. That was in 1890s or sometime. But still, we have done nothing. In 1988, Professor James Hansen went before the American Congress and warned the American government that global warming is already happening, and we have to begin action. Nothing happened. In 1965, a group of scientists under the leadership of Professor Roger Rebel of Harvard University, they met President Johnson and explained to him what is happening, because they started measuring carbon dioxide concentrations at Mauna Loa in 1958. Charles David Keeling started measuring that, and in those 7 years they found monotonous increase of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So they said that this is not a good sign. We must begin action now. Nobody cared. Actually, after 1990 to now, the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is 50% what we have released in these 30 years. So instead of taking action, we have allowed it to just increase. So we are on a collective suicide pact. What the top scientists are saying is humanity is on a drive of a collective suicide pact. It is as serious as that. Simply a few solar panels here and there is not going to solve our problem. Nobel laureates have given several statements up to now. They said we cannot continue on our current path. We need some radical fundamental changes in the way we do things. We produce things, we consume things. Everything, all our social activity has to totally change. It is not that simply that we conduct a seminar and listen about some lectures and go away. It is a threat. It is your future. Your future is not guaranteed. We have come to our final stages, but your future is not guaranteed. It is unlikely that you will enter into a career and retire like us after completing your service. Nothing. It is not going to be like that. After 2030, things are going to become far and far worse. Far and far worse. So I will talk on climate chaos, because what is the language you use to describe a particular problem is also very, very important. A language that doesn't really reflect the gravity of the situation is useless, because people will not appreciate what is the real problem. So why the word chaos is taken, I will explain in the next slide. Then the climate has a problem with gender, because we are talking about gender. I will talk something about it. Now, and then also it is linked to democracy. Our failure in all the COPs is because of the democratic backsliding in the world. Everywhere. Now there is a tendency of autocracy. Only person who is in the power, he is deciding everything. Democracy is forgotten. Democracy is forgotten. There is no collective decision making. There is no role for the people in the governance. That is the problem. So we have seen recent elections. How many people in Hyderabad have voted? How much percentage? Less than 50%. Is it not shameful for the people who are all educated and urbanites and who are well-off people? They don't vote and they won't demand things. How shameful it is for the urbanites. The rural people have changed the government, whereas urban people have status quo, because they are happy. They are getting their salaries, they are getting their income, they are not bothered about what is happening in the country. That's how the same climate problem is also same. We want more cars, we want to pollute more. What is happening in Delhi? What is that air pollution in Delhi is because of the automobiles on the road. We think that if you have an automobile, you have made it in life. How horribly, in European cities, historical cities, they are not allowing automobiles on many roads. Children going to primary schools are cycling and going to the schools happily on the roads. We are not ready for change. We are not ready for change. Hyderabad roads, how many is it open for pedestrians? Why is it not open for pedestrians? Why we are not protesting? Because we have lost the sense of democracy. We have lost the sense of democracy. That is the whole problem. Coming to terminology, they were using the term originally global warming. But global warming is not really reflecting the situation. It looks like something slowly, nothing. It doesn't really harm anybody. So now some newspapers like Guardian have changed that. They put that you should not use the word global warming in their reporting. They have to use global heating. Recently, United Nations Secretary General said it is global boiling that is happening. We have crossed the stage of heating also. Now we have reached the situation of boiling. Global weirding. Thinking weirding means is happening something without any control. So many people are also using the word climate crisis. More appropriate, that's considered, but that is questioned by Wolfgang Blau. He says crisis describes a temporary phenomena which has a beginning and an end. But this crisis, climate crisis, is not like that. Supposing today the entire world decides we will not burn any coal, we will not burn any oil, we will not burn any gas, we will not release any carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, the problem is not going to go away. Because the amount of carbon dioxide already in the atmosphere, which is around 422 parts per million, that is going to continue to affect us for a long time, because carbon dioxide's life in the atmosphere is thousands of years. It will not go away. Professor David Archer of Chicago University, he made a calculation, simple calculation. You travel in a car, okay, one person is driving a car alone, you put 1 gallon of petrol in it, gasoline in it, you drive around 20-30 miles on it. You know, the actual energy spent in transporting you from this place to that place using 1 gallon, that is actually used is only 2,500 kilocalories. But the carbon dioxide generated in that process, that is released into the atmosphere, in its lifetime, it will trap heat to the extent of 10 billion kilocalories. 10 billion kilocalories of heat is trapped in its lifetime. So what is going to happen? So what we are doing for pleasure immediately, it doesn't mean anything. It looks so simple. After all, I have money, I buy petrol, I burn it and go to places. But the consequences are not known. Who are burning it? Recently, this is also now, science is no longer reticent. Scientists are speaking openly. Scientists are saying rebel. Scientists are openly coming out onto the streets and demonstrating. Why is that situation there? Because the governments are failing. Governments are not following science. This is a situation, very, very serious situation. So what Johann Rockström is one of the top Earth system scientists. Earth is not a rock. Earth is a living organism. So they have studied Earth and said Earth also operates within boundaries, within certain range of boundaries and certain parameters. They identified 9 parameters and they call them planetary boundaries. He was instrumental in that. So he says that if we go beyond 2 degrees, which we are certain to go, there is nothing like we can stop it at 1.5 or 2, that time is over. So it will lead to self-amplified warming, and also recent research that is published, a report says that at 1.5 also we have a danger that we are 5 tipping points are awaiting, and tipping point means out of control. Beyond that particular point, things will go out of control. There is nothing that anybody can do. So it looks 1.5 looks a very small number, because we see temperature variation from season to season of several degrees. But it is a global average temperature. You should know the difference between normal daily temperature variation and the global average temperature variation. Okay. This is Professor David King. He was advisor to UK government. He is now retired. He is running what is called Climate Crisis Advisory Group. They conduct meetings, panel discussions for public sake, and also act as he says we have only 3 to 4 years left. 3 to 4 years left. So, but are we seeing that kind of a seriousness anywhere in our life? Is any politician in India talking about it? No. They want to continue the status quo. This is the whole problem. So this same, he said, is not visible. I think the focus is this projector is outdated. Very outdated. They should change that. And yesterday somebody they were discussing, universities are not being given money. So this is also a reflection of that. This is Professor James Hansen. He is a top scientist in climate. He is called father of climate science awareness. But what has happened? He is being handcuffed. He was arrested several times. Why should he come out of his laboratory and get arrested and go to jail? What is the necessity? Because they feel strongly about their commitment to the people. They have a moral responsibility to inform the people of the dangers that we are facing. But here in India, where is the scientific community talking about this? Nobody is talking about it. This is the most unfortunate thing. This is how. This is scientist rebellion. These are all scientists working in university and research laboratories. Why do they come out and protest on the streets? Why that in our universities, why even students are not even informed about the dangers that they are facing? No discussion anywhere, no seminars on this kind of topics anywhere. Young children, 8 years, 9 years children are questioning their presidents and prime ministers. What about my future? Young girls in Australia asked their prime minister, previous prime minister, they said, you are asking us to, they were striking every Friday. He was asking, you go to school, your place is in school, not on the streets, he told them. Then you know what they asked him? What is the use of going to school? What we study in our science class, you are rejecting. Why should we go to what future we have left with? So he has no answer. This is most of the scientists are, and then this scientist, he refuses to fly because flying from one place to another place, lot of carbon, it's highly carbon intensive. So he refuses to fly. He was working in Solomon Islands and his university has asked him to come back. He said, I will come by ship. It will take 4 to 6 weeks. So please allow me. University said no. He said, I will apply for leave. He at least gave them. They refused. He was sacked. He was sacked. This is the kind of, even universities are not valuing science. That is the problem. So here at American Geophysical Union, these pictures are not, Peter Kalmus, a NASA scientist, and Rose Abramoff, that lady who is up there. Sorry, is it coming? Where is it? This is going. Let me go back. That lady, they just held a banner for 32 seconds on the platform between 2 lectures. For that, she was removed from the job from Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Why are they risking that? Wow, they could do their job and jolly well go. Why are they risking their life? Because our future is in danger, severe danger. That is Professor Professor Kevin Anderson is a very outspoken person, very outspoken scientist. He is an engineer, basically as an engineer, a mechanical engineer turned into a climate scientist. So he says, somebody was talking about personal changes. I'm sorry, I'm questioning. He has recently talked about it on a television and he writes about it also. Individual changes are good only towards motivating you for action because it makes you that what you talk will have some value. Like Gandhiji said, he practiced and he spoke on issues. So for that reason they say Gandhi, he advised a woman that he should not, her son should, a woman asked Gandhiji that please advise her son not to eat jaggery. He said he stopped eating jaggery first, then he called that boy and advised him not to eat jaggery. Like that. So you have to, when you preach, you have to practice. So he doesn't fly. He last flew in 2004. After 2004, he never flight. He had to go to Beijing. He went by train for 13 days across Europe and Asia to Beijing. He says in 13 days he wrote a paper. In return, when he came, he wrote another paper. So he has not wasted his time. But by flying, you are giving a wrong message. Today, people are flying for even half an hour flights, 20-minute flights. And one chief minister is going for 20 kilometers also on helicopter flights. This is the situation in our country. So he has written recently an article on the rich are responsible. Today's climate change, who is the responsible for this? It is 10% of the rich people in the world, among which all the university faculty also is there, and all well-employed people are included in the 10%. They are responsible for the damage to the planet. But the rest of the people are hardly contributing to the planet. Why should they die? Somebody, a laborer who is working in a farm, if he has to work during heat waves, he is certain to die. But without working, he cannot live. He cannot have the air-conditioned comfort of getting relief from the oppressive heat. So somebody is causing that heat, somebody is paying the price, health-wise, etc. Social justice issue comes. We are simply oblivious of this issue of justice, climate justice. Gender. If you say gender, women are in the forefront everywhere, not probably in India. Okay? So see, all of them are women who are saying end fossil fuels. End fossil fuels, I will give you one example in our Telugu states only. In 2010, ordinary people from rural areas, they opposed setting up of a coal-fired power plant in a wetland. They fought tooth and nail. 4 of them died in police firing, but still they have not allowed the plant to come up. They won a case in the court. In 2010, ordinary villagers understood about this problem of fossil fuels. But what about us? Everybody we discussed in urban areas, they are saying, we want power, they are opposing development. That is the argument. But today, the entire world, in COP28 also, there is a discussion about fossil fuels non-proliferation treaty. 117 countries have signed, India has refused to sign. Because all our development is now based on coal only. This is coming to women. There is a lot of exclusion and a kind of injustice for women also in science. Discrimination of women in science. This is one example. American scientist, one scientist, Eunice Newton Foote, she was the first woman to actually talk about the greenhouse concentration of carbon dioxide and how it would affect, greenhouse effect and that she has done it. When she was to present a paper, she was not allowed to present the paper because she was a woman. So she had to request her colleague, Joseph Henry, to present paper on her behalf. So even science was not devoid of discrimination and a kind of apartheid. All of you know about Marie Curie. We talk big about her. You know how much of discrimination she faced, and yet she has won 2 Nobel Prizes in 2 different sciences. Because she was a Polish woman, she was not given National Academy Fellowship in her entire life. That is the situation. So everybody, there is, in MIT and Harvard, women professors have actually protested. They went to about allotting of space to them, laboratory space to them. One professor went around and measured with a tape, measured and noted the laboratory space given to each professor, and then all of them have had to protest. Then only when somebody begins that process, then things begin to happen. Things begin to happen. Otherwise, discrimination continues. If there is no freedom of expression in the academics itself, where else there can be freedom of expression? Nothing, nowhere. This is Professor Catherine Hayhoe. She is an evangelical Christian. For a scientist to be a Christian and be very religious is normally not an accepted fact. But she uses her abilities of presentation to the evangelical Christians to convince them about climate change and accept it, because most of the Orthodox Christians say God has created the planet and only He can change the climate. So all this climate change talk is nonsense. So they don't agree. Most of the Orthodox Christians don't agree because of that. That's why Pope Francis has come out and he published an encyclical saying that we have to protect the earth. It is a duty of every Catholic Christian to protect the planet. Recently also he gave another statement. He wanted to go and address at the COP28. Because of his ill health he could not go. She has written the book Saving Us, saying she has given a positive view that how we can overcome this. The advice she gives everywhere is that first thing you have to do, even if you cannot do anything else, talk about it. Talk about it in your family, with your friends, with your relatives, everybody, in your colleges, in your universities. Talk about it. You recognize that there is a problem. Today we don't recognize that climate change is a problem. If a small thing is there, we complain and we talk. But when there is an existential threat, nobody is talking, not even murmuring. This is the problem. She is Julia K. Steinberger. She is daughter of a Nobel laureate, physics Nobel laureate, John Steinberger, and she has written a paper, A Good Life for All. All people say that if you stop using fossil fuels, if you stop using energy, we have to go back to the life of the hunter-gatherers. That is nonsense. They have done a lot of work on sustainability. They said you can live, but we have to live more frugal life than. Here also, how many people will be affected by a change? Only the rich 10% will be affected. Rest of the people will not be affected in their lifestyles. Maybe we in urbanites, having well-to-do people, may be affected. But other people, it won't make any difference for them. It won't make any difference for them. For people like us who lived in rural areas in the 50s and 60s, so we find that life was very comfortable. We have no complaints about living without electricity, living without any roads, living without tap water, nothing. In those days we could drink water anywhere without complaint. Today I challenge anybody to drink water from any river in India and not get sick. What is the state of groundwater in Hyderabad? Recently Mahindra Tech and IIT Hyderabad, they published a paper. In that they found that in Jubilee Hills, Tarnaka, where there are no industries, there are 85 chemicals in the groundwater. Out of them 30% are pharmaceuticals, 20% are pesticides. How those chemicals have entered into groundwater in residential areas? Because of indiscriminate pumping of effluents into the groundwater. Because that is the way to make quick profits, and our regulatory system is sick. They only want to see the GDP. They only want to see how much taxes have come. They don't know how much damage we are doing. This is unfortunate part. So here Julia, she participates in direct action in many times. She was also arrested several times because their democracies are different, not like our democracy. She is either in UK or Switzerland or another countries. That is a different thing. In many cases in UK and other European countries, when they were arrested, the judges have exonerated them and said they have not done anything wrong. They have done what is within their responsibilities as a citizens. But here will our court say? No. One another scientist, Sandra Steingraber, she is in America. She has protested against hydraulic fracturing and digging out natural gas in a latest very bad technology, very dangerous technology. When she protested, the company has filed a case that she has trespassed into their compound. And the judge asked, I will fine you $100 if you admit your guilt. She said, no, I prefer a sentence. Then she went to New York jail. Then when she was in a New York jail, other convicts, black convicts, they came to her, Madam, why are you here in jail? Then when she explained, then they brought a paper and pen and asked her to write all that in, and they sent it to the public, and it was published in newspapers, her story. It's like that. Julia says that I am not able to read well because it's very dull. So he says we can live reasonably good lives on the planet because today we are consuming 1.8 planet's resources. So I don't know how many of you really understand. You think I have money I can buy from the market. We are stealing ravenously from our future, from the future children. How many? Do you have 2 planets? Can you have 5 planets? Americans use 5 planets' resources. How long you can misuse the planet? That's why planet is dying now. Planet is losing its biocapacity to support life. What is the planet is required for? To support life. Because everything is in cycles, it cleans up air, water and everything, and then you are able to survive. If the planet is not there, what will you do? We talk about going to the moon. What will you do on the moon? The moment you step on the moon, you will die. How long you will remain in the suit? And who will supply you oxygen continuously from the earth there? This is it. The whole purpose of all these gimmicks is to divert our attention, saying that we can go elsewhere if we can destroy the planet and go elsewhere. If you retain the same logic, you will go there and destroy that also. And 21% oxygen is required for our survival. Where is 21% oxygen in anywhere in the known universe? Where is the life that is, the climate is the creation of life itself. Life creates conditions conducive for life. Without life, there is no regulation of the climate. Today we have entered, the human species has entered, and it has disturbed the climate now. We have changed the composition of atmosphere itself. So, this is Joella Gergis. She is a writer also. She is also one of the IPCC authors. She writes very beautiful articles, wonderfully analyzing things. So I can't read because these are all very, I just will say that she is a scientist and she is also very outspoken. They are all speak. Kate Marvel, she is also an American scientist. And all these women are threatened by the denying community of conservatives, all Trumpists and Bushites. They use such a language against these women scientists. You feel, don't like uttering that language. They are going through such kind of abuse. These women are going through such kind of abuse simply because they are speaking science. You know about the live burning of Giordano Bruno? Any of you know, students? Nobody knows. This is because that is the problem with our bloody education. You are not getting education. You are getting only certificates. You are only getting certificates. Our colleges are good only in issuing certificates that make you eligible for the wage earner. You are becoming coolies, nothing else. Probably white collar coolies. So she writes, she is a climate scientist and means of study. My favorite planet is Earth. These are also number of scientists who are in the climate research and in the forefront. So women scientists, these are also number of them. So that climate denial, because you don't know, because it's becoming political, I have to tell you about the characteristics of science, then you can judge. Science is political. Science is not apolitical. This is not my word. This is editorials written in top scientific journals. Science and Nature. Okay? Science, because who is funding science? How the funding is given? That's why science is not apolitical, science is political. Then science is the only enterprise, human enterprise, which is self-correcting. All religions and everything, whatever is written in the book is permanent. You can't change a sentence there. If they say they talk about 6-day creation, that's all, it is 6-day creation, nothing. Earth was flat and Hiranyakashipu rolled it and put it under his armpit and he hid in the oceans. You can't change that. Is it possible that somebody can go? Where is the ocean when the earth itself is not there? So we are not allowed to use that logic, particularly in this time period. People, anybody questions any basic things are being looked out as anti-nationals and being attacked. The freedom that we had in the 60s and 70s is gone now. It is very suffocating environment we have created now. So this science denial also has become like the medieval ages now. Everywhere it is like that. When climate science started coming out, even the top oil companies, their own internal research showed that things are going out of hand. So they discontinued the research and started spending money on climate denial. What is the platforms for climate denial? TV media, newspapers. That's all. Because there is not peer-reviewed research. You can write anything in those papers. Today I am also facing in our state also, one newspaper, Telugu newspaper, is continuously writing articles promoting ethanol blending in petrol. It is not science-based. I have sent them so much of information and details, but they don't care because those articles are written on promoting an ideology, not promoting science. Okay? It's not real. First they said climate change. Who says it's not real? Somebody even in American Congress also, they said, it's cooling. Where is heating? Somebody, James Simha, he brought a ball of ice and he threw it on the floor of the Congress and said, it is snowing everywhere. But bloody fellow, climate change means both hot and cold. Extreme weather events. It doesn't mean climate change means what is only hot all the time. So it is not us. It's not because of humans, they say. It is simply because of human activity. It has been proven now, and then it's not as bad, they say, they have been saying. We can fix it. And then now once the situation is gone out of hand, now what they are saying is we can't fix it, leave it. So it's too late now. And now the entire process of this corporate propaganda now everywhere is delay tactics. They talk about green hydrogen, blue hydrogen and all that. That's all to continue using fossil fuels and delay any action. But the recent science says we have only 7 years left before we cross the budget for 1.5 degrees centigrade, just 7 years. Only 8% of the carbon budget is left, and that is, there is no space left now. And many other scientists say even that is not there. We are only trying to be optimistic. We have already crossed the things up to 2 degrees also. It is not possible to stop the temperature, they say. So now coming to the climate science aspects of it, we should all know, because I don't know, because we are so religious and right from our childhood we are imbibed into the religious ideas. Science is studied only for the career sake. People practicing science also, they have compartments. Science is one compartment and faith is another compartment. They don't allow science to touch the faith. That's another problem. I found many of my colleagues, scientist colleagues, more vehement in defending faith than defending science itself. They never say one word defending science when it is attacked. But they are very much vociferous when anything about faith issue comes. And when the earth was formed, there was 98% of carbon dioxide around the planet. How did it change? What technology changed it to only parts per million? It's a fact. This is all verifiable science, geology. They have all done the job. So how nitrogen? There was no oxygen on the planet. So oxygen on the planet was initially a pollutant. It was a pollutant because oxygen is a byproduct of photosynthesis. Photosynthesis started when earlier organisms like prokaryotes and cyanobacteria, before the single-celled organism, when they started got the ability to photosynthesize as a byproduct of carbon dioxide water reaction, they were getting oxygen. That oxygen was filling up in the atmosphere for millions and billions of years. So in the process, so many things happened in the geological era changes. There was at one time, there was 25% oxygen on the planet. Yes, it was there. They call it some era maximum, oxygen maximum. That 25 again has come down. At 21 it stabilized, and humans have started evolving only after it stabilized at 21%. Before that there were no humans. If creation is there, why creation was not there 3 billion years ago? Why creation was not there 2 billion years ago? These are all verifiable science facts. No? If we value science, and then we have to see that. Then earth balance. So energy is coming from earth. Without sun, there is nothing like life on the planet. The entire sun is the energy giver for all life, planet, life. So as all the sun comes, it is reflected on the wave and by different phenomena. And what is touching the earth as a light, the energy from the sun comes as light energy. When it touches the surface of the planet, it becomes heat, thermal energy. So Earth's surface gets heated. So that heat has to be rejected back to balance, steady state. What energy comes in must go out. There should be no accumulation. So for that purpose what happens is, now if everything goes out, the surface of the temperature will be -15 to -18 degrees centigrade. So no life would be possible. And there will be no water. It will be all ice only. But it is because of the greenhouse gases that the planet is at an average temperature of 14 to 15 degrees centigrade. That has happened because this also happened only in the last Holocene period. We had a stable climate for only 11,700 years, and human civilization was possible only during this period. You go to the earliest civilizations, you go to the earliest languages, how old are they? Are they billions of years old? No. They are only just hundreds of years old, thousands of years old, nothing beyond that. So languages are 3,000, 4,000 years maximum. In India, to qualify as an ancient language, it should be more than 2,000 years old. That is enough. So when did we do agriculture? About 8,000 to 10,000 years ago. Before that, there was no agriculture. Before there was no agriculture, there was no settled life. There was nothing like a civilization. Civilization started with people settling at one place. Civis means city, a gathering of people. When there is a big gathering of people living at one place, they have to follow certain norms so that there are no conflicts. So the civilization concept has come because when you live together, you have to follow certain norms. That is called civilization. This is, Earth has 3 planets. I don't know. This is, I think, a very hungry period for you. I am holding up. Shall I stop now? Because it can go on. The problem is when I take in Hyderabad University, it takes 3 hours minimum for a presentation on this subject. Because you can't do justice for this, because nobody reads about climate here, nobody understands the basic fundamentals of science here, because our syllabus doesn't care about it, our society doesn't care about it. Well, what is the point in talking about administrative procedures and acts and laws? Because we have to understand basically what is affecting us, what is the science behind it. Because science is the only thing that is reproducible, verifiable and repeatable. There is nothing else in a human enterprise. There is no other knowledge which has all these 3 characteristics. But how much do we value our science? We are not valuing science. So tell me what to do, because it's already cutting 1:30. When should I stop? Because people may be hungry. What, young ladies, you will stay for another half an hour? Can I continue?
One more speaker is there before us.
This is the problem. This is the problem. See, we cannot do justice for this. Just simply conducting a seminar, just to give some lectures and go away. There is no purpose. There is no purpose. We have to be able to achieve something out of it. I don't know, even if you go outside the hall and you will forget everything what I said. It doesn't touch you. That's the whole problem now. It's a threat, life threat for us, and we are not concerned. What do we say about that kind of an attitude, psychological attitude? So these are 3 planets, Mercury, Venus and Earth. Venus and Earth are of almost similar size. Venus is slightly smaller. You can see the temperature conditions, the pressure conditions on Venus. So why is it so? Because climate has changed there. There was no life to regulate climate there. It is life that has allowed us to evolve and flourish on this planet. And we have misused that opportunity. And we are not realizing it even now. The more educated we are, we become more optimistic about technology. Unfortunately, technology is the cause for this climate change. I challenge all of you, you look at any technology and tell me this technology is benign, it doesn't cause any unintended consequences. Anybody, any technology you can tell me, this technology is good, it is all very good and there are no unintended consequences. You take our anything, automobile, it's good, comfortable, you can travel. But how much pollution it belches, how many accidents it creates, how it has disrupted the social life. Professor Richard Douthwaite of UK has written a book, The Growth Illusion, and he specifically refers to the role of automobile in the London streets, how it affected the life of the people in London. They could earlier leave their children to go to school by themselves and come. Once the automobile was introduced, a parent or somebody elder has to accompany them to the school every day morning and bring them back. Like that, earlier streets were an area of social exchange and activity. Once the automobile came, they could no longer do that. So there are so many things. Technology, there is a book called Technology and Democracy published by MIT, and he explains how technology is hierarchical, how technology is disruptive, and all. There's another big topic, of course. So, Joseph Fourier, I will speak only up to the global warming and stop, okay? I told you Fourier is a mathematician. There is Fourier series and his name on it. So he was the one first to name the greenhouse effect and talk about it in 1824. Then came John Tyndall. When John Tyndall was... Hello? ఇది ఎందుకు ఇచ్చారు నాకు వాడమనా వినపట్లేదా? హలో, యూ కెన్ హియర్ నౌ? ఓకే, గుడ్, సార్. So when John Tyndall actually in 1859 he demonstrated experimentally that carbon dioxide, water vapor and ozone are greenhouse gases. He demonstrated it to the Royal Society. So, this is Svante Arrhenius we talked about. He calculated if we double the carbon dioxide amount in the atmosphere, what would happen? He made actual hard calculations with on paper with pen, because in those days there was no computers and no calculators. So he came out with the figures. It may increase from 1.5 degrees to 4.5 degrees. Unfortunately, he is from Sweden, a very cold country. For him, this temperature did not really mean anything. He thought for a cold country it is more comfortable if the temperature increases. And that time there was no understanding about what is a global average temperature and how it is different from a local variation. Because there was no climate science at that time. That was the problem. So this is Guy Callender. He was an engineer. He gathered data and empirically observed that atmospheric temperatures are related to carbon dioxide concentration. So he has identified the global warming effect. Now I think I will stop here because they say that there is so much, but what we can do, we have limitations here. I will stop here. Any questions I can answer for 5 minutes and then end them. Young ladies, you have no doubts. None of you have any doubts. At least begin to read. Now all of you have access to internet. There is so much being published on climate on the internet. So much. You read about it. You search for it and read about it. It is your future. You want to forget about it and you think you take it easy, then you will pay the price. You will pay the price. And we thought that we will not see the bad effects within our lifetime. But now I am certain I will see the bad effects within my lifetime. Horrible effects will be experienced even by my generation also. Because nobody is doing anything. And it is, scientists are also saying, our predictions are going outdated in no time. By the time the paper is published, you have new results. You have new results. It's getting outdated. So what? And that it doesn't concern any of us. Yes, please. हाँ? You want solutions. This is the standard thing I always get. But thing is, how can there be solutions first without recognizing the danger? These solutions are not simple solutions like you will discover another technology and solve it. Not like that. You need democratic action. You have to force because suppose what you can do as an individual is you will reduce your consumption. You live simple lives like Gandhiji. But most of the things are caused because of the policies of the government. Without changing the policies, you cannot control the emissions. So how policies can be changed? By public participation and public action, climate action. When people are not ready to act, how will you change that? The first thing that is required for a solution is recognize science, accept what science is saying, and then decide collectively what is right for us to do. There are no simple solutions like, I will put some solar panels, I will plant some more trees, Haritaharam. This is all bogus. Recently, a Japanese professor has written about the Green New Deal that was enacted in the United States. It's all waste. Nothing. It's very convincing arguments he has written. It is about a 10-page article. In English, we have translated it to Telugu also. We can share it with anybody. But people should understand that. It's not possible. It's beyond that. There are no simple solutions. Everywhere people ask me, why should I give solution? First, another thing also we should see. Simply by explaining the problem, you should not be left to the person who is explaining the problems to find solutions. The solution should come from the perpetrators of the problem. They should be punished. They should be penalized for causing harm to the people. You are using atmosphere as a sewer and making profits. So what is the responsibility all these fossil fuel companies are doing for releasing billions of tons into the atmosphere? That is what the European children are asking. They went to the court. In the Denmark and not in Holland, they went to the court and court said, you are responsible for the emissions because it affects the life of the people, the right to life of the people. And you know what the companies are always saying? We are only responsible for emissions from our refineries and industry, mining activity. But they are not responsible for the use. If you buy the petrol and you burn it, we are not responsible, they want to say. But they say, no, it cannot be, because you are releasing the product. The safety of the product is also your responsibility. If your product is causing harm to the society, why should you be allowed to produce? The government has to stop it. Unless the government takes action to stop all production of fossil fuels, then what do? Coming to India, we are importing 89% of all crude oil that we use in this country. Then why are we depending on crude oil? Why are we encouraging use of more and more use of petrol? What is the logic? What is the policy? And why the nation is not talking? Why no political party is talking about it? You don't have that resource. We want to import and use it. What is the burden on the nation for spending so much on import of the petroleum? Why we could move over to electric vehicles. We could stop using petrol. That would solve both the pollution problem as well as the other problems, import problems. Instead, they come out with solutions like blending with ethanol. And blending with ethanol, how do they do it? They want to produce ethanol from rice. Rice is something we eat. Poor man eats. They want rice for supplying fuel, not food. And we started the policy recently and we banned the export of rice. If we are so comfortable in producing so much rice, why have we banned export of rice? And all our children in the United States and other countries, they were saying we were not getting rice. They were on a buying spree there. So this is the problem. Now they are not allowing even broken rice to be export. This is the situation. So the policies are not debated in the country. They don't take the people into confidence. Somebody sitting in the top, he decides whatever they want, and it is not democratic. That's the whole problem. Solutions will come only when people demand it. For example, now they have removed the barricades at the Pragati Bhavan. Why did it happen? It is because of the public demand. So without demanding, nothing happens. So this is what democratic action means. And Telangana is very good for that. And you are all from here. And you are becoming, actually you are losing the old traditions of Telangana.
Around 250,000 additional deaths per year occurs. And this climate change will disrupt natural, economic and social systems, which ultimately disrupt the global food security, damage infrastructure and jobs also. And research shows that 3.6 billion people live in areas highly susceptible to climate change. Because this is a lunch hour, I would like to quickly finish my talk. Actually, my topic is effects of women health and women cancers. And I'll skip these slides. What is climate, climate change, the causes of climate change and effects, because earlier speakers have already spoken about them. And coming to the effects of on human health. So climate change can affect human health in two main ways. First, the changing the severity of the disease on frequency which has already exists, and also creating unanticipated health diseases. Like if you see malaria and dengue fevers, it already exists in our environment. But because of climate change, the severity and frequency it is increasing. And if you see the new diseases, nowadays we have seen the viral diseases which are emerging, and the flus which are emerging become serious. And the most vulnerable factors are extremes of ages, that is older and younger women, pregnant women, and poverty, lack of technology and adaptability, low level of fitness, and physical and mental impairment. So the impact of climate change on gender is not the same. So women are more vulnerable to climate changes, and this is mainly because majority of the women population are in poor, and they are proportionately dependent on others. And the women vulnerability to climate depends on the social, cultural, and economic factors. In addition, women rarely are affordable to access to the financial services and disaster information. They tend to be excluded from decision making and resource allocation. All this undermines women's ability to prepare and recover from climate shocks and distresses. And coming to the actual topic, the health effects on women. So the climate is a combination of the climatic systems like atmosphere, hydrosphere, lithosphere, and biosphere. So any changes in these systems or any pollution that is affecting these systems will ultimately affect the health of individual. So air pollution, this has responsible for more than 6.5 million deaths globally. Okay. And mainly this is because of a mixture of hazardous gases, because of burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil and gas. And these gases are nothing but, as Sir said earlier, the carbon dioxide is increasing, the nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, everything. And these, when inhaled, they penetrate deep into our lungs, and then they enter into our bloodstream, and then ultimately they reach the organs where they affect the cells and damage the cells. So all the so air pollution has a lot of pollutants. This, when inhaled into our lungs, they reach the alveoli, the smaller airways, and then from there they enter our bloodstream, and then they cause the damage. And women are more vulnerable because if you see in rural areas, women mostly depend on the. So if you see in this picture, the woman is cooking, so there is no gas stove or something, and then the whole smoke that is coming out from the cooking, they're inhaling the pollutants. So the pulmonary deposition of the inhaled particles, it differs from men to women, and we have seen higher deposition in females. And also the cardiovascular diseases, the thickness of the blood arteries are more in women, and hence the more effect on heart and the blood vessels. And also women are more anemic, and hence they are more sensitive to toxic substances. So these are all the different diseases, cardiovascular diseases like stroke, ischemic heart disease, respiratory diseases, then pregnancy-related complications like stillbirth, low birth weight babies, and neurological diseases like Alzheimer's in elderly patients, and also molds. If the moisture content in the area is increased, then it might lead to molds and bacterial growth, which when we inhale, they become allergens and cause irritation of skin or lungs, and then they cause asthmatic effects. And as Sir said earlier, the climate change is not only heat, it is also extreme coldness, and effects on extreme heat. Women differ from men in their physiological compensation to elevated temperatures, because they dissipate less heat by sweating, and they have higher working metabolic rate and have thicker subcutaneous fat. So these factors decrease the radiative cooling. And this in pregnancy, because of vasoactive substances, increase blood viscosity, they damage the endothelial cell function, and they cause the stillbirth, congenital birth defects, gestational hypertension, and poor neonatal outcomes. So these are all the direct and indirect effects of hot weather. First, the cell gets dehydrated because 60 to 70% of our body consists of water. So because of dehydration, that leads to heat cramps, then heat rash, dizziness, fainting, and heat stroke. And because of extreme cold, the same thing, there will be a frostbite and then chilblains, and ultimately leading to heat stroke. And not only these, because of extreme weathers like hurricanes and in storms, the women or any people are vulnerable to injuries, waterborne, vector-borne, and foodborne diseases. And wildfire smoke also releases more of toxic chemicals and cause pollution. And we're coming to the vector-borne disease, these are nothing but the spread by arthropod or small animal vectors, and the main mode of transmission is from one host to another. And because of this climate change, there has the potential to increase the range or abundance of animal reservoirs, or prolong the transmission cycle, or increase the importation of vectors or animals from one place to another. So the mosquitoes, flies, and ticks, these are all the vectors which are causing many diseases like malaria, West Nile fever, Zika virus, leishmaniasis, and Lyme disease, etc. And pregnant women are more vulnerable because of high carbon dioxide production. It is a chemoattractant to mosquitoes, and they have an increased peripheral blood flow, and the skin temperature together increases the biting risk. And this ultimately causes preeclampsia, intrauterine growth restriction, microcephaly, and central nervous system malformations. And waterborne disease, you see in this photograph that women are carrying lot of weight on their heads. So this might lead to damage to the spine and neck, and chronic skeletal pain. And traveling long distances in heat results in heat stroke and heat stress. And lack of clean water and proper sanitation results in challenges during menstruation and pregnancy. So these are a very big list of infections through water. It might be due to ingestion of water when we take water, or contact with water, or inhalation of pollutants from water, or from the parasites which are living in the water, etc. So coming to food safety and nutrition, climate change is already hampering agriculture production by ruining crops through increased drought and flooding. And women are inherently sensitive to the effects of food insecurity and resulting in deficiencies like anemia and micronutrient indeficiencies. And these malnutrition might cause in pregnancy the intrauterine growth restriction, etc. So rising temperature can affect food across the world by increasing the incidence of infections or promoting higher uptake of toxic heavy metals, or driving plant pest, or making plants more susceptible to fungal infections, and etc. So earlier Madam was saying in the initial talk that people during climate change they are more they have more risk of physical, sexual and domestic violence, but this ultimately will result to mental health. So women may be separated from family and other support systems and may avoid using shelters for fear of abuse. So additionally, these risk factors will ultimately lead to anxiety, depression, post-stress disorders and also suicidal activities. So women cancer, being an oncologist, I would like to stress upon these women cancers which are increasing. Earlier, when I was studying my PG, I have never seen such incidences. So our OP was a little bit less, but nowadays we have seen our OPs with full of crowd. So women in different regions of the world face different cancer threats. So everybody might think that the cancers run in families, but it is not so. So only less than 10% of cancers are running in families, that is they might get from mothers and grandmothers. But most of the cancers, around 70 to 80% are acquired because of climate changes and because of our lifestyles, everything. So mainly because of climate change, the effects of air pollution, the ultraviolet radiation, the environmental toxins, and because of the disruption of food supply, this all leads to cancers in different ways. So the green gas emissions, so because of climate changes which are leading to drought and wildfire, heat, sea level rise and extreme weather conditions, it might leads to air pollution, UV radiation, then human behavioral changes, food insecurity, water pollution, which ultimately leads to the lung cancers, skin cancers, breast cancers, etc. So before going to cancers, I would like to tell about the biology behind the cancer. So this is the cell, and each cell has a nucleus inside and a DNA. So DNA is nothing but the genetic material. So normally each cell divides and form into two cells, but abnormal cell division occurs where each cell will divide unrestrictedly and it becomes a uncontrolled mass. This is mainly because of mutations, and these mutations are mainly caused due to the climatic changes. See, if you are exposed to one type of toxic material, that might cause single mutation, but if you are exposed to the same toxic material every time, that may lead to multiple mutations and ultimately it results in the uncontrolled cancer growth. So women cancers are lung, breast, skin, colorectal cancers, ovarian cancers and endometrial cancers. So all the pollutants like polyaromatic hydrocarbons, particulate matter, benzene, which are released into the air, they are taken up through inhalation, and which ultimately leads to lung cancers. And breast cancer, actually they used to say the endogenous hormone, because it is mainly due to endogenous hormonal effects. But even because of climate change, breast cancers are occurring. Because of this polyaromatic hydrocarbons in the climate changes, these act as exogenous, endogenous, exogenous hormonal things, and then they result in breast cancer. So, and colorectal cancers, this is because of change in dietary food habits, lack of fresh fruits and vegetables, high consumption of red and processed meats. So these are all leading to the colorectal cancers. And skin cancers, when you are exposed to ultraviolet radiation and prolonged exposure to the sun, normal sun also, this is leading to the skin cancers. And it is researchers are showing that ovarian cancers are also occurring due to climate change, and this is might be possibly due to waterborne pollutants from pulp and paper mills Then endometrial cancers, there are endocrine disruptors. These chemicals are the substances which are found in the environment that can interfere with the actions of hormones in our body, and these ultimately lead to several cancers. So, the 7 warning signs of cancers are any change in bowel and bladder habits, or any ulcer or sore in any part of the body, or unusual bleeding or discharge, or thickening of a lump, or thickening or a lump in any part of the body, not only in the breast, any part of the body, and obvious changes in water, mole, or cough or hoarseness of voice. This all leads to cancers. And the WHO responses to these challenges centers around 3 main objectives, that is promoting actions that both reduce carbon emissions and improve health, and build better, more climate resilient and environmentally sustainable health systems, protect health from wide range of impacts of climate change. So, women has to be involved in these climate actions, because 100% the change in the climate is requiring 100% of population, where 50% of the world's population are women and girls. And empowering women means better climatic solutions, and the countries need to recognize the importance of gender in climate planning, and also the government should be encouraged to incorporate gender perspectives in national policies, action plans, and their measures to be taken in development and climate change. So I was rushing because this is a lunch hour and I don't want you people to sit here with, I'll just conclude from here.
This is also a new subject, and we are having a lot of studies now going on as how the climate change is going to affect the reproductive health of women, which is very important. Because of late we are seeing lots of women having abortions, premature labor, and then losing the babies, and then again many going in for assisted reproductive techniques and then not able to conceive. And why is it happening? So there is a lot of research going on, and then what many have found is the particles that 2.5 particles, micron particles, which can act as disruptors of what are known as endocrine disruptors. The endocrine disruptors are, I don't know how many students know about endocrine glands. They are glands, which secrete hormones, but from the action of the hormones is at a distance. That is what is known as endocrine organs, and they are very important for us because all the hormones are controlled by endocrine organs. And most of you must be knowing about thyroid, because that's very important. Thyroid is an endocrine organ which is in the neck, and the hormone which it secretes, it acts on all the cells of the body. So it also has to act on the reproductive system also. So that is a big problem. But apart from that, we all know about the plastics, the garbage piling up everywhere. And then recently you all must have seen on TVs, about the garbage being burnt in Koti and what happened, the problems which the public there faced and all those things. But most important is our vehicular pollution. We have a lot of studies, where it is said people who live near the main roads or highways, where the traffic, that is less than 200 meters from the main roads where the traffic is very heavy, they are not able to conceive, and if they conceive also they are having a lot of problems. And when they go in for assisted reproductive techniques, what happens is the implantation, that is they make the baby outside and then put it in the womb, and the womb is not taking it up. But when they compare people who are living 200 meters away from these main roads, again, they have found there is a lot of difference. So the vehicular pollution is also very important. And what I find now is, even to go to a street corner store, nobody wants to walk. Everybody wants to use a vehicle. There's a problem. The fossil fuels, And I don't think the rich countries are going to give up fossil fuels at all, because their income depends on that, and Russia is producing more and giving us now because they have to manage their war with Ukraine. America doesn't want to produce more oil because it wants to conserve it till the Middle East finishes their oil reserves, so that they can hold the world at ransom and sell their fuels. So these are all the problems which we have to face, and they are supposed to fund also the climate change program, the climate protection program. And actually, how many of us are really aware of this climate change, what it is going to do for our human health? Nobody seems to be bothered. Very few pockets, people are really interested. I can see the attendance also here, very few people are here. So how many are really interested in listening to the effects of climate change? And we are responsible for that. We are definitely responsible for that, because the population is increasing. We need more space. More space means we occupy more forests. More forest areas getting deforested. And so naturally, all the animals which are living in the forest, they are coming into the populated areas. So we are having the menace of monkeys. Even in Hyderabad, we have a big monkey menace. People are getting mauled, dying because of that. And then you're seeing the man-eaters like tigers and cheetahs also coming into populated areas now, because we are encroaching on their land. So we have to coexist. Instead, we are existing and we are not letting them exist. That's the problem. And then of course, once the deforestation occurs, naturally the oxygen goes down, the carbon dioxide increases. So the footprint, of carbon dioxide increases, and it is going to affect our metabolism. Of late, you see so many of these diseases, because India has become the capital of diabetes. Hyderabad is the capital of diabetes in India, because we see now every third pregnant patient has diabetes. We call it gestational diabetes. Every fourth patient has thyroid problem. And then added to that, of course, the career-oriented women. Now, of course, the women have to be career-oriented. And the most important thing, because of that, they are postponing their marriages and pregnancies. And what we are finding now is the most important thing, let me tell you, is the poor ovarian reserve that they have, so they are unable to conceive. See, in the olden days, when I was born, long time ago, in those days, people used to have 9 children, 10 children, even at 50 years they used to deliver without any problem, Now even at 25 years we are finding girls not able to conceive. And why does it happen? Because we all know that the eggs in the ovaries, they migrate from what is known as yolk sac to the ovaries when the child is in the womb, when the female child is in the womb of the mother. After that, there is no increase in the number. So actually, when a child is born, approximately there are supposed to be 2 million eggs in the ovaries, both together. And when it becomes less than 1,000, it gets exhausted to less than 1,000, women stop menstruating. That is called as menopause. So previously it used to occur, of course many women died during childbirth, that is a different aspect altogether. But then, people were very quick to conceive, because they used to get married very early, produce children also very early. That also is not correct, actually speaking, health point of view. But then, they didn't have any problem conceiving. Now we find 25-year-old girl coming to us saying that she is not able to conceive, and we examine them and get them tested, and they have a very poor ovarian reserve, less than 1,000. We call it premature ovarian insufficiency. And what we find is the environmental change is causing all these problems. And nowadays we also know that autism is increasing in children. and the childhood mental problems are also increasing in children. And you find more and more schizophrenia and more bipolar disorders in men and women as well. So why is it happening? See, for these things, the genes do not change. Believe me, the genes do not change. You inherit it as it is from your parents or from your families. So the eggs and the sperms carry the same genes. But what happens afterwards is known as epigenetic changes. So that is where the epigenetic changes are influenced by the environment. And in the environment, again the pollution is very, very important. So what happens when the epigenetic changes are occurring? The pollution influences the epigenetic changes. So you find lots of what we call as endocrine disruptors. That is, normally the endocrine glands have to function normally. So there are certain substances which are produced which are disrupting this function. So naturally the function goes haywire. So many problems exist, and the most important function that is affected is what is known as methylation. See, for every function to occur, for every metabolic function to occur in our body, there is one process, biochemical process known as methylation, DNA methylation. We all know DNA is in the genes, isn't it? So this DNA methylation is affected, and once the DNA methylation is affected, all sorts of diseases will start. And that starts even with our food. See, the food also, the changes because of the chemical pesticides, the pollution, the plants are also affected by pollution. That also we must remember. So what happens? The produce which we are eating now are not able to give us as many vitamins and as much of minerals as we used to get when we were children. So there was a long ago, again I am telling the girls, because I think I am the oldest person in this audience. So I can tell you, because that used to be a different atmosphere altogether. But now we find, even the fruits we eat, the vegetables we eat, they are changed. The taste is not the same. We always comment, the taste is not the same. It used to be different before, and it is not as tasty as it is now. Why does it occur? Because the plants also have methylation. They also have genes. So the same thing is occurring in humans also, in the plants also, in the animals also. So even in the litter, if you have pet animals and if you look at the litter, there also the changes are occurring. And why do we find more and more cancer? Nowadays we find many cancer occurring, and I don't know how many of you read in the recent newspaper article, where the cancers have increased because of pollution. And there was another article which commented on smoking and losing the ovarian reserve. So women also started smoking now. See, Western countries, they are giving up smoking, and here we are increasing smoking. Because we think, we can do all these things and be happy and all that, but that affects in many ways, and that is one of the causes of even cancer, smoke. Even passive smoking is also going to affect us. So these are all problems, which we must remember. So the endocrine disruptors, the methylation disruptors, it's all because of pollution. And many don't understand this. The only thing people come and ask me is, we have a cell tower near our house, does it affect us? Does it affect my reproductive capacity? But actually that is not a big deal, but the traffic is a big problem. Now we find Hyderabad, after Telangana was formed, everybody thought, we are going to have a nice traffic, the population will come down, and in fact what we find is the population has increased much more, the traffic has increased much more, and the vehicular pollution has increased much more. So all these days only Delhi was the most polluted city in the world. Now Bombay is also competing with it, and after some time Hyderabad also will compete with it. All metros for that matter. I think unless we act, and we should see, we are all old, we are all going to go away. The youngsters have to take cudgels upon this, and then they have to start acting. So you have to protest. You have to see that the pollutants are decreased. So there are laws about plastic use, isn't it, in our country? But I don't think the plastic use has stopped at all. Otherwise, the garbage, mounds of garbage will not have plastic bags. Everywhere you see the plastic bags are there. And then the cleanliness of roads. We ourselves, we do not, we think, if our surroundings are clean, that's enough. So you put your garbage into the next door neighbor's house and be happy with it because your house is clean. See, even educated people, I am saying, I live in a colony, where I find all these things, and of course it amuses me, but at the same time I get angry also. Because, there is a garbage collector who is coming and collecting. Why can't you put it? I'll give you an example. I had gone to Northeast because my brother was working and I had gone for a conference in Guwahati. So I went to Shillong. And Shillong, I was surprised to see every Sunday, the local area, those who are living there, the residents, they are cleaning the roads. Not the municipal corporation or somebody else. And every morning, when the garbage truck comes, the fellow doesn't get down at all. The residents go and dump their garbage into the garbage truck and they are separating the wet garbage and the dry garbage. And here we are not even doing that in metro. So I really appreciated the Northeast culture, and it is supposed to be very backward. I mean, in what should I say, income generation or whatever. If you look at the economic thing, but if you look at their hygiene, if you look at their roads, they are so clean. And here we are, saying that we have so many IT companies coming in here, so many pharmas coming in here, and how about all the chemical waste is being dumped in Hussain Sagar? It stinks. Nobody wants to go there. Though they have opened up the roads even on Sundays, banned all the traffic on Hussain Sagar, but people don't want to go because of the stink. And why does it stink? And mind you, even before I was born, it was a water storage tank. People use the water to drink from Hussain Sagar. Now I don't think anybody wants to even touch that water. It's like that. And who did it? We only did it. We humans did it. So I think, there are laws for everything in our country. Unfortunately, the implementation is very poor. See, whenever you have a law, you have to have an implementation. And the most important thing after implementation is, anybody can tell me? Any program for that matter. Evaluation. You evaluate whether the program is working or not. We are not doing that at all. So unless you evaluate how a program is working, then you find the loopholes, why it is not working. And then you can plug those loopholes and then get on with the implementation. But unfortunately the laws are framed in our legislative assemblies and parliament. The implementation on the ground is not there and evaluation is zero. So naturally, there is no point in saying that whenever the world bodies, give us a thing saying that your poverty is so much, your infant deaths are so many, your neonatal deaths are very high. Mind you, one of the highest infantile deaths and neonatal deaths occur in India. And Bangladesh and Sri Lanka are much better than us. They are economically backward compared to us. We are supposed to be the fifth economy in the world, What's the use? When we are not able to reduce the infant mortality or neonatal mortality compared to Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, the maternal mortality ratio is in single digits, whereas we are still in double digits. where are we progressing? So we should not measure our progress only by the economy, the money. Money is important, of course, but that doesn't mean, we neglect the other genres or whatever it is, So most important for anybody is health. For health, we require a clean environment, protected water, and food. These three are very important, and apart from this, education is very important. But unfortunately, again, we have, education policy now. But what is it doing? I see my patients coming in, and please forgive me, all you students, and the teachers also now, because I find they have absolutely no knowledge about their bodies. They are all BTechs and MBAs, and all the colleges are mushrooming everywhere with no faculty, even our medical colleges for that matter. No faculty. And we don't find dedicated faculty. If you have 50 faculty members, maybe 10% will be really dedicated. The rest are coming only to earn money. I am being very frank. When we were students, our teachers paid more attention to those students who are backward. Now we have institutions where they have special classes for those who are very brilliant. Why do they require more importance? They can study themselves. It is the backward people who require attention, isn't it? So I think we have all lopsided views, and that is where we are lagging. And I think unless there is a real upheaval in our society, we are going to lag behind like this only. Let there be any number of COP conferences anywhere, everywhere, nothing is going to happen. Thank you very much. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. I'm sorry I didn't prepare a PPT or anything like that. I thought I'll talk extempore because I was informed a little late, and then I didn't even have time to prepare anything also. But I thought, how the environment really affects the health of a woman and the progeny, which is important. Because the future generations have to be protected. And for that, the mother has to be healthy. And if the mother has to be healthy, we have to protect the environment. Because inside the womb, the environment matters. So everywhere the environment matters. No doubts? Questions? Yeah. Anybody? If you have any questions, you can ask me. They don't have any questions. Either they understood or they just slept through because of post-lunch session.
My question is not really connected, because seeing your experience, what kind of policy interventions would you like to suggest? Because the magnitude of the problem is very big.
The magnitude of the problem is very big. In the morning also, Babu Rao sir expressed his anguish. So what policy interventions are required? Doable policy interventions?
No, all our policies are very good. Yeah. I am telling you very frankly. Policies are very good because they are framed by real intellectuals. But the implementation is the problem. See, we are supposed to increase the forestation we are supposed to do. How much has it increased? Tell me honestly. It has not increased at all. Of course, there are people who are saying plant a tree, plant. You have seen so many trees being planted, but who is nurturing them? They are all getting dried, or the cattle come and eat them away. That is what is happening. That is why I said the implementation is important. So once you plant something, you have to nurture it. After all, are we not doing in our kitchen garden or in the front garden, in our houses? Of course, with flats, you don't have any gardens. But at least, I have a garden and I am a little passionate about it. And I have planted trees, which give more oxygen also to me and the environment. Because, that takes a lot of, the passion for improving the environment. You understand? And we are not like, the Americas are huge countries and the population is so less. Even there they are finding it difficult now. And how many of us really switch off the lights or fans when we are leaving your room? Even that produces pollution. We are consuming more electricity. More electricity means more water. So are we really doing that? And suppose you are in some other place, in somebody else's place, anyway you are not bothered because you are not paying the bill also, no? That's a problem. So how many of us are doing this? So I think, the motivation has to come, and for this I feel, we have to start from schooling itself, about talking about environment. The schools have to start talking about environment, and if the schools have to talk, the teachers have to learn first. So who is going to teach the teachers? We all have trainings, trainer of trainers, TOTs we call it. So who is going to teach the teachers? Because I have an experience, when we talked about sex education in schools a long time ago, before I retired. I retired quite a long time ago anyway. So those days, we had teachers and we trained them in sex education. What they should talk, how they should talk to the children in the classes, and we said it is all after 12 years of age. So after 8th class. And the teachers were not at all happy to come for the training first of all. They said, we can't talk about this. And then the parents protested. And what happened? There is no sex education in our country, and we are finding so many problems. See, there are young girls here, but still I want to talk. There are couples who have not conceived for 10 years coming to us saying we want to have children, who have not even consummated their marriage because they don't have any knowledge about sex. So that is the other extreme. And we are also finding people, young children, becoming pregnant and coming, young children being abused, because I am the governing body chairperson of Prajvala, which is an anti-trafficking agency. Children as young as 3 years being raped. Where are we going? So I think, you have to do something, and our attitude has to change, and unless our attitude changes, I don't think anything is going to happen to this country. See, it's all good, you be religious, you pray, you build temples, you do everything, but ultimately, knowledge is the power. So knowledge has to be there, and knowledge has to be given to the children. Who is going to give them? The parents don't want to talk. Parents don't want to talk to their daughters about menstruation also. I tell my patients, if you don't want to talk, you bring them to me, I will talk to them. How they should be careful, menstrual hygiene, all those things, we talk. Of course, our professional body is also doing a lot of things about this. We are talking a lot about menstrual hygiene, what happens, reproductive problems, all that we are doing in schools and colleges. But it is a drop in the ocean, unless it becomes a part of the curriculum in schools, nothing is going to happen. So I think, we have to teach children, and children have to become more active, and they have to become activists also. Unless they become activists, nothing is going to happen, I think. Thank you. Thank you.
And for all the dignitaries who are here, and I would like to thank Telangana Mahila Vishvavidyalayam and CJAR, Lilavati Auntie and Narsimha Rao Uncle for having me here today. I'm Sneha, and I'm so happy to see myself being young, and you're all young here. I work for an organization called Aranya Agricultural Alternatives. This organization is founded by my parents, Padma and Narsana, and academically I am a food and nutrition professional. While I was studying, I felt that there is a need for me to connect the food that is being grown to the soil that is there, and because if you want to be healthy, your soil needs to be healthy. And in that pursuit, I thought it is important for me to work with the land, with the soil, and with the communities. And today I'm here in front of you to talk about the work that we have been doing with the women farmers, small and marginal farmers across Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. The core values of Aranya, our organization, again, are women empowerment, natural resource management, and working with women farmers in special and also the small and marginal farmers. And we've been talking about women a lot since this morning. I would like to ask you a question quick. Why do you think women is the focus of our work, or why have we been talking about women since morning? With respect to climate change or with respect to environment? Anyone from this side? Okay, I would like to ask you a question. Seed, soil, and women. If you look at all three of these, what is one thing they have in common? Seed, soil, and women. Production, which means having the ability to give life to new forms, right? The ability to reproduce. Other than that, what are the other qualities that they all have? They grow quickly. Do we really grow quickly? Okay. What are the other qualities of a woman? Caregiving, taking care of their children, nurturing, compassion, empathy, patience. So if all of these qualities exist in women and nature, it is a great asset, right? So imagine if having all these qualities, they don't have access to resources, not having access to land, not having access to power, but have access to all of these things. How is it going to be? No growth and development? Okay. No progress. So imagine if a woman has access to land, or if a woman has access to resources, what does it mean? So many times we can tell women are not financially empowered, but if you put finances aside, what would be the other thing that they would be really empowered and controlling the entire economy of a system? Entire life. Sorry? Next generations. Yes, you're all right. So having access to land, because we are working with farmers, why I'm stressing on women and having access to land is, if a woman has access to land, and if a woman, who's a caregiver at your home? Your mom, right? Who knows what you like? Your mom. Who knows what your brother likes, or your sister likes, or what your father likes? Your mom. Who takes care of you if you're sick? Okay? So imagine if a woman has access to land, and she can grow things for you. Is she doing a monoculture of crops, or she's going to do a multiculture of crops? Huh? Multiculture of crops. And this having access to land is not just something that she's growing food for, but she's also becoming financially independent in a different way, right? How do you think she has access to seed? She can grow what she wants. She can grow what your family needs. She can grow what your brother wants, your father wants, what she needs. And she doesn't have to depend on anything that is coming from an external source, which is, again, the money. Do you think she has to think of money in order to call some relatives to your home? No, because she is growing food. She has access to land, she has access to resources, she has access to everything that she can feed people, right? So that is a kind of empowerment. Every woman should have that right to access to land, where in turn she's having access to every resource. Right? Does she still need money in spite of having all these resources? No, right? Do you think so? In some cases, yes. But if the head of the house, in my case as women, if the head of the house has access to all of these, then the dependency on external things would be as less as possible. Isn't it? I would like to give a small example of the work that we are doing. We have been working with the women farmers, especially focused on women farmers in Hyderabad area of Telangana. And there is a program where the regenerative agriculture program that we have been stressing on, and we have worked with 110 women farmers in that area. And we chose women who are small and marginal and have a very little piece of land but haven't been cultivating anything because they don't know what to do with their lands. We provided some hand-holding support, capacity building, and what they did was they started growing things. So participation of women in what they want is very important. This is often neglected. We don't give importance to what they want. It is often the men who dictate what their land wants. But if you ask a woman what they need, they tell what their family needs. So it means if you're empowering a woman, it means you're empowering a household, you're empowering a state, you're empowering a country, you're empowering the entire world. So decision-making process, if it goes into the hands of the woman, everything is going to be in a safe hands. So when we asked the women, so like I said, there is something called participatory rural uprising, where we take the inputs of the people participating. It's not that because I am giving you a project, then you have to listen to what we say. We request the women to tell us what they need. According to their needs, then we design it. So when we requested them to list out the plans of what they want, it was not a monoculture. It was diverse. Because they're thinking of what she likes, what the kids like, what the family likes, and then what she could sell also. But then the first thing that she's thinking of is herself, the family, and the zones after that. So and after that, we also had some other farmers who were also men, and after we've given the fruit plants to the women farmers, there was a 1 year period where we requested them to take care of them because we were supposed to give them a milch animal based on the survival rate of the plants. Okay, if the survival rate of the plants is higher, then they would get a milch animal. So why milch animal? Do you think there are less animal integration happening in the villages? ఆవులు గేదెలు అన్నీ ఎక్కువ ఉన్నాయా తక్కువ ఉన్నాయా ఇప్పుడు ఊర్లలో తక్కువైనాయా సో ఈ ఊర్లో కూడా తక్కువనే అయింది దే వర్ నో మిల్చ్ యానిమల్స్ దే ఆల్ సోల్డ్ ఆఫ్ బికాస్ నౌ a days there is no joint family system, everything has become nuclear. If they want to step out of their house they have to think of who's going to take care of my cattle. It's become a situation like that. So because they knew that they were going to get a milch animal if they were to take care of these plants and make sure that the survival rate is higher, the people who are very much interested, again especially the women, they made sure that the plant survival rate is up to the mark, okay, for the first year, so 80% survival stage, and then they were given a milch animal, which is your cow or buffalo. So what improved after we gave this? What do you think the changes might have happened after giving these women one milch animal? Okay, financially improved. Other than that, even before we go to finances, something else is what they do. The family, they start consuming the milk, they start consuming the curd, and they start making ghee, they start selling it among the community that is there in their area. Because in this village where there was a lot of cattle, now during the time when we were working with them, they really didn't have many cattle. And giving this access has really helped them in a way, because they were getting thousands of milk packets into one village. And giving this one milch animal to those women have not just increased the food and nutritional security in their homes, but also in the entire village. So the entire village ecosystem has changed with just this one thing. So not just the milk and the curd or your ghee, other than that, they're also using the farmyard manure, which means they're using the dung, they're using the cow urine, which is in turn going into their lands. So just see one drop that you put, and it has created a ripple not just at the home level, but also it is increased exponentially into the other circles that are next to them, right? And other thing, so again coming back to access to land that we said, if you think of money and access to land, what do you do generally if you're not growing anything? What do? We do buy things and consume, right? So having access to land not only gives them annual produce, but also the produce that comes in the nature by itself. So many of the people, women that we are working with, they get a lot of uncultivated edible greens during the season. Do you know uncultivated edible greens? It is, you know palak, amaranth, broccoli, lettuce. So these are the ones that we know, but there are also a lot of things that we don't know, which are called the uncultivated edible greens, which come up on their own during the monsoon. And these edible greens are biggest source of nutrition for the rural households. And this happens in the monsoon, where they go collect the uncultivated edible greens and feed their family. So having access to resources, we have to provide women the access to resources. If they are empowered, then if they get access to those resources, they are going to make everything a better place. Again, whatever they're growing, it is not just creating ripples in their family and outside, but also creating a local economy. Local economy is often something that we forget. We always tend to buy something that's exported or there. But if we can support the local economy, it is also the farmers of that region, be it the women farmers. Whenever I say farmers, it is always a man that comes into the picture, but I would want all of you to imagine a woman farmer behind your head, because most of the work, if you see in the fields, is being done by a woman and not the man. He's also doing something, it's not that he's not, but we don't often underestimate the work that a woman is doing in the agriculture systems. And buying local would do of a great benefit when you are buying food for yourself. Local food systems need to be supported. We are talking about climate change. Of all of these that I've discussed right now, did you feel that women are creating big carbon footprint or less carbon footprint? Less carbon footprint, right? So in these lands, the women are growing at least minimum 12 different diverse varieties of crops. 12 different varieties of crops, where you see now in the conventional agricultural system, you only see just one kind of crop being grown, where there is no diversity. But if the woman is doing the cropping system, there's a lot of difference. They grow diverse crops, which is also helping the diversity in a wider aspect, not just in their farm, but also for the entire environment. And using small and slow solutions, like since this morning we have been hearing a lot of problems and a lot of solutions, a lot of policy level changes that we are requesting to make. I think any change that we are doing, it should start from within us, and then think of what can be done at policy level, what can be done at a government level, because most often we often try to blame the government or blame the policies, but we don't think what we are doing. And also morning Vijayalata ma'am was talking about reuse, refuse and reduce and recycle. I would like to add two more to that, which is your rethink and refuse. Okay, if you follow rethink and refuse, then you don't have to think of reducing or reusing or recycling. So I would again give a small example of the bottle from this morning. Somebody has offered me to take a bottle. I refused. I have a bottle of water, so I refused. It means there is no need to manage waste that you're generating. There is no need to generate waste at all. So even when you go to a shop and you're buying something from a store, he or she is giving you, even if it's a smaller milk packet that you can just hold in your hand, they're just dropping it in a polythene and giving it to you, right? What can you do then? You can rethink, saying, do I really need this, or do I just carry it back home? So you can refuse also. So add these two things. If you add your rethink and refuse to your reduce, reuse, recycle, then you don't have to even follow those steps. We have unnecessarily created the word of management of waste. Instead of managing waste, why can't we stop consuming waste? Why can't we stop generating waste? Another thing, again, I don't know why I got a little sideline, but also while we are working with these women farmers, we've trained them on how to use simple techniques, even on their farms, on their lands, using not heavy, bigger technologies, but technologies that they can use from within the natural resources that are available. So if the same thing was given to somebody else, again I'm using the gender man, then they would look for either a technological thing or a heavy machinery, but if we give the same responsibility to women, she would look at things that are locally available and naturally available next to her. So in this way, we are also trying to work with them to work with the existing natural resources that are there, even to measure the land, to do some natural earthworks that are happening. So this way, they are reducing a lot of carbon footprint in the agriculture sector. And we are promoting this as much as possible. Even the seed banks, quite every time this happens. So we also work with women community who's building seed banks in different areas of Telangana. So whenever we give some seeds to a person, to the husband, and ask her to give it to the wife, next time they visit the place, the seeds are still in the pocket of the man. Okay? But if you give the seeds to a woman, she knows how to nurture. The next day, right next day, they are going to go back into the soil. And next time you go visit, you're going to eat the fruits or the vegetables of that. So that is how much of a difference. So having access to resources is very important, that we have to provide all the women with. So they empower the world, empower the household, even from a smaller place to a bigger place, they are going to create a very big impact. And then climate change, whenever we hear the term climate change, I think there's the Arctic, there's the glaciers melting down, and a lot of things happening. That's on a bigger scale. But I want all of us to think of how climate change is also happening in your kitchens. How do you think climate change is impacting in your kitchens? All the fumes, okay. You can see the impact of climate change in the kitchens. If there is no particular crop available of that season due to environmental issues, and then you don't have access, your mom is not feeding you that, then you question her, why is it not available? Then you have to look at the entire food supply chain. Why is it not there, or why is it very expensive at this point of time? This year especially, we didn't have rain during the winter. So the entire winter cropping season is gone. None of the farmers have sown a winter crop. So if you want to eat chana the next season, or if you want to eat your omega-3 rich flaxseed, the women have not sown them in their crops, because the climate is changing. There is no rainfall. There is erratic patterns of rains that are happening. So if your mama wants to buy that and feed you in the kitchen, she'll have to spend 500 extra more bucks to buy it, so she's not going to feed you. So that is how climate change is directly and indirectly affecting in your kitchens as well. It is not a rocket science, or it is not something that is happening very far away from you, but it is impacting, affecting within your homes. And this is something that we have to look at and pay attention to. This morning when I was listening to one of the talks, I felt I would respectfully agree to disagree to certain things, because there are policies, there are scientists, but let's not wait always for the policies and scientists to make some changes. It should start from within. We have to start doing something. Only if that awareness is being created in you and the change starts from you, you can do anything. If that doesn't happen, it is wrong on our ends to expect somebody else to do it for us. I'll take a leave now. If you have any other questions, then any questions we could take it. Otherwise, I'll take a leave.
I'd like to share your observation. I completely agree with your point of women entering politics. But there are certain studies, especially after the formation of Telangana, there are certain studies which focus there. Women, they are taking up the double burden of farming as well as the household activities. And I'm sorry to say, but this is what the research is saying. And men end up consuming alcohol and just confining themselves to home. So what is your observation? Because you are working on the field, so what is your observation on
this?
This
is happening. This is happening, and it is happening. It is very bad that we are witnessing all of it. And the village we stay in right next to us, you see very young people, very, very young people, just 12th pass or just 10th grade, they are getting addicted to alcohol, and many children, many women losing their husbands and losing their children, and that extra burden of them not being is on the women. And this is happening, and that is a very big problem that we are seeing nowadays in the rural India, because they get free money, they get free pensions, they get free resources of all sorts, so the burden has been more on the women.
We are also mentioning about the PRA, that is one of our research techniques which even we deal with. So what kind of techniques are you using as part of PRA? Presently, are you still using that?
Yes, we do use for some activities. If ever we go to a new village, or if we are even in the existing village, if we want them to. So recently we had this activity where we were asking the women to do a chalk with the with the rangoli. We ask them to mark where their lands are according to their survey numbers, and sometimes we also do it with after doing a transact walk, we do a village map.
Yeah, like social
mapping, and also sometimes we also ask them to bring what are the greens that they are eating right now, and which season are they available. So they do
seasonality
based. So there are multiple ways, in multiple situations we use the PRA.
You are presently using that?
Yes, we are still using them, yes.
Thank you
It cannot be used. It's a very wonderful tool for people who are working at the grassroots levels to work with the community and incorporate these into the techniques.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The speeches have been done, and we are coming to the main part. So early in the morning, the hall was little more filled with the students, but after lunch it's thin and more. And but Leela madam ఒక మాట చెప్పారు, ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారన్నది సమస్య కాదు, ఉన్న వాళ్ళలో ఎంత మార్పు వచ్చింది, ఆ మార్పుతో వాళ్ళు వెళ్ళి సమాజంలో ఇంకా ఏం మార్పు తెచ్చారు అనేది చాలా ముఖ్యం. సో మీరు this view also can make a lot of difference. So we are moving to the next important session, that is a panel discussion. So actually our theme is roundtable conference, where everyone sit around and discuss. So but because we are students, like students are there, all the elders thought, first let us enlighten them with the knowledge and what different aspects, and then later we will engage them in the discussions. So to lead the discussions, we have people here waiting, and I call Sai Bhaskar sir, who is director from, you can see the third line there, Council for Earth Leadership and Sustainability, assistant organization of CGR, to lead the discussion. Then we have Sunanda Garu, who is a agriculturist, organic agriculturist. We have Dr. Vasanta ma'am, who is an engineering faculty from Vasavi Engineering College, and also she is volunteer member of Council for Green Revolution. I welcome you, ma'am. And I request Sri Harshita, who is an advocate, also a volunteer and member of Council for Green Revolution. And we also had Professor Saraswatama, who was a special officer for Telangana Mahila Vishvavidyalayam, but because of her some urgent work, she could not come, but she said she may join in between, but asked us to continue the session. And you have questions, they will take the questions, and then we will have this discussion, and we'll come to a certain kind of winding up or closing statements where we put things into action. We heard so much, each one of us will talk and express your doubts and the things that you can do from your side. Then we'll compile and make a report at the end, and make sure. See, morning what I said is internationally conference of COP28 is going on, where they are discussing various things internationally. But Vinita ma'am has pointed out local, means global versus local. We'll talk about the local solutions. So whatever we heard, let us imply to our own life, our own surroundings, and then let's talk about that. And I will request Sai Bhaskar sir to lead the discussion, where we will involve all the other panelists also to express them.
ఉమెన్ అండ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ అనేది ఒక పెద్ద టాపిక్ ఉండే, దెన్ ఉమెన్ అండ్ క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ అనేది తెలుగు ఓకేనా? సో ఉమెన్ అండ్ క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ అనేది ఇప్పుడు కొత్తగా మళ్ళీ ఇంకో టాపిక్ వచ్చేసింది మనకు. సో ఉమెన్ అండ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్లోనే చాలా ఇష్యూస్ ఉండే, అంటే మనము హౌ ద హోల్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ కాన్షియస్నెస్లో ద రోల్ ఆఫ్ ఉమెన్ దట్ ప్లేడ్. ఇంతకుముందు స్నేహ కూడా షీ ట్రై టు కవర్ దోస్ థింగ్స్. ద రిలేషన్షిప్ బిట్వీన్ ప్రొడక్టివిటీ లేదా రీజనరేషన్ కానీ ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ ఆర్ రిలేటెడ్. అర్త్ అనేది ఇట్స్ ఏ ఫెమినైన్, అగ్రీడ్ కదా? సూర్యుడు ఓకే, కానీ అట్లనే నది ఫెమినైన్ కదా, సముద్రుడు అర్థమైంది కదా? అట్లనే మనకు ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటంటే సూర్యుడు ఆనే ఉన్నాడు కానీ మనం ఒక్కోసారి దుప్పట్టుతోనే కప్పుకుంటూ ఉబ్బరిస్తుందా లేదా? సో అట్లా ఉంటుంది ఒకటి, మన అట్మాస్ఫియర్లో ఈ గ్యాసెస్ అనే బ్లాంకెట్ని జర లావు చేసినాం, అంటే వేడి బయటికి పోకుండా లావు దుప్పటి కప్పుకుంటే కూడా కష్టంగా ఉంటుంది కదా మనకు. రజాయి ఎప్పుడో వాడతాం కానీ రోజు రజాయి కప్పుకుంటే ఎట్లుంటుంది అట్లా. సో అట్లా మన గ్లోబల్ వార్మింగ్ అనేది అయింది. సో సూర్యుడిని నేను నిందించకండి అని అంటున్నా జెండర్లో, ఆయన ఆడు ఉన్నాడు కానీ, బట్ ఈ వీ హ్యావ్ కాజ్ దిస్ హోల్ థింగ్. సో ఇక్కడ మనకు అటు ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్ లీగల్ యాక్టివిజమ్స్ సైడ్ శ్రీ హర్షిత ఉన్నారు, దెన్ డాక్టర్ వసంత లక్ష్మి కమింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్, అండ్ మీరు అగ్రికల్చర్ అండ్ ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్ సైడ్ నుంచి ఉన్నారు. సో మీరు ప్రశ్నలు అడిగితే బాగానే ఉంటుంది, అదర్వైజ్ ఐ విల్ ఆస్క్ దెమ్ అండ్ దే విల్ రెస్పాన్స్. ఏది బెటర్ నన్నే అడగమంటారా? ఓకే. సో శ్రీ హర్షిత, ఐ న్యూ హర్ సిన్స్ లాస్ట్ 6 years I think, more than, and for her age she had been doing great things, Sri Harshita, and she is very sensitive lady, and especially అంటే మీరు లా సైడ్ నుంచి ఉన్నారు కాబట్టి, బట్ వెన్ నో గవర్నమెంట్ ఈజ్ డూయింగ్ కంప్లైంట్స్ అంటే లిజనింగ్ టు ఈవెన్ UN 6th అసెస్మెంట్ రిపోర్ట్ కూడా వచ్చింది, కోడ్ రేట్ ఫర్ హ్యూమానిటీ అనే పదం వాడేశారు, తర్వాత ఎమర్జెన్సీ క్లైమేట్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ అని కూడా అన్నారు. సో ఇంత పెద్ద ఇదైతుంటే మన కాన్స్టిట్యూషన్లో కూడా రైట్ టు లైఫ్ అని ఒకటి ఫండమెంటల్ ఉంటుంది. మరి ఇలాంటి పరిస్థితిలో మరి యాజ్ కమింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ దిస్ లీగల్ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్, వాట్ యూ వాంట్ టు సే, హౌ యూ నీడ్ టు గో అబౌట్, ఎస్పెషలీ ద రోల్ ఆఫ్ ఉమెన్ ఇన్ దిస్ హోల్ థింగ్ ఆల్సో యూ కెన్ యాడ్ ఆన్.
So I think firstly responding to your question about why climate is not being considered as a very important subject of discussion, what I would like to answer is, when we are fighting for hunger, then poverty and some basic necessities, I feel climate is not yet considered as an issue of governance, and climate is not yet politicized. For us to consider any issue to be important, politicization of the same is considered necessary. Ante ippudu manam oka, suppose for example we are taking some schemes in Telangana, ఆ స్కీమ్ ఇవ్వడం వల్ల నాకు ఓటు పడుతుందా లేదా అనే చూస్తారు కానీ, లైక్ వాట్ గుడ్ ఐ ఆమ్ డూయింగ్ అన్నది is like a very second priority to politicians currently in the country, sir. That's why I think climate is not being considered as a main subject of implementation today for any government in the country. Secondly, women, even like we have 33%, recently the 33% reservation for women was passed. We have reservation for women in local governance, but how many women do you really think are actively involved in governance? అంటే నేను ఒక సింపుల్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తాను. ఒక ఊరికి వెళ్తాము, అక్కడ ఆ పర్టికులర్ లొకాలిటీలో సర్పంచ్ సీట్ ఉమెన్కి రిజర్వ్ అయ్యి ఉంది కాబట్టి వాళ్ళ భార్యను నిలబెడతారు, కానీ నిజానికి వచ్చి సంతకాలు పెట్టేది మాత్రం వాళ్ళ ఆయన. సో నిజానికి when we are actually bringing some change at the level of governance also, women are not given priority. అంటే వీళ్ళకేం తెలుసులే, that is the kind of attitude that is there or shown towards women, sir. I think when they are actually given a platform, I don't think they need a platform, ante they can, but when we look at generations beyond, creating a platform is very important. Then after creating platform, they have to be welcomed. The kind of welcomeness that's being shown should be from the society, and the women should be encouraged. I think that is when a real change can be brought in the society, and involving women in governance is very important, because when we have an equal ratio of population where women and men are equal in the society, as in terms of population, when it comes to governance, when it comes to making any kind of decision at a policy level or at any stage, involving them is important, because only they can vote for what are their needs. How can a man come and tell what hygiene requirements does woman have when she is menstruating, or what are the requirements of a woman when she is giving birth? Can a man tell it, or will it be better for a woman to speak for it? I think that's what all of us have to think, sir.
Yeah, next question to Dr. Vasantalakshmi garu. She is a spiritual also, environmental and the conscious unnaru, spiritual ga kuda unnaru. So, but desire is the cause of sorrow antam. Today's human ecological footprint gani, carbon footprint gani, anni footprint laku desire kuda oka reason. ఎందుకంటే వాట్ ఎవర్ అవర్ నీడ్స్ అంటే కూడా గ్రీడ్ ఎక్కువైపోయింది కాబట్టి. సో వాట్ రోల్ ఉమెన్ కెన్ ప్లే రైట్ ఫ్రమ్, సరే నా దగ్గర బట్టలు 10 జతలు ఉన్నాయి, నా 10 సరిపోదు, నాకు 20 కావాలి, వార్డ్రోబ్ నిండిపోయి ఇంకా కొత్త వార్డ్రోబులు కొని రూములు కూడా నిండిపోతున్నాయని నాకు అనిపిస్తుంది. మీకు అన్ని రూమ్లు ఎందుకు సార్ అంటే చెత్తలో ఉన్నాం కాబట్టి రూమ్లో చెత్త కోసం ఎక్కువ అవసరం అని చెప్పాల్సి వస్తుంది ఇవాళ రేపు, అంటే లాజికల్గా. సో యాజ్ ఎ ఉమెన్ విత్ ఇన్ ఏ ఫ్యామిలీ, రైట్ ఫ్రమ్ వండినప్పుడు కూడా ఎంత వండినాం అనే దానికించి, ఏ ఫుడ్ వండుతున్నాము, ఇది టెక్నాలజికల్లీ ఎక్కడి నుంచో కొని ఏదో దేశంకించి ఇంపోర్ట్ చేసుకుని ఉన్నామా, లోకలైజ్ ఇంతకుముందు గ్రీన్స్ అన్నది అటు ఇటు తిరిగితే కూడా కనబడుతుంది, కొండపిండి అంటాం వింటాం కానీ పక్కనే ఉంటుంది, ఇది అదా అని కూడా తెలియదు, అట్లా ఉంటుంది. సో ఐ థింక్ ఇట్లా చాలా కాన్షియస్నెస్గా మీకు అవకాశాలు చాలా ఉన్నాయి. అంటే ఉమెన్ టు మేక్ ఎస్పెషల్లీ చిల్డ్రన్, ఫ్యామిలీ, వాళ్ళ పార్ట్నర్స్ని టోటల్ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ చేయడానికి, అంటే మన ఫుట్ ప్రింట్ తగ్గించడానికి. సో ఇండివిజువల్లీ హౌ వీ షుడ్ నాట్ డిజైర్ సో మచ్, యాజ్ వెల్ యాజ్ హౌ యూ కెన్ ప్లే దట్ రోల్. సో అల్టిమేట్లీ మన క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ ఇవన్నీ భాగం కాబట్టి వాట్ యూ కెన్ బ్రింగ్ అప్.
సో యాక్చువల్లీ సార్ చాలా పాజిటివ్గా కామెంట్ చేశారు మండి, కానీ వీ హ్యావ్ టు యాక్సెప్ట్ ఇట్ ఎట్ సమ్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ వీఆర్ గ్రేడీ. క్లాత్స్ అనుకోండి, లేకపోతే ఫీడింగ్ ఆర్ చిల్డ్రన్. రీసెంట్ మదర్స్ని మీరు యంగ్స్టర్ గ్రూప్ కాకుండా అడ్రస్ చేస్తారు, ఈవెన్ యంగ్స్టర్స్ ఆల్సో. ఫస్ట్ మీరు జాబ్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఏం చేద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నారని నేను మీకు రిటర్న్ క్వశ్చన్ వేస్తే ఏం చెప్తారు? I want answer from audience. Spend it on ourselves. So spend it on ourselves, right? What is going to be of our requirements? So the fashion, trendy clothing, then spending on ourselves and spending on our parents, gifting something, right? What form of gifts? Yes, answer is everyone knows the answer. That's why I'm not answering. You people are giving answer. Tell me. Saris, jewelry. What next? Perfumes. So think of really cosmetics. How many chemicals you are giving, and how in your life you are giving space to so many chemicals. How much synthetic chemicals you are using, that much impact is there on environment. రైట్. సో నేను ఇప్పుడు ఏదో కాటన్ క్లాత్ కట్టుకున్నాను, రోజు ఏం కట్టుకుని ఐఎమ్ ఆల్సో యూజింగ్ పాలిమర్స్. సో వై? బికాస్ ఈజీ టు wash, easy to dry, ironing, all these things are going to be constrained, right? So what we can do rightly? So first thing is we have to reduce the greediness. So please, if we quit this hall immediately when we enter in your hostel rooms or your rooms, check out your wardrobe, right? Just pick up the pairs of clothes which you like and confidently you are going to wear, and because of small repairs you keep away from wearing. Second thing. Third thing, you don't like that color, you are not feeling comfortable, right? If there's a 4 reasons, if you are going to divide them, ఇవి నచ్చలేదు, ఇవి బాగున్నాయి, ఇవి కలర్ నచ్చలేదు, ఇవి కొంచెం పాడైపోయినందుకు వేసుకోను, అట్లా మీరు డివైడ్ చేస్తే వేసుకునే క్లాత్స్ ఎన్ని ఉంటాయి? మేబీ 40-50 pairs ఆఫ్ క్లాత్స్లో యూ ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు యూస్ 10, రైట్? రెగ్యులర్గా అవే వేసుకుంటామంటే రెగ్యులర్ వేసుకునేవి మనకి ఇష్టం, మిగిలినవి మన కంఫర్ట్ అన్నా కాదు, మనకి ఇష్టం అన్నా కాదు, మనకి నప్పలేదు. 3 reasons, right? So why the rightly pointed rethink, reuse, recycle, అది అదర్ ఆప్షన్. ఫస్ట్ రీథింక్ అండ్ రిజెక్ట్. మనం షాప్లో ఎందుకు ఆలోచించాం ఈ విషయాన్ని? వై వీఆర్ ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్డ్ బై ది షాప్ కీపర్స్ ఆర్ అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్స్ ఆర్ బై ది హీరోయిన్స్ ఆర్ బై ది మీడియా, ప్రింటెడ్ ఆర్ వర్చువల్ మీడియా. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పాలంటే టీవీ అవుట్డేటెడ్ అయిపోయింది, మన యూట్యూబ్స్, తర్వాత ఏంటి రీల్స్. So what you are learning from them? Is it really increasing your greediness? Is media and all the things they're giving, symbolizing, and they're giving advertisement, right? One thing we have to remember, and one thing we have to take out, how much chemicals, అంటే ఏదన్నా ఫామ్లో వాటి సోర్స్ ఏంటి, అవి ఎందుకు వాడుతున్నాం, మనకి ఎంతవరకు అవసరం. యువర్ బాడీ ఈజ్ మేడప్ ఆఫ్ విత్ ది న్యాచురల్ కంటెంట్. So your body likes to take natural things. Your body is comfortable with the natural things, right? Just think of that, then automatically most of the chemicals are going to be eliminated from your house. Then automatically when it is eliminated from your house, then it is going to be eliminated from the world. You are the generations, young generations, and you are going to be the టార్చ్ బ్యారర్స్ అని మార్నింగ్ వర్డ్ వాడారు. రియల్లీ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ఆర్ ద, అంటే యాజ్ ఇఫ్ యూ ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు టేక్, యు ఆర్ అవర్ ఫ్యూచర్, రైట్? ఇక్కడ కూర్చున్న గర్ల్స్ అందరూ మా ఫ్యూచర్ కాదా? ఇఫ్ ఐ లీడ్ అంటే నాకు 40 years అబోవ్ ఉన్నాయి అనుకోండి, మీకెంత ఉంటుంది భూమి మీద ఉండే హక్కు, రైట్? డబల్ దెన్ మీ, రైట్? సో మీకు ఎక్కువ హక్కు ఉంది కాబట్టి కాపాడుకునే బాధ్యత కూడా మీ మీదే ఉంది కదా. అంటే మా మీద 40% ఉంటే మీ మీద 80%. సో మేము రాంగ్ థింగ్స్ చేసాం, సేమ్ రాంగ్ థింగ్స్ మీరు కంటిన్యూ చేయాలనుకుంటున్నారా? కంటిన్యూ చేయొద్దు అనుకుంటే ఏం చేయాలి? పోనీ ఏం ఇప్పుడు మా మార్నింగ్ నుంచి విన్నాం కదా, ఎవరన్నా ఒకళ్ళు ఏమన్నా డెసిషన్ తీసుకున్నారా? సింపుల్ స్టెప్స్, రేపటి నుంచి నేను ప్లాస్టిక్ కప్లో టీ, పేపర్ కప్లో టీ తాగను, అట్లా చిన్న డెసిషన్స్ ఏమైనా తీసుకున్నారా? ఏదైనా చిన్నది. లోకల్ మార్కెట్స్లో అంటే మీన్స్ రిఫ్రిజిరేటెడ్ ఫుడ్స్ కాకుండా లోకల్ మార్కెట్ నుంచి ఫుడ్స్ తెచ్చుకుందాం, తక్కువ పేర్స్ ఆఫ్ క్లాత్స్ కొందాం, లేదంటే తక్కువ కెమికల్స్ ఉన్న సబ్ ప్రోడక్ట్స్ వాడదాం. అట్లా ఏమన్నా డెసిషన్ తీసుకున్నారా ఎవరన్నా ఒకళ్ళు? నన్ను నగేష్ మైక్ పాస్ చేసి మేడం.
విన్నారు కదా, అందరు చెప్పారు కదా ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది, మీరు ఏమైనా మైండ్లో అనుకున్నారా ఇక్కడ నుంచి నేను ప్లాస్టిక్ వాడను, లేదా బాటిల్స్ నేను వాడను, లేకపోతే స్మాల్ టీకి వస్తాయి కదా అవి వాడను, యూ క్యారీ యువర్ ఓన్ స్టీల్ గ్లాస్ అని అలాంటివి ఏమన్నా మీరు డిసైడ్ చేశారా చెప్పండి.
Yeah, like we were having lunch now only, we bring our tiffin boxes in plastic covers. So we were just talking it like before only, like we fight for covers in the morning. This is my cover, you don't take it and go. This is my cover. So we were talking about that only, less usage of plastic covers. So we bring steel tiffins from tomorrow like that. We were
మార్నింగ్ నుంచి జరిగిన దానికి is going to be the small example. This is of what evolution is. We reached to you, right? Thank you.
Yeah, please, madam.
So Diwali shopping we did at Ratnadeep. So I had to buy a few things, so I went there. So generally we all see there are trolleys. So there are big trolleys and I have seen small trolleys also. I was in a hurry, I have seen why these small trolleys, I just walked inside. And when I went inside, small kids, you know, they are just hardly 1 or 2 years. They were holding the trolleys and they were picking up everything, biscuits, chocolates, noodles, all that they are putting in their small trolleys and they are buying them. And parents are encouraging them. So this shows us that, you know, parents are also involved in this. Like they are encouraging their children to buy more things right from the childhood. So, you know, ma'am, after growing up, do you think that they will change this habit? So we are inculcating this habit of buying too many things. Yeah, thank you.
సో ఇప్పుడు మన దగ్గర సునంద గారు ఉన్నారు, నేచురల్ ఫార్మరు వారు. సో అంటే మట్టికి డైరెక్ట్ సంబంధం ఒక ఫార్మర్కి ఉంటుంది జనరల్గా. ఫార్మర్ అంటే మహిళలు పురుషులు అందరు ఫార్మర్సే, బట్ అందులో మహిళకు ఎక్కువ క్లోజ్నెస్ ఉంటుంది. ఎందుకంటే కలుపు తీయాలన్నా, నాట్లు వేయాలన్నా, ఇలాంటి డౌన్ టు అర్త్ అంటాం కదా, క్లోజ్ టు రూట్స్ లెవెల్లో వర్క్ చేసేది మహిళలే. సో ఇప్పుడు అంటే ఈ యొక్క క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ అంటే వాతావరణ మార్పులు ఇవన్నీ అవుతున్నాయి కదా, మీరు దాదాపు ఒక 20 ఏళ్ళ నుంచి చేసి ఉంటారు కదమ్మా. అంటే ఎప్పటి నుంచి ఉన్నారు ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయ్యారు? పుట్టినప్పటి నుంచా? 3 years నుంచి. ఇంతకుముందు ఏం చేస్తాను? ఓకే సరే. బట్ మీకు తేడాలు అనిపిస్తాయి కదా ఇప్పుడు, అంటే మట్టిలో వచ్చే వాసన కానీ, మెయిన్ అది కార్బన్ ఏ రకంగా ఎక్కువ మనకు మట్టిలో సాయిల్ ఆర్గానిక్ కార్బన్ ఉన్న కార్బన్ సిక్విస్టేషన్ అవుతున్నట్టే ఎక్కువ పర్సంటేజ్ ఉంటే. సో అట్లా అంటే నేచురల్ ఫార్మర్గా మీరు చేసే దాంట్లో ఎక్కువ మటుకు ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి ఎక్కువ మీరు భూమికి చల్లదనాన్ని ఇవ్వడం కానీ, ఈ యొక్క గ్రీన్ హౌస్ గ్యాసెస్ని తగ్గించడం కానీ ఇలాంటివన్నీ కూడా చేస్తారు కదా. సో ఈ అంశాల పట్ల అట్లనే మహిళల పాత్ర ఈ దాంట్లో కూడా మీరు చెప్పండి.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. నా పేరు సునంద. మొదటిగా నా పరిచయం, నేను ఫార్మింగ్లోకి ఎందుకు వచ్చాను అన్నది చెప్పడం అవసరం. ప్రీవియస్గా నేను లెక్చరర్గా ఉన్నాను. అయితే మా ఇంట్లో హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్ వల్ల మా పిల్లలు చిన్న పిల్లలుగా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఎవ్రీ మంత్ వాళ్ళకి అంటే కోల్డ్ ఫీవర్ రావడం. సో ఎవ్రీ మంత్ హాస్పిటల్కి వెళ్తాం, ఒకసారి వెళ్తాం మళ్ళీ తగ్గుతుంది, మళ్ళీ కొంచెం వెదర్ చేంజ్ అయినా అంటే క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ అయితే మళ్ళీ కోల్డ్ కానీ బ్లడ్ ఇన్ఫెక్షను. సో ఇవన్నీ నేను చూశాను. మళ్ళీ అదే టైంకి మా హస్బెండ్ కూడా, ముగ్గురు సిక్ అయితే ఇంట్లో ఎవరు ఎక్కువ కష్టపడాలి? ఇంట్లో హౌస్ వైఫ్సే ఎక్కువ కష్టపడాలి. సో వాళ్ళు ముగ్గురు ఒకేసారి హాస్పిటలైజ్ అయితే వాళ్ళ ముగ్గురిని చూసుకోలేక చాలా ఇబ్బంది అనిపించేది. చాలా చూసామంటే ఇక చిన్న చిన్న హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్కి కూడా మనం యాంటీబయాటిక్స్ వాడడం, వాటికి కూడా అంటే మన బాడీ వాటికి కూడా అంటే రియాక్షన్ ఇక ఏమంటారు దానికి కూడా రియాక్ట్ అవ్వకుండా అది అలాగే కంటిన్యూ అవ్వడం, దానికి కూడా తగ్గకుండా. సో ఇవన్నీ చూశాక నేను ఆయుర్వేదంలో కూడా ఆయుర్వేదిక్కి కూడా చాలా చూసి ఇంట్లో చిన్న చిన్నగా ట్రీట్మెంట్స్ అంటే ఆయుర్వేదం ట్రీట్మెంట్ హోమ్ ట్రీట్మెంట్స్ చేసేదాన్ని. కానీ నాకు అసలు రిజల్ట్ అనిపించలేదు. చాలా అంటే చాలా టైర్డ్ అయ్యేదాన్ని. సో ఇద్దరు చిన్నపిల్లలు ఒకేసారి ఎవ్వరు ఉండరు సిటీలో, అందరికి తెలిసిందే కదా సిటీలో మన అత్త మామలు ఉండరు, మన అమ్మ నాన్నలు ఉండరు. సో మనమే చూసుకోవాలి. సో ముగ్గురు సిక్ అయితే ఇక చాలా ఇబ్బంది పడ్డాను. ఇక నేను సిక్ అయిపోయేదాన్ని, నలుగురం సిక్ అయితే ఎవరు చూసుకుంటారు? సో ఇవన్నీ గమనించాక అసలు ఎందుకు ఇలా మనకు హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్ వస్తున్నాయి? మనం మంచి ఫుడ్ తింటున్నాం, క్వాలిటీ ఫుడ్ తింటున్నాం, సూపర్ మార్కెట్స్లో ఫుడ్ కొనుక్కొని తింటున్నాం. అంటే ఇప్పుడు మనకు అందరికి ఉన్న ట్రెండ్ ఆ రైతు మార్కెట్లో కానీ రైతు బజార్లో కానీ రోడ్డు మీద కానీ రైతులు అమ్మేవి ఎవరు కొనరు. మంచిగా పాష్గా బాగా అంటే కళ్ళకు జిగేల్మనేటట్టు అంటే మెరుస్తూ ఉండేవి కావాలని కొనుక్కోవాలని చూస్తాం. సో అక్కడికి వెళ్ళి కొనుక్కుంటే అదొక ప్రెస్టేజ్ లాగా ఫీల్ అవుతాం. సో మనం సో అలా ఇంతగా తింటున్నాం కదా. ఎందుకు అంటే మా వారు సాఫ్ట్వేర్, నేను లెక్చరర్గా ఉండేదాన్ని, తను స్టిల్ వర్కింగ్, నేను జాబ్ క్విట్ చేసి మొత్తం ఇప్పుడు ఫార్మింగే చేస్తున్నాను. సో అయితే నాకు అనిపించింది మనకు ఇష్యూస్ అంటే హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్కి ఏ ఫ్యామిలీ అయినా ఎక్కడైనా చూస్తే మా వారికి అట్ ద ఏజ్ ఆఫ్ 38-40లోనే డయాబెటీస్, హై బ్లడ్ కొలెస్ట్రాల్, ఇదంతా చూశాక నాకు అసలు చాలా బాధేసింది. సో అప్పుడు అనిపించింది మన బాడీలోకి ఏదైతే పోతుందో అదే కదా మనకు అంటే మన హెల్త్ని డిసైడ్ చేసేది. సో మనం మంచిది తింటున్నాం అనుకుంటున్నాం, కానీ అది పండించింది ఎవరు, ఎలా వస్తుంది, దాంట్లో మళ్ళీ ప్రాసెస్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఎలా ప్రాసెస్ చేస్తున్నారు, ప్రిజర్వేటివ్స్ ఏంటి, అవన్నీ మనం ఏం గమనించట్లేదు. మనకు నోటికి రుచిగా ఉంది తినేస్తున్నాం, కళ్ళకు బాగా అనిపించింది కొనేసుకొని తెచ్చుకొని వండుకొని తింటున్నాం. అయితే నేను 100%, 110% చెప్తాను, ఇంట్లో హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్ అంటే రావడానికైనా ఎక్కువ కావడానికైనా హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్ లేకుండా పోవడానికైనా కారణం ఆడవాళ్ళే, గృహిణిలే. అది నేను బల్లగుద్ది చెప్పగలను. ఇక్కడున్న అందరూ కూడా గమనించుకోవాలి. సో ఇప్పుడు మా అమ్మ ఏదో నాకు వండి పెడుతుంది తింటున్నాం తెచ్చుకుంటున్నాం అని అనుకోవద్దు. అంటే మీరు ఏం తింటున్నారో మీరు గమనించుకోండి. ఎందుకంటే మన అందరికీ హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్ ఇప్పుడు క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ వల్ల మన పంటలు సగం అంటే మనకి ఇప్పుడు అందరూ ఆర్థికంగా అంటే ఎక్కువ డబ్బులు వచ్చే పంటలు వేస్తున్నారు, పత్తి, వరి, లేకపోతే ఇంకేవేవో అంటే మన సాంప్రదాయ పంటలు అంటే మనం ఏమంటారు నేటివ్ పంటల్ని కూడా పండించట్లేదు, అంటే సీజనల్ క్రాప్స్ అసలు వేయట్లేదు. సో ఇందాక తను చెప్పారు కదా, చాలా చక్కగా చెప్పారు. సో అంటే మనకి ఇప్పుడు ఆకుకూరలు ఇప్పుడు ఎవరినైనా అడిగితే అంటే ఊర్లోకి వెళ్ళి మేము ఫార్మింగ్ అంటే టు బి ఫ్రాంక్ అంటే ఇప్పుడు మన కరోనా 2021లో మేము ఊరికెళ్ళి మ్యారేజ్ అయినప్పటి నుంచి మాకు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఇద్దరికి, వైఫ్ అండ్ హస్బెండ్. సో అప్పుడు ల్యాండ్ కొనుక్కున్నాం కానీ చేయలేదు ఫార్మింగ్. సో ఇక మా వారి ఫ్రెండ్ క్యాన్సర్తో వితిన్ 3 monthsలో తను చనిపోవడం. సో ఇవన్నీ చూశాక నాకు చాలా బాధేసింది. అరే మనం కెరియర్లో ఎంత డబ్బులు సంపాదించినా ఎంత ఆస్తున్నా ఇంట్లో అందరు హెల్దీగా ఉంటేనే ఇంట్లో ఉన్నటువంటి హౌస్ వైఫ్ చాలా హ్యాపీగా మనం ఇంకా ఎక్కువ హ్యాపీగా పని చేయగలం. మనం అనుకున్న పని మన చేయాల్సిన బాధ్యతను ఇంకా హ్యాపీగా నెరవేర్చు. ఒక్కరికి హెల్త్ బాగాలేకపోయినా కానీ చాలా సాడ్గా అదే దిగులు అదే బాధ. ఇంట్లో అమ్మకైతే ఇంకా చెప్పనవసరం లేదు. సో అది గమనించుకున్నాక ఈ జాబు ఎంత డబ్బులు కోట్లు ఉన్నా కానీ మనకేం ఎందుకు ఇక మంచి హెల్త్ లేకుంటే అని నేను డిసైడ్ అయ్యి జాబ్ మానేసి పూర్తిగా ఫార్మింగ్లోకి వచ్చేసాను. ఇప్పుడు చాలా మందికి ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ అంటే మేము చేస్తున్న ప్రతిదీ కూడా అందరికీ తెలియాలి. ఇంత సింపుల్ టెక్నిక్స్ ఉన్నాయి మనకి న్యాచురల్ ఫార్మింగ్లో. అంటే ఫస్ట్ మనం ఫార్మింగ్ చేయాలి అంటే మనకు తెలియాలి మనం ఏం ఫుడ్ తింటున్నాం, మనకు ఎలాంటి ఫుడ్ కావాలి అన్నది మనకు తెలిస్తేనే మనం ఫార్మింగ్ చేయాలనుకుంటున్నాం. కానీ ఇప్పుడు ఊర్లో కూడా చూస్తే అసలు ఆశ్చర్యం అనిపిస్తుంది. నాకు తెలిసి సిటీలో ఉన్నటువంటి ఇప్పుడు టెర్రస్ గార్డెన్ చేస్తున్న వాళ్ళే అదృష్టవంతులు. ఎందుకంటే ఊర్లో ఉన్న వాళ్ళు ఎవ్వరు వాళ్ళు ఓన్గా కూరగాయలు కానీ ఆకుకూరలు పండించుకోవట్లేదు. అందరూ ఇంటి ముందు కొంచెం వర్షాలకు గడ్డి వస్తేనే ఇంటి ముందు అంటే పాములు వస్తాయని గడ్డి మందు కొట్టేస్తారు. ఎంత డేంజరస్గా ఉందంటే సిచ్యువేషన్, అంత డేంజరస్గా ఉంది. మనం ఏం తింటున్నాం మనకు తెలియదు అసలు. ఎందుకంటే పండించే రైతు తెలిస్తేనే కదా మనకు తెలిసేది మనం ఏం తింటున్నాము. ఏదో వస్తుంది మార్కెట్లో తింటున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు పండ్లు మాగబెట్టాలంటే సపోటస్ ఇప్పుడు ఎట్లా వాళ్ళు రైపెన్ చేస్తున్నారంటే కార్బైడ్ పోయింది, తర్వాత ఇథిలిన్ అవి ఉంటాయి కదా సాకెట్స్, అవి కూడా వాడట్లేదు. ఇప్పుడు ఎలా అంటే ఇప్పుడు అరటి పండ్లని రైపెన్ చేయడానికి ఆ కెమికల్లో వేస్తారు కదా, అలాగే సపోటాలని వీటన్నిటిని కూడా అలా ముంచి ఆ కెమికల్లో డెడ్లీ కెమికల్లో తీసి ఆరేసి తెచ్చి మనకు బండ్ల మీద అమ్ముతున్నారు. అంటే ఇది విషయం అందరికీ తెలియదు, అంత లోతుగా వెళ్ళి మనం స్టడీ చేస్తే తప్ప. ఇప్పుడు క్యాన్సర్ అందరూ చాలామంది డాక్టర్స్ డైరెక్ట్గా మాట్లాడుతూ ఉంటారు, అమ్మ క్యాన్సర్ ఇయర్కి మంత్కి ఎక్కువ అవుతుంది. అది ఎక్కడి నుంచి ఎక్కువ పేషెంట్స్ వచ్చే వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా విలేజెస్ నుంచే క్యాన్సర్ పేషెంట్స్ ఎక్కువ వస్తున్నారు. ఎందుకు? వాళ్ళు ఎక్కువ కెమికల్ స్ప్రే చేస్తారు, వాళ్ళు ఎక్కువ ఎక్స్పోజ్ అవుతున్నారు కెమికల్ ఫర్టిలైజర్ కానీ కెమికల్ పెస్టిసైడ్స్ కానీ. సో మిర్చి రైతులైతే ఇంకా చెప్పనవసరం లేదు. సో అంటే ప్రతి దానికి ఇప్పుడు ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ చేంజ్ అవ్వాలంటే ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్లో ఇప్పుడు మనం ఇప్పుడు అందరూ సేవ్ సాయిల్ అంటున్నారు. సో ఎవరు సాయిల్ని సేవ్ చేస్తున్నారు? సేవ్ అవర్ మదర్ నేచర్ అంటున్నారు. ఎవరు సేవ్ చేస్తున్నారు? అందరూ మనం ప్లే కార్డ్స్ పట్టుకొని చెప్పడానికి, నినాదాలు చెప్పడానికి తప్ప చేయడం లేదు. ఎందుకంటే మనకు ఫస్ట్ తెలియాలి మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు అందరూ చక్కగా చెప్తున్నారు, మనం వేసుకునే బట్టలు మనకు తెలియాలి, మనం వాడే ప్రతిదీ అంటే పర్ఫ్యూమ్స్ కానీ కాస్మెటిక్స్ కానీ ఇంట్లో వాడే తినే ఆహారం కూడా. అంటే మనకి ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ ఫారిన్ది లేదా మన స్టేట్లో కానీ డ్రాగన్ ఫ్రూట్ ఎక్కడో పండింది మనకు కావాలనుకుంటాం, కానీ మన నేటివ్ జామకాయ ఎవరు కావాలనుకోరు. సో అంటే మనం ఫస్ట్ తెలుసుకోవాలి. ఏమీ అవగాహన లేకుండా అందరం అన్నీ చెప్తున్నాం, కానీ చిన్న చిన్న బేసిక్స్ చాలా రూట్స్ నుంచి. అంటే ఇప్పుడు మీరు గమనిస్తే నాకు ఎంత బాధ అనిపిస్తుంది అంటే మన ఇంట్లో అమ్మమ్మ నాన్నమ్మ తాతలు ఉంటారు, ఎవ్వరు మాట్లాడరు, ఎవరు చూసినా సెల్ ఫోన్లో బిజీ, టిక్కు 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 అనుకుంటా. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళ నుంచే మనకు ఏదైనా రావాలి. ఇప్పుడు ఎంత మనం డెవలప్డ్ అయినా కానీ, ఎంత మనకు అంటే సోషల్ మీడియా ఎంత మనకు దగ్గరగా ఉన్నా కానీ, సో ఎంత ఇంటర్నెట్ ఉన్నా కానీ మనకు అసలు ఇప్పుడు మనం వాళ్ళ ప్లేస్లో నివసిస్తున్నాం. సో అంటే మన ముందు వాళ్ళు ఎలా వాళ్ళు జీవించారు, వాళ్ళు ఏం వాడారు, వాళ్ళు ఏం పంటలు పండించారు, వాళ్ళు ఏం తిండి తిన్నారు, అది ఎవ్వరు అడగట్లేదు. నేను కనిపించిన ప్రతి ఏజ్డ్ వాళ్ళని అంటే నేను ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తుంది 3 years నుంచి చేస్తున్నా, ఇది 3rd year అయినా కానీ నాలెడ్జ్ అంటే నేను ట్రైనింగ్స్ ఇస్తాను, జూమ్ సెషన్స్ ఇస్తాను పెద్ద పెద్ద రైతులకి, స్టూడెంట్స్కి, ఎన్ఎస్ఎస్ వాళ్ళకి. అంటే ఈ నాలెడ్జ్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి వచ్చిందంటే నేను వాళ్ళతో మాట్లాడడం వల్ల, వాళ్ళతో కమ్యూనికేట్ చేయడం వల్లనే నాకు వచ్చిందని నేను చాలా గట్టిగా చెప్తాను. అందుకే ప్రతి పిల్లలకు కూడా ఇప్పుడు తల్లిదండ్రులతో మాట్లాడడానికి కూడా టైం ఉండదు మనకి. ఏదో హలో అమ్మ నాకు ఇది కావాలి అది కావాలని అడగడం తప్ప ఇది ఏంటి, ఎలా వచ్చింది, ఎలా చేసావమ్మా, ఎలా వండావమ్మా అని తెలుసుకోవడానికి ఎవ్వరు రెడీగా లేరు. సో నేను ఇప్పుడు ఏం చెప్తానంటే, ఇప్పుడు సార్ గారు కూడా చెప్తారు, మహిళలది చాలా పాత్ర. ఇప్పుడు ఉమెన్ అండ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ చేంజ్ అన్నారు, సో క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్. సో ఉమెన్ది చాలా ఎక్కువ పాత్ర ఉంది, ఎందుకంటే క్లైమేట్లో డ్రాస్టిక్ చేంజెస్ వచ్చినా బాధపడేది ఉమెనే ఎక్కువ. ఎందుకంటే ఉమెనే మళ్ళీ ఏమంటారు నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్కి బర్త్ ఇవ్వడం కానీ, నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్ని తయారు చేయడం కానీ ఉమెన్దే చాలా పెద్ద పాత్ర పోషించాల్సి ఉంటుంది. అదే క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ మంచిగా ఉన్నా, అది ఇంకా ఇంప్రూవ్ అయినా కానీ ఉమెనే చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంటారు. సో అన్ని విషయాలు ఇప్పటి వరకు మాట్లాడుకున్నాం. సో అన్నిట్లోనూ ఉమెన్ అంటే అందరికీ తెలుసు, కానీ దాన్ని ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేయడానికి రెడీగా ఎవ్వరు లేరు, దాని గురించి మాట్లాడడానికి రెడీగా లేరు. అంటే అది చాలా పెద్ద విషయం అని మనం అందరం అనుకుంటున్నాం, అది పెద్ద విషయం అసలే కాదు. అంటే మన డైలీ రొటీన్లోనే అన్నీ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ అయ్యి ఉన్నాయి. సో అంటే చిన్న చిన్న పనుల నుంచే మనకి ఇంటికి కావాల్సిన ఆకుకూరలు పండించుకోవడం, మనకి ఏం కావాలో కూరగాయలు పండించుకోవడం, టొమాటో, వంకాయ, ఇవన్నీ చాలా ఈజీగా పండే పంటలు, కానీ దానికి టైం ఉండదు. ఎందుకంటే మన వాట్సాప్, చాటు వాటికే ఎక్కువ టైం స్పెండ్ చేస్తున్నాం. సో చిన్న పిల్లలకి ఇప్పటి నుంచి పిల్లలకి అంటే ఏ పద్ధతి ఎట్లా ఏంటి అని నేర్పిస్తే వాళ్ళు చాలా చక్కగా చేస్తారు. సో పిల్లలకు కూడా స్కూల్లో అంటే స్కూల్ టీచర్స్ కూడా చెప్పచ్చు, పిల్లలకు చెప్తే చక్కగా ఒక్కొక్క ప్రాజెక్ట్ ఇస్తే అరే మీరు ఈ టైప్ కూరగాయలు 10 మందికి 10 types ఆఫ్ వెజిటేబుల్స్ గ్రో చేసుకొని రమ్మని చెప్తే అందరూ షేర్ చేసుకుంటే సో అందరికీ సరిపడా కూరగాయలు చాలా చక్కగా చేస్తారు పిల్లలైతే. సో మేడం గారు అన్నారు వాళ్ళకి అంటే పేరెంట్సే నేర్పిస్తున్నారు, ఎక్కువ ప్యాక్డ్ ఫుడ్ కొనడము ఎంకరేజ్ చేస్తున్నారని. అది కరెక్ట్, వాస్తవం. ఎందుకంటే అదంతా పాష్ అనుకుంటారు, అది ట్రెండ్ అనుకుంటారు. లేకపోతే అది పేరెంట్స్లో మారాలి, ఫస్ట్ మార్పు రావాలి. మార్పు రావాలంటే ఎవరికి టైం లేదు అసలు, వినడానికి ఆలోచించడానికి కూడా టైం లేదు. ఎంత అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఎవరైనా వచ్చినా కానీ తొందరగా అయిపోవాలి ఏదైనా కానీ, అంటే అన్ని ఇన్స్టెంట్గా రావాలి. ఎలా వస్తాయి ఇన్స్టెంట్గా? ఇక అదేదో అద్భుతం జరిగితే తప్ప ఇన్స్టెంట్గా రావడం అన్నది జరగదు. సో మేము ఫార్మింగ్ చేయడానికి కారణం మా ఇంట్లో హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్. సో మొత్తం మేము వెళ్ళినప్పుడు మాకు కావాల్సినటువంటి అన్ని మా 8 acres మొత్తం 35 varieties పండించుకున్నాం. ఆయిల్ సీడ్స్, ప్యాడీ, పల్సెస్, తర్వాత లీఫీ వెజిటేబుల్స్ అవన్నీ తిన్నాము. ప్లస్ మేము మొదటగా మేము ఫార్మింగ్ చేయక ముందు నుంచి 7 years నుంచి స్టడీ చేస్తున్నాము, అంటే ఫార్మింగ్ టెక్నిక్స్ గురించి. సో చాలా న్యాచురల్ ఫార్మింగ్ టెక్నిక్స్ ఉన్నాయి, సింపుల్ అండ్ ఈజీ ఉన్నాయి. సో కెమికల్ టెక్నిక్స్ కన్నా చాలా సింపుల్గా ఉన్నాయి. సో క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్లో కెమికల్స్ వల్ల ఎంత పెద్ద మార్పు వస్తుందంటే హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్కి కారణము కెమికల్సే. సో తర్వాత మన ఫుడ్ అంటే ఒబిసిటీ అయిపోవడము, ఇప్పుడు చాలా డిసీజెస్ కూడా అన్నిటికీ కారణం మనం తినే ఫుడ్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి వస్తుంది, ఫార్మర్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి వస్తుంది. ఫస్ట్ ఫార్మర్స్ని ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం అయితే చాలా ఉంది. సో ఉమెన్ ఫార్మర్ని, ఎందుకంటే ఉమెన్ది చాలా పెద్ద చేయి, పెద్ద పాత్ర వ్యవసాయంలో. కానీ ఉమెన్ చెప్తే ఎవరు వినడానికి లేరు. విలేజెస్లో మీరు బాగా వర్క్ చేసినట్లున్నారు, గమనించిండొచ్చు. సో చెప్తారు, కానీ వాళ్ళకు ఎంతవరకు పెద్ద అవి చేయాలి అంటే కూడా వాళ్ళను పక్కకు మీకు చేత రాదు, మీరు చేయలేరు, ఇదే అని నలుగురు కూర్చొని ఉంటారు. జెంట్స్ నలుగురు మాటలు విని అవి వచ్చి చేస్తారు. కానీ ఉమెన్ది కూడా చాలా ఉంటుంది, మళ్ళీ గమనించాలి ఇక్కడ. వాళ్ళు ఇంత కాస్ట్లీ పెస్టిసైడ్, ఇంత కాస్ట్లీ పురుగు మందు కొట్టారు, మనం ఇంకా కొంచెం కాస్ట్లీది కొట్టాలని జెంట్స్ని కూడా వాళ్ళు బాగా ప్రలోభ పెట్టేది దేనికైనా ఉమెనే కారణం. నేను తప్పు చేయడానికైనా మంచి చేయడానికైనా నేను అది ఇక్కడ ఏమి ఎవరిని తప్పు పట్టట్లేదు. కానీ ఎందుకంటే పొద్దాక చెప్పేది జెంట్స్కి ఇంట్లో ఉన్న లేడీసే కదా. సో వాళ్ళని ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం అయితే చాలా ఉంది. సో ఫార్మర్స్ని ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేస్తే మనకేంటంటే ఈ వెదర్లో, మన వాతావరణంలో ఈ యొక్క వాయు కాలుష్యం అన్నది ఇప్పుడు ఫ్యాక్టరీస్ నుంచి ఎంతైతే జనరేట్ అవుతుందో, ఇప్పుడు మీరు వెళ్ళి చూస్తే ఇప్పుడు అసలు ఏమంటారు, ఈ క్లైమేట్ చేంజెస్ వల్ల, ఈ వాతావరణంలో మార్పుల వల్ల పంటలు కూడా అంటే వస్తే అధిక వర్షాలు, లేకపోతే ఎక్కువ ఎండలు, దానివల్ల పెస్ట్ అన్నది కంట్రోల్ అవ్వట్లేదు ఎంత కెమికల్స్ స్ప్రే చేసినా కానీ. సో దానివల్ల ఎక్కువ స్ప్రే చేస్తున్నారు. 2 డేస్కి ఒకసారి కాస్ట్లీ. ఇప్పుడు మా మామయ్య ఫోన్ చేసి చెప్తారు, అమ్మ మేము మిర్చి ఇది మాకు కంట్రోల్ అవ్వట్లేదు, ఒక్కొక్కసారి 1 ఎకరాకి 10,000 రూపాయలు పెట్టి స్ప్రే చేస్తున్నాం, 2 రోజులకు ఒకసారి చేస్తున్నాం. సో అంటే ఎంత ఎయిర్ పొల్యూట్ అవుతుంది, ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్లో ఎంత పొల్యూషన్ జరుగుతుంది. సో ఫార్మర్స్ని రూరల్ నుంచి కూడా ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం అయితే ఎంతైనా ఉంది. సో దాంతోపాటు న్యాచురల్ ఫార్మింగ్ టెక్నిక్స్ ఏవైతే ఉన్నాయో వాటిని ఆల్రెడీ చాలామంది చాలా టెక్నిక్స్ని బాగా ప్రమోట్ చేస్తున్నారు, ఎంకరేజ్ చేస్తున్నారు. అయితే చాలామందికి తెలియదు, మేడం మాకు న్యాచురల్ ఫార్మింగ్ చేయాలని ఉంది కానీ తెలియదని కొంతమంది అంటున్నారు. కొందరు ఏమంటున్నారు, నెగిటివ్గా మేము చేసాము కానీ మంచి రిజల్ట్ రాలేదని చాలామంది అంటున్నారు. సో అంటే నెగిటివిటీ ఉంది, పాజిటివిటీ ఉంది. సో దాన్ని మనం గమనించుకుంటూ, సో అయితే ఇంట్లో నుంచే మన ఇంట్లో పిల్లలప్పటి నుండి ప్లస్ పెద్దవాళ్ళతో మాట్లాడి, ఇప్పుడు నువ్వులు ఎవరు పండిస్తలేరు కానీ అందరికీ నువ్వులాయలు కావాలి, అందరికీ నువ్వులు కావాలి తినడానికి. పల్లీలు ఎవరు పండిస్తలేరు, ఎందుకంటే అవి కొంచెం కష్టమైన పని. పల్సెస్ ఎవరు పండిస్తలేరు, అక్కడెక్కడో ఆంధ్రాలో, కోస్తాంధ్రాలో అక్కడ పండిస్తే అక్కడ నుంచి మనకు వస్తాయి. సో ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళ మొత్తం వర్షాలకి మునిగిపోయింది. సో ఇప్పుడు రేట్ అక్కడే చాలా 20,000 క్వింటాల్ లాగా ఉంది. ఇక్కడికి మనకు రావాలంటే ఎంత ఉంటుంది. సో ఇలాంటి పంటలు కూడా ఉన్నాయి. మన తెలంగాణలో అయితే మరీ ఘోరంగా పత్తి అంటే పత్తి, మిర్చి అంటే మిర్చి, లేదా వరి, ఈజీ క్రాప్స్, ఈజీ మనీ, ఎక్కువ మనీ కావాలి, తొందరగా మనీ కావాలి. సో ఇలాంటివి. తర్వాత ఇంకొకటి ఏంటిదంటే మా పిల్లలు చాలా చక్కగా, అంటే చిన్న పిల్లలే. ఒక అబ్బాయికి 7 years, ఒక అబ్బాయి 9 years. ఏది చెప్తే అది ఎట్లా అంటే మాకు సహకరించి మేము ఫార్మింగ్ చేస్తున్నా కానీ మాతో పాటు అక్కడ ఉండి మాకు ఎటువంటి అనుభవం లేదు. అందరూ చాలామంది, మా అమ్మ అయితే ఏడ్చేసింది. క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ ఎంత ఉంటుందంటే ఇప్పుడు మా పిల్లలకి ఎవరో చెప్పరు అసలు. సైట్ మనకు ఐ సైట్, మా అబ్బాయికి ఇప్పుడు -2.0 ఉండే సైట్, ఇప్పుడు తను స్పెక్స్ ఫ్రీ, ఇంతలా స్పెక్స్ ఉండే. అది ఎంత దేనివల్ల అంటే ఫుడ్ ప్లస్ మేము ఊర్లో ఉండే. సో గ్రీన్నెస్ తను చూడడం వల్ల కళ్ళకి ఎఫెక్ట్. సో అదంతా కూడా నేను నమ్ముతాను. విటమిన్ ఏ ఎక్కువ వచ్చింది మేము CVR టెక్నిక్ మట్టి స్ప్రే చేసి చేయడం వల్ల. ప్లస్ దాంతోపాటు ఇప్పుడు ఫుడ్ తోటే మిల్లెట్స్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఉన్నాయి. సో మిల్లెట్స్ మనం తినడం వల్ల ఎక్కువ పండించే వాళ్ళు ఎక్కువ అవుతారు. మిల్లెట్స్ పండించడం ఈజీ, సో దానికి ఎక్కువ కెమికల్స్ అవసరం ఉండదు. సో దానివల్ల మనకు ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్ పొల్యూషన్ అన్నది, అంటే ఎయిర్ పొల్యూషన్, కెమికల్స్ స్ప్రే చేయం కాబట్టి ఎర్త్ సాయిల్ పొల్యూషన్ కూడా కొంచెమైనా తగ్గుతుంది. సో దీన్ని బట్టి ఏంటిది అంటే, సో కాలేజెస్లో కూడా మనం తేవాలంటే, ఒక రైతుగా నేను చెప్పడం ఏంటిది అంటే, మనకు ఇప్పుడు ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్ పొల్యూషన్ కానీ ఇప్పుడు క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ ఎంత ఉంది, దాంట్లో ఉమెన్ పాత్ర ఏంటిదంటే చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉన్నది అని నేను చెప్పగలుగుతాను. ఎందుకంటే ఎలా అంటే ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఉన్నాయి. అంటే మనం తినే ఫుడ్ మీరు తెలుసుకోండి ఫస్ట్, ఎవరి నుంచి వస్తుంది, ఎట్లా వస్తుంది. మీ రైతుని అడగండి, మీరు ఎక్కడి నుంచి తెచ్చుకుంటున్నారు. ఇప్పటి నుంచి సూపర్ మార్ట్స్ అక్కడ ఇక్కడ తెచ్చుకోకుండా ఊర్లలో మీకు ఉంటాయి రూట్ కాసెస్. సో వాళ్ళని అడగండి, ఇవి పండియండి, మాకు ఇలా పండించి ఇవ్వండి, మేము కొంచెం ఎక్కువ డబ్బులు పెట్టైనా తీసుకుంటామంటే ఆ ప్రాసెస్ ద్వారా కూడా మీరు కొంచెమైనా కానీ ఈ క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్లో మార్పు తీసుకొచ్చే వాళ్ళు అవుతారు. మీ ఇంట్లో హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్ని కొద్దిగైనా తగ్గించుకున్న వాళ్ళు అవుతారు. హెల్త్ కాన్షియస్ పైన మీరు ప్లస్ మీ పిల్లలకు కూడా అవగాహన కల్పించిన వాళ్ళు అవుతారు అన్నది నేను నమ్ముతాను. ఇదే నేను చెప్తున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సునంద గారు. మీరు యాక్చువల్గా ప్రాక్టికల్గా ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్ చేస్తారు ఆల్రెడీ. ట్రాన్స్ఫార్మేషన్ లెక్చరర్ ఉండి మళ్ళీ వ్యవసాయం సైడ్ రావడం అనేది చాలా మంది అమెరికా పోయింది గొప్ప చెప్పుకుంటారు కానీ ఇటు వచ్చింది చెప్పుకోరు కదా. అట్లా స్నేహ కూడా అంతే, తను కూడా యూఎస్ ఎడ్యుకేటెడ్ బట్ షీఈ్ డెడికేటెడ్ లైక్ యువర్ పేరెంట్స్. పర్మాకల్చర్ షీఈ్ లీడింగ్ ఎట్ నేషనల్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ లెవెల్. అది అయితే మహిళలు పర్యావరణము, మహిళలు క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ అంటే ఒక అంశం ఉన్నది నాకు క్లోజ్ టు హార్ట్. వంట మంట తంట తెలుసా? అది మూడు ఊర్లల్లో వంట మంట అంటే వంట కావాలంటే మంట పెట్టాలి, మంట పెట్టాలంటే పొగ వస్తే తంట ఉంటుంది. సో నేను 50 రకాల పొయ్యిలు తయారు చేసిన. ఎందుకంటే మేము మహిళలు 5 లక్షల మంది చనిపోతారు. చనిపోవడమే కాదు, మగవాళ్ళు సిగరెట్ తాగితే పెద్ద అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్లు వేస్తారు, వాళ్ళ గురించి ఊరంతా చెప్తారు. మరి మహిళలు కూడా ఇంత పొగలు వేస్తే ఇంటింటికి నో స్మోకింగ్ చేయాలి కదా, వేసి ఇళ్ళకు కూడా ఫైన్ వేయాలి. అప్పుడైనా మంచి పొగలు వస్తాయి. ఎవరు అన్నారు? పొమ్మన్న లెక్క పొగ పెట్టినట్టు ఉంటుంది ఇది. ఇంట్లోకి నుంచి ఓకే, ఎంతమందికి అర్థమవుతుంది? ఐ స్పీక్ విత్ ఇన్ ఇంగ్లీష్ అగైన్. ఓకే, సో you are getting whatever I am telling. How many are not getting? Raise their hands. Okay, only 3 of them. I will speak with you. Okay. So sometimes in a flow, because madam has spoken in Telugu, it comes like that. Okay, continuity. So India, madam. ठीक है. ఇది ఇంకా మంచి హైదరాబాద్ ఉన్నందుకు హిందీ ఒక అడ్వాంటేజ్ మనకు. तो चूल्हा जो महिलाओं के लिए मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट है, इस विषय पे बहुत कम हम साइंस या टेक्नोलॉजी या जितने भी सरकार है उन लोग भी बहुत कम काम किए. देयर इज नॉट इवन ए सिंगल ITI इंस्टीट्यूट भी नहीं है. इंजीनियरिंग तो छोड़ो, रॉकेट साइंस पढ़ाते लेकिन चूल्हा का साइंस कोई नहीं पढ़ाता, क्योंकि वो महिला का काम सोचते. अरे महिला 3 पत्थर लगाते, ऐसे ही कोई चूल्हा बनाते, इतना धुआं आता, उसको कुकिंग करना ही पड़ता. अभी बरसात हो रहा है, बारिश में तो गीला हो जाता लकड़ी भी, और लकड़ी के नीचे सांप भी रहता, बिच्छू भी रहता, उसको निकालो फिर उसमें लगाओ. मैं ऐसा कहानी सुना जहाँ महिलाएं कुकिंग आधा करके इतना तंग हो के खाना पकाई नहीं, वो पूरा चूल्हे में डाल के सो गए बिना खाए. ऐसा भी होता है बहुत गरीब परिवारों में. तो ऐसा विषय भी है जो क्लाइमेट चेंज से भी जुड़ा है और अपना हेल्थ से भी जुड़ा है, और फ्रीडम जो बोलते हैं ना महिला का, हम देश का फ्रीडम आया होगा वो अलग बात है, इंडिपेंडेंस बोलते कुछ भी बोलते, लेकिन महिला का फ्रीडम नहीं आया बहुत विषयों पे. और क्लाइमेट चेंज में माइग्रेशंस, मैं अफगानिस्तान में भी काम किया था, उधर भी देखा वो टेररिस्ट नहीं भगा पाए लेकिन एक ड्राउट ने भगाया. ड्राउट क्यों आया? क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से. बाढ़ आ गया तो लोग एक दिन पे रोड पे रहते. केरला फ्लड्स में गया, जाके देखा मैं जब फ्लड्स आया, रोड पे बैठे थे लोग. तब किसका प्रॉब्लम ज्यादा है? महिला का ही ज्यादा है. प्राइवेसी है क्या? टॉयलेट है क्या? पीने का पानी है क्या? आदमी तो भाग जाते क्योंकि उन लोग और कहीं कमाने के लिए जाते, तो महिला को कहाँ छोड़ते? उसी वल्नरेबल प्लेस में छोड़ के जाते, है कि नहीं? तो उसको कौन फिर सपोर्ट करेगा? मतलब द रिस्क ऑफ ए वुमेन इन केस ऑफ एनी डिजास्टर, स्पेशली द ह्यूमन इंड्यूस्ड क्लाइमेट चेंज डिजास्टर्स में, आई थिंक इसमें बहुत ज्यादा है. और मैं ऐसा कहानी सुना अनंतपुर से एक बार, पीपल्स वॉइस में ऐसे ही पूछ रहा था. One of our women in our village got AIDS because of climate change बोल के बोली थी. मैं बोला ठीक है कहानी सुनाओ. तो कहानी ऐसा है कि उस गांव में कंटिन्यूसली ड्राउट आया, वो अनंतपुर जिला था, और एक क्लाइमेट चेंज के वास्ते हुआ. तो महिला को क्या हुआ, जबरदस्ती उसको ट्रेन में बैठ के दिल्ली को जाना, उधर she could not find proper employment, so she got into the other kind of work. Then she got AIDS. Then she returned back to village to die. कितना लंबा कहानी है ना? कुछ इंटर रिलेटेड चीज है, अभी वो लगता नहीं अपने को ये इतना इन डेप्थ है बोल के। जैसे हेल्थ जो बोले अपना, और अपना ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज जो है, वो महिला का ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज काम का नहीं है आजकल, वो अपने हाथ से गया। अरे सर्दी आ गया तो तुम वो करो, ब्लैक पेपर का वो करो, अदरक का चाय पियो, ऐसा कुछ बोलते हैं तो आदमी थोड़ा ये होता। अभी क्या बोलना, कोरोना जैसा भी आ गया है कि नहीं। और क्लाइमेट चेंज से वी आर गोइंग टू सी मोर, बिकॉज व्हाट वी आर ईटिंग इज नॉट द राइट फूड, ओके। सो बिकॉज ऑफ अदर रीजंस, जैसे हाई टेम्परेचर्स, रिलेटिव ह्यूमिडिटी इतना बढ़ गया, और महिलाएं तो कुछ तरीका ढूंढा था। क्योंकि अभी मैं देखता हूँ कोई भी आपका स्पेशली हिंदू उसमें क्या करते, कोई फेस्टिवल आए तो पैरों को हल्दी लगाते। अब देखे कि नहीं, तो हल्दी लगाना है क्योंकि वो इतना पानी में घूमते रहते हैं तो उसको प्रोटेक्शन है। अभी क्लाइमेट चेंज में अपने को किस किस का प्रोटेक्शन करना, इतना गर्मी बढ़ गया, 2 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड से भी ऊपर गया एवरेज ग्लोबल, है कि नहीं। अभी साइक्लोन देखो चेन्नई को क्या कर दिया, ये साइक्लोन इंटेंसिटी और बढ़ गए, और बाढ़ तो कॉमन हो गए, है कि नहीं। और रिलेटिव ह्यूमिडिटी बोलते, नमी, गर्मी और नमी दोनों मिलके तो आदमी को गर्मी जो बैठा वो भी खत्म होगा, अस्थमा आएगा, लंग्स ये होगा, फीवर आएगा। और वायरल बोलते, आजकल फीवर भी नहीं बोलते, हो गया कुछ भी आने दो वायरल बोलता, डॉक्टर भी एंटीबायोटिक दबा के देता, है कि नहीं। तो अपना का इम्यूनिटी जो होता है, जैसा आप विंटर में क्या खाना चाहिए, थोड़े लोगों को विंटर ही नहीं लग रहा, विंटर आ रहा ही नहीं, इतना गर्मी है तो विंटर कहां से आएगा। जब अभी अपना पूरा पृथ्वी को बुखार आ गया, आया कि नहीं, किस लिए आया। आदमी बोल के एक जीव है, हम सेव अर्थ बोल के 2 हाथ एक ऊपर एक नीचे लगा के बीच में क्या लगाते, पृथ्वी को लगाते। कितना पागल लोग है, ये आपका हाथ ही इसका भस्मासुर हाथ है ये, है ना। आप बोल रहे सेव बोल रहे, ये हाथ के वास्ते ही इतना काम हुआ। फुटप्रिंट बोल के बेकार में फूड को बदनाम करते, ये हाथ से ही ज्यादा काम करते हैं हम, गंदा काम जितना भी है, बुरा काम, है कि नहीं। तो सेव अर्थ नहीं, सेव योर सेल्फ है। हाँ, सेव अर्थ मत बोलो बड़े बड़े बात भगवान बन के, है ना। हम छोटे जीव है, मेहमान है, थोड़े दिन रहने के लिए आए, कहीं को इतना बड़ा बड़ा बात बोलना, सेव अर्थ बोल के स्लोगन लेके घूमना, टी शर्ट पे लिख के घूमना। बीइंग ह्यूमन बोल के कोई कुत्ता घूमता क्या, हम घूमते। वो बीइंग कुत्ता बोल के कोई कुत्ता टी शर्ट नहीं पहनता ना, है कि नहीं। कुत्ता कुत्ता ही है, आदमी आदमी नहीं है। इंसानियत सबसे बड़ा चीज है। जितना दिमाग हर एक जंतु से कंपेयर किए तो अपने को भगवान ने बहुत अच्छा अंडरस्टैंडिंग दिया। पत्थर को भी भगवान बना सकते, है ना। फिर हमारा जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है दूसरे जीव के प्रति, जो कंपैशन बोलते हैं, वो कंपटीशन के दुनिया में कंपैशन खत्म ही हो गया। इंसानियत खत्म ही हो गया कंपटीशन में, आई शुड विन हो गया ना, काम खत्म। आई थिंक समवेयर वी हैव टू फर्स्ट वर्क एट बीइंग ह्यूमन एंड स्टार्ट लाइक ए हम्बल ह्यूमन बीइंग, डाउन टू अर्थ। वो ह्यूमस बोलते हैं ना, मिट्टी के तरह अपन रहना चाहिए। मिट्टी में कितना खुशबू रहता, वो पूरा सम्मिलित करता, अच्छा बुरा सब कुछ सम्मिलित करता, फिर भी इतना खुशबू रहता। तो आदमी को भी उतना हम्बल एंड डाउन टू अर्थ रहना चाहिए। और स्पेशली महिला का इसमें, क्योंकि द टीचर, फर्स्ट टीचर कौन होता है, नेचर होता है। बच्चा क्यों रोता है, पैदा होते ही उसको नेचर सिखाया ये तेरा एनवायरनमेंट नहीं है बोल के, तब से रोने लगा। जैसे माँ का कोख से बाहर निकला तो उसको पता चला है कि दिस इज नॉट माई मदर, अरे तेरा दूसरा मदर है बोल के समझाए तक वो तो रोता पड़ा, है कि नहीं। फर्स्ट मदर इज 9 months, सेकंड मदर इज मदर अर्थ, तो दैट इज द थिंग। So second teacher definitely is mother. बिकॉज वॉट एवर यू टीच, वॉट एवर वैल्यूज यू टीच, ये वैल्यूज को स्कूल में यूनिवर्सिटी में नहीं पढ़ाते. अगर अपने पास वैल्यू नहीं है तो बच्चों को क्या पढ़ाते? माँ बाप को देख के ही सीखते ना. आप रात में पंखा 5 लगाते, पूरा वो ब्लैंकेट डाल के घूम के रखते, लाइटा डालते, है कि नहीं? इतना वेस्टेज करते, झाड़ू मारते रहते, सुबह उठ के पानी डालते रहते. कभी कभी होता है छोटे छोटे चीज भी, इसमें आपको नहीं लगता कि मैं इतना पानी वेस्ट किया, बच्चे भी देख रहे हैं, फिसल के गिर रहे हैं, होता है ना घरों में सुबह सुबह. फिर तो हर एक अपना एक्ट जो होता है, बिकॉज वी हैव प्लेंटी बोल के दिखाने की जरूरत नहीं. मैं गाड़ी करा रहा हूँ, सेकंड हैंड खरीद लो. कौन बोला है नया गाड़ी खरीद के ट्रैफिक जाम में उधर बैठने के लिए, है ना? तो ये कॉन्शियसनेस जो अपना पेरेंट्स का होता है, उसमें मदर का डेफिनेटली क्लोज टू चिल्ड्रन होती है, तो उसका रहता है. सो आई थिंक स्लोली इसमें आप एक क्लाइमेट चेंज बड़ी बात नहीं है. इट इज ओनली द वे ऑफ लाइफ बोलते हैं ना, अवर वे ऑफ लिविंग. ये टू मच है, ग्रीडी के साथ है, नीड से बियॉन्ड है, इतना ही है इसमें सोल्यूशन. और आदमी भी ज्यादा है, इसके बारे में मैं क्या बोलूं. तो नॉर्थ कोरिया का प्रेसिडेंट रो रहा है, बच्चे कम पैदा कर रहे हैं माँ बोल के. अरे माँ को तो आप इतना पैदा करा के बहुत सारे लेडीज मर भी गए चरित्र में, है कि नहीं? तो अभी जितना चाहिए उतना होना चाहिए ना. आप इतना ज्यादा क्यों सोच रहे हो? अच्छा है, रुक रहा है तो अच्छा है, थोड़ा आदमी कम होना चाहिए, है ना? तो ऐसा स्लोली छोटे छोटे विषय भी हम अपने लोगों को कॉन्शियसली समझाना पड़ेगा और अपन प्रैक्टिस करके प्रीचिंग करना पड़ेगा. थैंक यू. और अभी अपना एक छोटा सा सेशन है, मतलब कंक्लूडिंग टाइप. इसके लिए अपना कुछ रिकमेंडेशंस, मतलब स्पेशली हम काउंसिल फॉर ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन, हमारी जो संस्था है, इट इज हेडेड बाय श्रीमती के लीला लक्ष्मण रेड्डी गारू. So this organization is headed by a lady only. Okay, good. Then second thing is, as women coming together, how do you form a network? Do you want, like last year we conducted one session exclusively for women journalists. Okay, completely for 2 days. And many times girls from women colleges like yours, they visit our center. So that way you will have more freedom to explore and understand and be close to nature like that. So your trainings, if you go to Aranya, I think there Padma Garu and Sneha, they both are there, and Narsana Garu is there. So you can have this kind of again courses like that. So like that there are so many things, right, from your communications. If you want to have a regular media, social media, exclusively like Women and Climate Change Network of Hyderabad, something, or South India, you can represent anything. You can bring up other universities, colleges, students, women like that into that network. So you can start like that, because this is not an event. This is only somewhere we need to start, come together and do some activities, action, okay, real action. So organizations, if in each college, if there is a women and climate change special wing, what you would do? Something like that. What initiatives you would take up, okay? So you can initiate certain things. It is not that men will not do those activities, but as yourself coming together, what you can do, something like that. So there are umpteen ways of, yeah.
Any students want to share your personal experiences with climate change? Sir, I have one. Yes, sir. This is one more feather in the cap for TMV centenary celebrations with Climate Change Conference of People organized in collaboration with Council for Green Revolution, an environmental organization. And here, from morning, listening to the talks, our students are truly motivated, I think, to put their best foot forward and come out with some local solutions. This new word we learned from Nita madam today. So, combination of global and local solutions. So, from morning we were talking about implementation and lack of implementation. We all have intellectuals, policy makers towards green environment, but failure or lack of implementation is causing the climate change. So we all have the responsibility at personal level and as well as government level. So I have a small experience at personal level. So morning every day after cooking I separate dry waste and wet waste. And for 1 month I have been observing the dustbin boy. He took them and put in 2 different trolleys, dry waste and the wet waste. But after over few days, when I had a look, he dumped both in the same trolley and no one bothered to tell him also that he has to separate both in different trolleys. He dumped both dry waste and wet waste in the same trolley, and who is responsible for this and what is the action we have to take? Yeah. Any of our students, can you suggest what is the action we need to take at this point? So there should be proper coordination. So we were being told to separate dry waste and wet waste. We have been separating it. So at implementation level, if it is lacking, what should be the solution?
Very simple, madam. When this thing happened in Hyderabad, I was there actually when the earlier CM was there. Initiative was good, giving 2 at least containers, blue and green. But the person who is collecting should refuse. Then automatically people will put separately. And the person who is collecting should not mix again. That's happening another problem. So he should be also following the same thing and we should be also following. And he should reject. That's the only way here. Because people think I am paying, he should carry. That's not the way maybe.
So I would like to recommend that nowadays internet is the main source of spreading things. Like artificial intelligence is so spreading. Like people think of it and it comes on their phone. Like I think of eating something, it comes on my phone, like Zomato, Swiggy offers and all. So I would like to tell like making ads morely and spreading it on like Instagram. People scroll it morely, like a YouTube shorts, everything. So making ads and showing people awareness about it can change something. Like at least a little bit of thing, like not using plastic papers, using jute papers, like that. That's all. Thank you.
You can continue. Give to others who want to speak. Yeah.
So one of the speakers said that it is the top 10% of the richest who are making the most damage or like are the main cause of it. How is me reusing that one polythene bag going to make a difference? Will it actually make a difference?
A polythene bag revolution is a different issue, okay? We instead of blaming the bigger things, we catch hold of the smaller guy. So these are deviations actually. So these deviations are okay, that's a way of to be good, that's fine, okay? That's also, even if you do an out of pollution, smallest pollution also you have to avoid, that's fine. But you can always stop at the source. Government has authority, they will never do. They will catch you when you are carrying mutton in a carry bag and they hold and they say 500 fine. This becomes very illogical, but it's okay, that's very comfortable for governments Like a traffic guy will always catch your vehicle telling that your vehicle is polluting. Why not the same traffic guy goes to an industry which is already emitting so much smoke and catch hold of the same guy? Because he is emitting more, if it is visible, he says that is not my duty. Then what is his duty? Only the small guys. So the rich are always left, what you said. The 10% rich are above. Like Americans, our people going to America, they are also becoming part of the scene because their lifestyle has changed, their fridge is so high, their vehicle is so big, their house is so big. That's American dream. What dream? They are killing the whole world by emitting so much pollution. Is it right then? It's not Jannat. You got it? It's the other way around, going to such places.
Yes, sir.
Yeah?
And also, sir, women and climate change, especially women here, because of our societal structure, we already have so much going on against us. Don't you think our focus, for women to focus on climate change, a mother to focus on climate change, isn't that a bit far-fetched for the mother to be focusing on climate change as well?
No, mothers are always conservative, you see. They are very less emitting already, Sneha also said. See, when some food is left, you try to make something in the morning with that. Okay, you will not waste it, mostly 99%. So like that, mother is always controlling. The mother nature is like that. More conservative, saving. Even savings also, 1 rupee also they save. Many mothers they do. So that is innate nature of the woman. So it need not be explicit. Whatever good nature the woman have by birth, okay. Any of men, women are not same 100% biologically or somewhat. Even mentally also we are not same. Okay, so the good values of women that they have already, you carry on. That's all. It is not telling that you need to put extra efforts. Yeah, same values you bring to the children. समथिंग लाइक दैट. जैसा पुराना कपड़े तो हमारे घर में बचपन में वो एक बुनता बोलते. हाँ, कहाँ गया बुनता आजकल? वो बुनता नहीं, कुछ नहीं. हाँ, वैसा बहुत कुछ, रज़ाई बनाना, बुनता बनाना, पुराना साड़ियों से रज़ाई बनाना, बहुत कुछ था. वो मदर भी थोड़ा उसमें ढीला हो गया. बटन सिलाने के लिए घूमना पड़ रहा आजकल. हम सिखाओ, हमको भी, लड़कों को भी सिखाओ, करना पड़ेगा हर एक को. सुई धागा पॉकेट में रहना बोलो. बहुत कुछ रिपेयरेबल है. ओके, ये वेरी फंडामेंटल है. ऐसा चीज़ भी आप कर सकते, क्या है, हम भी कर सकते.
How top 10% is making the world inhabitable for the rest of us. Similarly, like expecting women to have this because you are connected with the nature, you are mother nature and all that, expecting them to do that, and top 10% they are mostly billionaires and all that, they are rich men, to be honest.
कोई भी, any one of you can comment.
But it is good
पूरा माई बोल.
only for one gender.
और एक बार अपना प्रश्न बोलिए.
We become a kind of a pressure group on the government to release a white paper on environment also. And now Lok Sabha elections will be there in May. We have 4 to 5 months time. Through our consolidated efforts, why not we pressurize the political parties to also include climate related aspects into their manifesto. Because see, we are converting into market economy. Right, and the for governments, market economy will be priority, not the environment. So the efforts has to be at every level. So I think all the environmental organizations, we can talk about releasing a white paper, including climate related points in the manifesto. And I would request CGR and CELS also, earlier also we had a discussion, to release a charter, like, you know, like as preamble of constitution, everyone knows. So let this be a CGR charter for an individual, for a family, for an educational institution. because you all have that expertise. Simple things, if you make it complex, it may not be implementable. So as individual, what should I do? Simple 10 steps. As a family, what the family should do? Simple 10 steps. As an educational institution like ours, what we can do to make that difference. So I think these little baby steps will help us take a longer ride, sir. Thank you.
Madam, first it is not manifesto, womanifesto we make it. When you say manifesto, men are doing everything, okay? The man is dominating in that. So, especially gender concerns, climate change, environment, I think you have to bring with the title only. Say womanifesto first time. All these years we had been following your manifesto, so now let us follow manifesto. That's fine. So I think it's 5 o'clock, not to delay your now, it's a time, since morning everybody is here. So let me conclude. After my conclusion, we will end with Janaganamana. Is it okay? Okay. So we are very much thankful to Mahila Vishvavidyalayam here, otherwise Koti Women's College, it was very popularly known. And this is not the first time, we had been regularly Vinita Pandey Madam, Priya Madam, and many faculties are here, and children, students are there. We had a long association, Anand is there, my old friend. So we had been working very closely. So this would continue, Madam, our relationship, and as you said, as a follow-up, what we can do, we'll work on those things also. So let me thank it started with Srimati K. Leela Lakshma Reddy Madam and Professor Vijilata, Vice Chancellor, Telangana Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Hyderabad, and Sirisha Indukuri and Dr. Vinita Pandey Madam, and Dr. Babura Garu, a renowned scientist, and Dr. Vishnu Priya Madam, and Ms. Neha Kopula, then Dr. Balamba from health sector, she had been here, and now in the panel Dr. Vasanta Lakshmi Garu and Sunanda Garu and Sri Harshita, like that. So this many people have participated, but with your participation and questions, it means everybody participated here in this today's round table. Actually table should be round, so this doesn't appear like a round table. Okay, round table means equal participation, otherwise, okay, this jargon we have to look at, then we have to arrange. That is more democratic actually. Round table means there is no leader, everybody is a participant, like workshop, working together in a shop, that is workshop, like that. Yeah, thank you. And Dr. Priya Kumari Madam, she had been associated with CGS since very long, with Nizam College when she was there, and now, and she played an important role in this particular event actually, so to make it happen here. So, and we have many of my colleagues here. Kotesh is there, Lakshmi Prasanna is there, Nagesh is there, and yeah, and most importantly, don't think how many are in the hall nowadays, because behind you there is one person. It will reach thousands of people. That is Mr. Srinivas Reddy. Give him a clap. Yeah. He is doing a great service. Wherever these things are happening, he is telling, don't worry about anything. I will come there, I will shoot it, because these are the values. These things should go everywhere. So he has a small YouTube channel. Through that he is reaching thousands of people abroad also. So whatever we said, whatever we discussed, so has so much value. Okay, nothing goes waste. Every word has value. Nowadays, forget about how many are in the hall. Okay, we can reach every corner. Okay, our voice can reach. Good. Thank you very much. Thanks again to everyone.